So that's the story that I believed. But if Jesus is directly talking to them, then Jesus already came back and already had his millennial kingdom. If you run that parallel with what's been kind of going on in conspiracy circles alongside flat Earth, if you look at mud floods and you look at Tartaria and you look at all of these primarily religious structures that are amazingly ornate, and how the fuck did we build them, that are half submerged, buried in whatever you've looked into mud floods and all of these types of things, because like I disregarded it for a while. But
Not
when
only
I
that,
started
Jedi, the melted mountains and melted structures into mountains as well with the fire.
the list is fucking endless at this point, dude, right? And you're not
Yes.
wrong, right? The melted mountains, these buildings, they've gone through some kind of nuclear explosion, because look, they look like buildings that have been fucking melted. It looks like we've repopulated a war zone, right? It is the conclusion that I'm getting to. So my theology and eschatology has changed, because I'm coming to the opinion that maybe we're not in the timeline that is being portrayed, that for us to think and believe that we're in at the moment, as regards to we're waiting for Jesus to come back. Now, I've had that type of eschatology ever since I became a Christian. At some point, Jesus is going to come back and it's all going to be all right. No, Jesus has already been back, and it's quite possible that the age of deception that we're living in is the one that is spoken about in the Bible, Satan's little season. Now, Satan's
Correct.
little season was something that I'd never heard about up until about 6 months ago, never even crossed my radar. Now, I don't like putting myself in positions, but I'm really interested, because I've noticed a lot of people have started changing their Christianity, and I'm interested to see if other people have started seeing the world in the way that I've started seeing it, through this type of lens, because it's
Yeah.
interesting as fuck.
So I started as a Baptist, and after going to a Baptist Bible college and realizing the contradictions, the hypocrisy,
Cut the shit. I know you're doing a bit.
No, I'm not doing a bit. I'm giving you a history of my experience, yeah? So that was where I started.
It just seems like you're doing a bit.
Can you just stop, mate? I'm talking to Jedi.
Sorry, mate.
So that was where I sort of went down that path, studying, and came to the belief of the dispensationalism, yeah? Because it does make the Bible make sense. So I'm still of that belief, but I have been questioning the exact same thing that you're talking about, Jedi. And are we in that time of that you're speaking about, yeah?
I'll tell you something really quickly before you carry on. I've still managed to see dispensationalism as a really, really good tool, and still see it as true. I just see the timeline of dispensation in a different way now.
Correct.
I think it's correct to divide the Bible and rightly divide it, right? Because people are being spoken to or not being spoken to, depending on the law that they're under, conversated with, blah, blah, blah. I fully understand that. I just think the timeline's different now. That's all.
Yes. And that verse that you say jolted you, yeah, that this generation will see it. Well, if we're reading literally and we're asking again who, what, when, where, why, how, etc., and we're looking at that timeline, you're 100% correct, yeah? And like I said, I've been looking into this myself. I only just brought it up with my wife 2 or 3 nights ago and said, listen, I think we're in the wrong timeline. You know, our calendars have changed. There's supposed to be 1,000 years missing. We've got, like you said, the buildings, the mud floods, the fires, the etc. Yeah. So what are the if that is the case, Jedi, what are the instructions for us today? Because the next major event to occur biblically would be the destruction of heaven and earth, and a new heaven and earth that come together.
The timeline, as far as I know, is after Jesus' millennial reign, then Satan is loosed for a little season where he is set to deceive the nations. This is the war of Gog and Magog against the camp of Christ.
And they'll come up on the flat earth. I mean, the breadth of the earth.
So if we're in that period, we've always had instructions prior as to what was required. You know, we had the law, then the law was removed. We're in the dispensation of grace. So,
yes.
As Christians today, what are our instructions to follow in Satan's little reign?
Right. So we're lucky, but we also have to remember that this time is full of deception. Larry pointed this out, right? Jesus has done everything, right? Apart from this last little bit that he's got to do, which is vanquish the beast and swim in his bloody blood in Armageddon and shit, whatever that is. But ultimately, the victory has been won. The temple of God is within you. You don't need anybody else to intercede for you to have a direct line to God. That victory's been won. You don't need no bishop. You don't need no man in a robe. You don't need to do anything other than believe in what Jesus Christ has done for you. That victory has been won. You can go directly. That's it.
I agree.
And then the next step is obviously the new heaven and earth. So the
descending of the city.
It's heaven descends to earth, and there's a new heaven and earth combined
it's
where we
all
have.
What happens after Jesus' millennial reign, dude? That's the new heaven and earth. That's when everything changes, right?
See,
before that,
all this brings in. Oh, sorry, go
on. Before that is Satan's little season, just before the white throne judgment.
So can I just for a minute? Just go ahead, Larry.
Sorry. Yes,
no, you've been before me. Go ahead.
I wasn't talking about any physical kingdom. Christ's kingdom is set apart from the secular kingdoms, whether they claim to be under God or not. So this kingdom of Christ, it is within. You don't need anyone or anything to communicate to what some people call the divine source, God, Yahweh, whatever you want to call it or him.
Where worm
you have a direct connection to the divinity. What?
I was just agreeing with you. I said where worm nor moth can corrupt.
Yeah. So I would just encourage you guys to read Matthew 24, 29 through 31 in English Standard Version. And it tells you in plain English, immediately after the tribulation, Christ gathers the elect. That's your so-called rapture.
Okay.
So,
what do you?
Just a question.
Sorry, Larry. Maybe you didn't hear when I referenced the Bible. What do you think to this? When Jesus came out of the temple and the disciples were asking him about what the signing of his return would be, and he turned round to them and he most assuredly told them, "Verily, verily, I say unto you," so really assuredly, you can trust me on this, that some of you will not pass until you see me return, until you see the kingdom of God. Now, is he talking directly to them, saying that, okay, I'm going to go through this, but you're going to see me come back, like the way that we're expecting to happen after the rapture and the tribulation? Maybe the tribulation has already happened. They went through it because Jesus was talking to them. It maybe missed that point out in the conversation. But I'm interested to how you see this.
Yeah, you're talking about preterism. Preterism is the belief that everything is already been fulfilled, which is another false doctrine, alongside with dispensationalism that Jesus can save us all and we don't have to worry about these things that are coming upon the earth. The truth is, I believe, and this is my belief, right?
Yeah.
The truth is, we're going to go see all these things up until the tribulation, and then we'll be all taken out all at once. This makes the most sense for me because the parable of the wheat and the tares. They said, "Shall we take the wheat now?" And they said, "Or shall we take the tares now?" And he says, "No. If you take the tares, you might pull up the wheat. We'll harvest them all together."
Gotcha. T-Dub or AJ?
Yeah, look, just quickly, look. Oh, okay, well.
No, you go.
Sorry, no, T-Dub's tried to get in so many times. Go on, man.
Because this has put Revelation into more context for me since looking into this too, because at the start he's like sending these letters to 7 churches of that day, and what does he say? Yep. These things that will shortly come to pass. Yes. I think that those letters were directed specifically at the people of that time, and that they wouldn't leave this realm until they'd seen those things happen. So everything that those letters dictate would happen has happened, because those people are gone now.
Okay.
So it's shortly come to pass. You know, what does that mean to a human? If you're directing that to a human, that means within your lifetime, bro.
Yeah. So I'm glad you brought that up, because that was the other thing that Joel mentioned. Right, that specific usage of language within the letters within Revelation that were apparently written by Jesus Christ. Right. I'm writing you these letters because these things are going to happen like soon. Right. They're going to take place soon. I think I changed the way that I look at the timeline of Revelation now. I think the language that was used within those books towards the end of the Bible, Revelation in particular, was very urgent. Specifically, that book wasn't locked up, right? Those letters were urgent. The language, right? You need to know this now. The prophecies within Daniel for so on, the language that's used there is specifically leave it for a bit, right? These things aren't going to happen just yet. They're going to happen when Jesus is around, right? And this is what's going to happen when Jesus is here. So now that Jesus is here, he's just getting to the time that's being spoken about by Daniel when you're talking about the tribulation and all of these things, because Jesus is writing to the churches and telling them that these things are surely going to take place soon. So as far as I see, and I think T-Dub's explaining this, that this has already happened. Not waiting for it, it's already taken place.
What I said about the millennial reign. Like, if this 2030 agenda is going to pop off, that would be exactly 2,000 years since he was born. So Christ would reign for. Because remember, he wasn't born in 0. He was born in like 3 BC.
3. Yeah, 3. Yeah.
3 BC. Right. So
that's right.
Go ahead.
One thing, Larry. One, you're a little bit quiet and muffled and whatnot, so I'm not trying to interrupt you. 2, I love you, brother. I hear exactly what you're saying. I'm not attacking you with anything that you're saying, dude. I held these opinions 100% myself. Right? Agenda 2030. 2030, the return of the Messiah. Right, all of the things, even the things, what did I used to talk about? Oh yeah, the Revelation 12 sign. I used to speak about that a lot, right? The sign in the heaven, the woman in heaven adorned by dressed in the sun with the moon at her feet, with a crown of 12 stars, or whatever it is from Revelation 12, back in September 2017. I saw that, right? And this is one of the reasons why I was full force in this whole idea. I'm going to say this and I'm going to let you speak. The worrying thing is, I think this might all be a lie. I think this is the delusion and the deception that's being played upon us, because I think it might be false. We're not in this timeline. Tribulation's already taken place. Now I think someone's trying to make a lot of Christians believe that this rapture event, tribulation, is something that's yet to come, when actual fact it's already taken place. And when you look at, you take this in parallel with like the Tartarian mud flood kind of idea, where obviously something has taken place and like it looks like a fucking war zone, and the buildings are ornate and out of this world, and the technology is also something that's most probably been hidden from us, specifically energy technology and stuff. So maybe the millennial reign of Jesus Christ has already taken place. What's happening now is a very, very good trick, misleading everybody off of a cliff. That's what I think, dude.
Yeah, of course, got a lot of respect for you and a lot of others in this room, and those listening on YouTube, probably. this isn't about a gotcha or a win or anything like that. Obviously, I think we are being lied to about a lot of things, a great many things we've been lied to. But I think that it all boils down to, did you keep the commandments? Because Yeshua said, if you love me, you'll keep the commandments. First and foremost, I think that's the most important thing. Second, did you treat your neighbor with a golden rule? So be a better man, do better, right? Those are the most important things. And the kingdom or divinity is within you, so you have the capacity to do good, right? So those are the important things. Now, as far as the timeline that we're on, I think it's pretty obvious, looking at geopolitical stuff, that we're headed towards a great tribulation. Now, is it the great tribulation? I don't know for certain. Of course, this is a belief that I have. Go ahead. I'll let somebody else talk for.
Yeah, I was just going to confirm the timeline with you, Jedi. So it would be, first of all, you'd have the end of the dispensation of grace into the time of tribulation, your 7-year period.
Mm-hmm.
Then during that time, Satan is bound, and you have the millennial reign for 1,000 years.
Yeah, and that's a loose 1,000 years, right? It's not exactly 1,000 years. It's just a loose term of a long time.
Yep.
But yeah.
Yep. And then during this time, Satan is bound and imprisoned in the abyss, etc. And then he's let loose. And then we have Satan's little season, which is at the end of the 1,000 years. So you believe we're at that point right now. And then after that point, we have the final, what would you say? That would be where the great white throne judgment is, the final judgment. Heaven and earth passes away and we get a new heaven and earth. So you believe we're in that Satan's little season right now?
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, my Christianity's changed because I can't square those circles. When we talk about, oh my God, where are we talking about? When we're talking about the Sermon on the Mount, when we're talking about the Olivet Discourse and things like that, when we're talking about that type of speech about end times and so on, he's not talking to us, he's talking to them. And I can't get out of that, dude. He's not talking to me. It's not some prophecy about him being cut off, like with it says within Daniel and so on. He's talking to them. So from that framework, I'm not waiting for him to come back. I'm not waiting for a rapture event. The tribulation's already taken place. These things have already happened. I'm waiting for something else.
Well, that would be the final battle and the great white judgment and the new heaven and earth.
Yep, that's it.
So I'm, like I said, I haven't done enough research in it, but I came to this about maybe 4 weeks ago. And then I finally spoke to my wife about 3 nights ago. But, and I understand why you're saying that dispensationalism could lean into this, because if you're going to read the Bible literally and who it was written to and in what time, then yes, you're 100% correct.
Yeah, it's because of dispensationalism. It's because of, specifically listening to who's being spoken to, because it's not me. Right? Jesus wasn't speaking to me directly then. Now, that just means that the dispensation...
We lost him. Mic check.
Yo, Jedi, we lost you.
1, 2.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm going to add a couple of things into this. So, this particular topic, the flat Earth anyway, has taught me a lot about how to read things and then not make assumptions, right? So let me be the devil's advocate, for lack of a better term here, for a couple things. If Jesus is addressing only the people that are in front of him while he is here, even regarding morality, the golden rule, all that stuff, then should I say that it also does not apply to me since I wasn't there, right? He's not addressing the Christian, or he's just addressing the cultural, or the Jews that time that were in that region. So I can't just go by the fact that he was addressing certain groups of people and assume that I'm not one of them. The other thing that I have to point out about Revelation 20 is that it says that we will be ruling and reigning with Christ for, that 1,000 years. It at no point says that Jesus leaves and then all of a sudden he ascends back into heaven and allows the nations to be tempted while he is gone. He's apparently still on the earth at that time. Now, I've seen some long-haired, hippie-looking dudes, but I don't see any of them claiming to be Christ and any of them ruling and reigning with him. So there are some pieces to this puzzle that we have to pay attention to and not just make assumptions or, watch some videos about Tartaria and mud floods and stuff like that and go, man, well, it certainly looks like there was a lot of ruling and reigning going on at some point. And then there was a great cataclysm, to ruin that particular civilization. And now we're in this little season. There's a lot of things that we can't just go ahead and jump to conclusions on. The one thing that I think is most damning is the fact that Jesus is not here right now and we are not ruling and reigning with him in the way that it's described. So that part I have a problem with.
Yeah, for the past 1,000 years, Christianity exploded, and Paul's teachings kind of slowed it down a little bit, and then it got usurped by Rome, and that slowed it down a little bit. But it's still been growing and growing and growing up until pretty recently. The events that have happened in the past couple hundred years seems like it's slowed down a lot more. So that would be the remnant that's being described, right? In my opinion, the set apart remnant. And this remnant is actually going to be a pretty small group of people, because how many people do you know that sell everything they own and go out and do their ministry like Christ did and speak the truth until they're assassinated by Rome or others in another country in the Middle East somewhere? I think that it's really important to look at what Jesus actually said for his disciples to do. Don't carry anything with you. You don't need a purse. You don't need any of that stuff because you're not going to have any money. You just go out there and be a vagabond and make people's lives easier. Whereas Paul preaches, just believe upon the Messiah and you're good. The Messiah actually preached something that was a little more difficult to follow. So that would explain the remnant. And if, this was 1,000-year reign, there would be Messiah ruling with an iron rod. A rod is a king's representation of his authority. So if we're the clay...
Jedi is actually saying that we're beyond that point now. We're past the 1,000-year millennial reign and we're in Satan's little season.
Well, wouldn't Satan's little season also be before the tribulation? Wouldn't it be beginning?
So the timeline goes, you have the tribulation first, and then Satan is bound for 1,000 years, and you have the 1,000-year millennial reign. And then at the end of that 1,000-year millennial reign, Satan is let loose for his little season. And then there's like a final showdown between God and Satan. And then the old heaven and earth that we have now pass away. And there's a new heaven and earth created. And that's when there's proper peace on earth between everything. So, the animal, it says the lions will lay down with the zebras or whatever. There's no... It's back to how it was originally.
Some argue that it's a mistranslation. It should say a renewed.
Well, maybe renewed, yeah. But yeah, so we're supposed... What Jedi's getting at is that throughout the Bible, if you were to take it literally, there was times where it was only Jews that were addressed. There were times that it was only Gentiles or everyone that was addressed, sorry. But it did say that Christ would return and that these people it would be in their time. Yeah, so if that was to occur, then he's looking at the other evidences surrounding, Tartaria, mud floods, some sort of large event, and saying that, yes, we could be in that time of Satan's little season. Why would Jesus say to them that their generation would see his return and these things come to pass?
You got to look at the context of what was being said. So this is said during Matthew 24, I believe, and he's describing what the future will be like at the time of his coming. So when he says this generation, the context isn't, the disciples that stepped out of the temple with him. The context is the story that he's telling the disciples about this generation.
I don't know the verse that Jedi gave, but I think it was when they came out of the temple and they said to Jesus, when would these things come to pass? And he said that this generation would see it. Yeah, Jedi, is that correct?
Jedi brother, you're really roboting, man. Can hardly hear you at all.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my Wi-Fi to reboot. I'm using data at the moment. Give me a moment.
It's there now if you want to try it again. Perfect.
How am I coming through now?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, that's what I was speaking about. And I do apologise, guys. We've been speaking about this long enough, but I appreciate you, everybody entertaining me. I've been speaking to a lot of people about this recently. There's a lot of a lot of squares that I can't circle. So I appreciate your time. I'm not trying to get other people fighting about their theologies or anything like that. And I'm also not trying to take up too much of the live stream's time. So if we can move on to flat earth subjects, maybe we should do so. If we can't, then
No worries.
I'll entertain this.
No, that's good, man. But I do want to catch up with you sometime where we can have a good discussion because I want to go into this further with you, yeah?
Yeah, for sure, man. Absolutely, 100%.
Please do research on the Scofield Bible and the author therein. I believe he was an evil lawyer. So be careful with that dispensationalism. I'm not trying to say that I'm right and you're wrong. I'm just trying to say, it could be a genetic fallacy on my part. I could be saying,
Jedi's correct. Everybody's wrong, yeah? Because none of that matters. It's all past.
yeah, so I could be using the genetic fallacy, saying that it's wrong because it came from an evil lawyer. And Scofield Bible is just a addition to the scripture, just like Paul. I'm pretty skeptical about such things, especially Romans, especially Roman Pharisees, especially lawyers. In fact, I think Jesus was skeptical about Pharisees and lawyers. So, yeah, be like Christ. Talk shit until they kill you for it. You know, if that's what they consider telling the truth these days, if they consider it talking shit, and if that's what makes you the enemy, but it's pretty obvious the Romans killed him for it. He was threatening their power because he was saying, "Don't worry, don't be fearful of the ones who can threaten the body, but fear the one that can threaten your soul." So he was basically taking the power away from the Pharisees, taking the power away from the Romans, the spiritual and the secular power, and giving it back to the people. Power to the people is Christ's message if they submit to the Most High God and the Ten Commandments. Thanks very much. Now you can talk about flat
So I'm scrolling through the chat and see if there's any names that I don't recognise. I see a lot of cool kids, so a lot of flat earthers. Don't see any names that I don't recognise. And if I don't recognise the name, then I'm more than likely not a flat earther. Yeah, I recognise everybody's name.
Does anybody have any questions about Flat Earth?
Yeah, does any flat earther have a question about flat earth?
Yeah, power to the people. Fuck them Romans. And fuck them scribes, too. Hey, if you're Roman out there, I don't really have a problem with you. If you're Catholic out there, I don't have a problem with you. The problem is the hierarchy in between you and the Creator. I only wish that you would ignore those that claim to be in authority over you. If we're all equal under the Most High and under the High Priest King, because there's not a higher priest than Yeshua, according to the book of Hebrews. And if he's the Christ, then that means king. That means anointed king. He's the Messiah. Who could possibly have authority over you, absent you creating any victims out of any man, woman, or child, causing them harm, injury, or loss? Who could have authority over you other than the Messiah, Messiah God?
Those who control your history control your future. I think that's something I've come to learn recently.
Yeah, it's Rage Against the Machine, loosely quoted. What you just said?
Yeah. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
Right. And, you know, that was kind of the Messiah's message. Was it not?
More or less.
More or less.
So you've looked at things like mud floods and so on, Larry, right?
Not extensively, but not just preliminary either. Somewhere in between.
I guarantee you, if I was to show you some of the weird little things that I found in this, it will blow your bloody mind. It's crazy.
Send it to me.
I think we've all seen it, right? You've seen it. You said that you haven't looked into it. Very much the same, right? Saw it, watched a few videos here and there over like a period of a few years, had a basic understanding of it. It was, conspiracy entertainment as far as I was concerned. And then I started looking at it a little bit differently. But yeah, I think there's a few things with regards to these old buildings and the technology that was in them. I think you'd find it fascinating. I'll bring you on one example. You know what a chandelier is, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got one in my house.
You know how chandeliers used to work before, electricity and the light
candles
bulb.
next to the crystals, and the diffraction through the crystals lights up the house.
So candles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the narrative is a chandelier that weighs about 3 tons. It's usually in some kind of, Versailles or some palace in Europe or whatnot, about maybe 20 meters from the floor. There's probably got somewhere around about 100 to 300 candles on it. There's probably, in a vast hallway or ballroom, more than 4 to maybe 6 chandeliers, right? How long do you think it would take, and how many people do you think it would take to light these candles every evening and then clean and relight the candles every day? What type of workforce, how much money do you think that would take?
I think that would be a full-time job, because by the time you lit the first one, the second one's going out. So it might be 3 full-time jobs.
Yeah. So we first understand that that's a huge undertaking, right?
Yeah.
In manpower, in time, and in financial cost. That's a lot of candles you got to buy, and the infrastructure behind getting new candles and shit. Okay, cool. Now, obviously, it's a lot of hard work to either go up to the candle to go and do it because you're going to need ladders and shit. Because in these buildings, where the candles were illuminating the chandeliers, there's no internal pulley structure. So you're not going to be pulling on like a tether to bring it down and raise it and lower it. So you got to get up to it. Okay, cool. Second problem, that's a lot of heat. Now you imagine how warm it gets around a chandelier where you've got about 100 candles on it. That close to the ceiling. I'll give you a rough calculation. Over about half hour to 45 minutes, it's going to get to about 200 degrees Celsius. That's the average output of that's the average output of a chandelier that's got about 100 candles on it. I think it's about 80 watts per candle, so it's about 200 degrees. What happens to candles when they get hot?
Melt.
Yeah. So we've got these candles in the sky, right, that are illuminating the ballrooms, making them like fucking kiln ovens, dropping wax on everybody. Do you think that we really use candles in chandeliers?
No, it doesn't make sense now you say.
No, it doesn't make sense.
My chandelier has candles, but they're light bulbs. So I changed the bulbs, right? That would make way more sense.
Yeah, so you said crystals, right? There's a possibility from stuff that I've seen and so on that we obviously weren't using chandeliers with candles in them, they had crystals in them. And because of the constructions of these ornate buildings and so on, they were dragging energy out of the sky, and that was the power source to illuminate the crystals within the chandeliers. So I think you call this like 0 point energy or ether energy or whatever it is.
Oh, don't say that.
Within the mud flood idea, sorry, dude, I'll be really quick. Within the mud flood idea, there's lots of buildings around, right? And these buildings are used for some kind of technology or whatever it is. Within the buildings, there are chandeliers. These chandeliers are powered by the buildings that are pulling the energy out of the sky. After the mud flood, we went back into the buildings, those who survived, didn't understand how the technology worked, and started putting fucking candles in them. That's how that story goes.
That checks out. I'll be right back.
So yeah, I don't know if anybody else heard that, but I guarantee you chandeliers weren't used for fucking candles.
No, that's very interesting.
It really is, dude. It really, really is. There is no way on this earth that you're going to get candles hoisted on these 3-ton objects daily, right, by a workforce who've got better fucking things to do, I'm sure, because you need feeding and your shoes fucking shined and your ass fucking wiped. Do you need these people lifting and fucking lowering chandeliers all bloody day long and then first thing in the fucking morning? No, that's not happening. We're not having molten wax dropped on us and all of this type of shit. So when you look at it like that, see, thank you, dude. This was the other point that I was going to raise to Larry, but completely forgot about. Yeah, that high up, the amount of soot that's produced by the candles, their ornate ceilings with all of their pictures and fine artwork on wouldn't fucking exist. They'd be underneath like soot and shit. It'd be disgusting up there.
Yeah, no way.
So yeah, AJ, I mean, chandeliers, dude. No fucking way.
Yeah, no, I've been down this. Man, I've been going down this path. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Everyone's going to think we're crazy. Crazy flat earthers.
Yeah, man, for sure. Right, Primal King, you're off mute, buddy. Are you trying to speak to us, or would you prefer to be muted? Good man, well done. Then you have to ask the questions. Why were these buildings so fucking big?
Yeah. Well, on another note, our cyclone was a complete fizzer. I have no power, but yeah, what a disappointment.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, we had a cyclone. It was supposed to hit us yesterday, but it went down south, just missed us. And we had bugger all wind and rain, but I still lost power.
So, I've got a question.
Hello, what's your question?
So, what do you guys think about, like, when you're at the beach and you're watching, like, ships and they disappear? Like, how's that possible?
How do
Like, you know,
things
when they go down.
Okay, so how do things appear to go down the further they get away from you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's because, very simply, we see things that move away reduce in angular size. So it's why that mountain that's far away looks really, really small. Right? The angle compared to when you're standing next to it in your field of view is smaller over there. Right, so that means the top looks like it's gone downwards. So that's what happens when a ship sails across the ocean, right, away from you, for example. When it was next to you, you had to look up to see the top of the ship. But as it sails away from you, that angle reduces and it gets smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually you can't see it anymore.
Okay, I see. And I've got a second question actually, because that's like I stumbled across this video like a few days ago, and I saw a few people who went to like I don't recall whether it was like the Arctic or the Antarctic, but anyway they went there and like that the sun was up for 24 hours basically, and so what they said was that they had disproven themselves and that the Earth couldn't be flat. And that kind of had me confused. So I was wondering whether you could give me an answer to that.
Yeah. YouTube's a dangerous place. There's a lot of rubbish. And I appreciate that lots of people have always gone to Antarctica. I say always, but recently gone to Antarctica and observed the 24-hour sun. Doesn't prove either way whether the Earth is a sphere or whether it's flat, though. I mean, let me put it like this. If I measure my floor to be horizontal, right, perpendicular to vertical, and then I get a light source like a flashlight and start swinging it around my head, does that mean that the measurement of the surface of the floor is wrong?
Yeah, no, I guess it doesn't.
Yeah, no, of course it doesn't. I'm sorry for phrasing it like that, but it sounds ridiculous, right? If you measure something, doesn't matter about what a light's doing over there, then it's not going to invalidate the measurement that you've already taken. To give you a little bit more clarity, though, right, when people say that they've been to Antarctica, specifically that place, and observed specifically a 24-hour sun, that's because some flat earthers had an idea and a claim of what the Earth looked like and the shape that it may take. And in this idea, then Antarctica's a ring around the Earth. And obviously, you can't observe a sun circle around you when you're not standing inside the circular path that it's taking, right? So you could observe a 24-hour sun in the north, which will be inside the circle of the sun, but you couldn't observe it when you're outside of the circle. So observing a 24-hour sun, it's circling around you, kind of laid waste to some flat earthers' idea that this was the shape of the Earth. That was a silly claim to make. But also, I will say this as well, just for a little bit more clarity, because I'm kind of pouring a little bit of scorn on silly flat earthers. It wasn't really their fault, right? This flat earth map where Antarctica is a circle around us was kind of here when flat earthers came to YouTube and the internet and started getting told that the earth was flat. It was always in thumbnails and people's backdrops and whatnot. I think some people even made clocks and so on out of it because it's kind of handy to do so. But yeah, it's not their fault. This map was waiting here for us when we got here. So that's the reason why.
Yeah, okay. No, I see. And I hope you won't get mad at me, but I've got one more quite ridiculous question. So another thing I thought was that some people they actually wanted to prove that the Earth was flat, which I personally do believe as well. But they you might have heard of it actually, but they like placed two walls that were exactly the same size with two holes that were at exactly the same height, like pretty far away from each other. And the idea was that if the Earth is round, if you shine a light through one of those holes, it wouldn't go exactly through the other hole. And if the Earth was flat, obviously it would do that. But when they did it, the light actually didn't go exactly through the hole, and so, well, everybody was saying that they've disproven uh, their own idea and that the Earth couldn't be flat. So have you heard about that?
Yeah, I have. I'll just pause because sometimes I speak too long and I don't want to answer every single question that you've got. So if anybody else wants to answer this question instead of me, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, I'll just answer it. But if anybody else wants to jump in. No, okay, cool. So you know the guy in the video on I think it's a Netflix documentary, Over the Curve or something like that. Yeah, he's got a YouTube channel. I think he goes by the name of Jerenism, or Jeren is his name, Jaren Campanella. I think he was involved in this quasi experiment. Now, you can go and listen to interviews that he's done with regards to this film that he made. According to his recollection of what happened, they broke the laser, specifically the collimator. It's the device at the front of the laser that keeps the beam narrow over distance. So they broke that. They had to use another light source, a flashlight or a torch or something like that, because they didn't want to waste everybody's time who had turned up, the film and documentary cube, being as they'd broken the laser. And he's quite open to this as well. I think what we have to understand is really this isn't going to prove anything either way. And if we really are analytical about what has been done and we're to use the distances that the two boards were over the surface and the height and whatnot, then we would end up with a very, very tiny Earth indeed, because the light source wouldn't have the Earth radius would be very small for this to make it happen. So if we're to be very analytical about it, then what we're shown really wouldn't comport to the Earth having a radius that we're told. So it's hard to what was I going to say? It's hard to believe everything that you see on YouTube, right? You say that you believe the Earth is flat, and you see all these like documentaries about what flat earthers have done, and you think that this is the truth of the matter. I suggest going to Jerenism's YouTube channel and listen to his recollection of what happened. Everything isn't the way that it was portrayed on the documentary at all.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope that wasn't disrespectful or anything.
No, not at all. I mean, look, similar things have been done, right? For clarity, when we're talking about using a laser over the distance of the Earth to see if the Earth is one way or another, I could show you multiple, 40 of them that have been done over the surface of the Earth up to distance of about 40 kilometers that show that the Earth is most definitely measured to be flat. Just because some guy failed to do so on the internet is neither here nor there. If you want to verify what he did, go and do it yourself. The Earth will be measured flat in that instance.
Limiting the light.
Do you have any links? Could you send a link into the chat or anything, maybe?
I think somebody else wanted to jump in, so yeah, please do jump in, my friend. I'll go in the meantime. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if you want to know more about, these type of quasi experiments, I would go to the home server because we've compiled so much information at the home server. I don't know that I would recommend going to Jerenism, but if you want to, of course, I can't stop you. I just told you the YouTube channel, so I'm not trying to stop you. But I think it's best if you want to know what Muslims think, ask a Muslim. If you want to know what a Jew thinks, ask a Jew. If you want to know what a flat earther thinks, don't ask Jaron because he's not a flat earther. So if you want to know what we believe and why we believe it, I would recommend somebody putting our home server in the chat box because
I'm
there's so
glad you
much
said.
information.
Sorry, Larry. I'll drop that in the side chat in a second. I'm glad you said that as well, dude, because that's the thought that was in my head that I completely forgot. The guy that went to Antarctica and observed the 24-hour sun is the same guy who broke the laser. So, again, sometimes you can just class these people as absolute puppets. Not really flat earthers, right? Just people who are portrayed to be flat earthers.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, the number one problem with any movement, grassroots movement, is it always is attempted and often succeeded to be controlled from both sides are controlled by the ruling party. For example, I used to be part of Cop Block, and Cop Block was where cop watchers were recording cops and what they do, and cop blockers were doing FOIA requests and exposing on Facebook and other places what they were doing. Well, after a certain event happened, it became about black versus white somehow. And this group, Black Lives Matter, that was funded by Soros, completely fractured the movement where we were watching our government beating us up and killing us when we were not fighting back. So the same thing happens to every other movement. Flat Earth is no different. There are definitely, in my opinion, a lot of people LARPing as flat earthers who aren't really flat earthers. They're just pretending to be.
I see.
Judah, what I'm going to do is send you a link to our home server.
Yeah, please do that.
Yeah. Specifically, when you join the server, scroll down to the area towards the bottom called additional information. That's alphabetized A through to Z. So it's everything that I kind of said with regards to either the 24-hour sun or the Jaron laser experiment. I think you can find in that section there. So just give me a moment. I'll send that to you. Yeah, yes. No worries.
Thank you so much.
If that link doesn't work, let me know. It should do. Okay, well, it's gone quiet. There are a couple of names in the channel that I don't recognise. Asapakal has just jumped in. I've probably just butchered your name, my friend, but you've got a Black Cat PFP. Welcome to the channel. I noticed that you jumped in, but you... Hello, my friend. How are you?
Pretty good. How are you, man?
Yeah, good. How do I pronounce your name, or how do you want it said?
It's Asapakal.
Asapakal. That makes much more sense. Of course, it's in capitals as well. So awesome, my friend. What brings you by to the Flat Earth channel? How can we help?
Oh, I was just trying to hear about some flat Earth shit. What's the current discussion?
The current discussion was things like the 24-hour observation of the sun in Antarctica that happened last year. A laser experiment that wasn't a laser experiment. That's about it. But that conversation had just ended before I started speaking to other people. The first person on the list was you.
I did not hear about that 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, you can find it on YouTube or whatever under the final experiment or something. A bunch of people went to Antarctica and watched the sun for 24 hours. That's what happened.
That is insane.
Yeah. But I don't know about any other flat earth shit. Nothing else is happening at the moment. Larry's still with us. Hope you're still with us anyway, Larry.
I can do a flat earth fecal matter. Yes. So if I'm allowed to go on a little spill. So the reason you think it's the earth is because, the reason you think the earth is a globe, right? You think the model represents reality is because you have anchor bias. That's what you're taught, right? You have sunk cost bias. That's what you spent so much time learning in school. And you have confirmation bias, like the TV, magazines, but you never actually experienced curvature or axial rotation yourself, right? In fact, I would say that it's pretty easy to demonstrate how gravity actually works as opposed to what they taught you in school. Most important, the thing is you can show yourself without the help of others by going to a large body of water at rest and looking for curvature, that elusive curvature. It's always just over the horizon. It's really important that you can do it yourself because you don't have to believe anyone else or go halfway to the moon and turn around and look behind you. You can just, trust your own eyes and what you're seeing. So I did it. I went to Corpus Christi, North Beach, and I could see Ingleside on the bay at 10 miles away. So that's the kind of observation that you're going to want to do. At least 6 to 8 miles, preferably over 10 miles. So there should have been 66.6 feet of curvature, assuming 1 foot waves. The water was up to my armpit. I was standing in the ocean, and I could see this Ingleside on the bay. I shouldn't even know that it's there because I wasn't looking for it. I was looking to see what is the farthest thing that I could see. And then when I found it, I got the heading, went inside, pulled up to Google Maps, and saw that it was 10 miles away. And I was like, okay, what's over there? What am I looking at? And I do the street view, and it wasn't skyscrapers that are like 7 or 8 stories, which is what I should have saw if the Earth was a globe and I could see something. What I actually saw was beach houses with a dock in their backyard where the fence would be if they were in a normal backyard. And, it's pretty much the question that I'm left with after that experience. And, don't believe me for what I'm saying. Go check it out for yourself. But the question I'm left with is if I could see that, my primary firsthand knowledge, what secondhand knowledge has convinced me to disregard my firsthand primary knowledge? And it would just have to be the arguments that these globe earthers make. They come up with excuses about refraction. They don't want to talk about the crisis in cosmology. They don't want to talk about the other problems with their model. Basically, what it boils down to is you just have to trust them. And I think that's, it's a belief system, it's a worldview, but it's no longer my worldview. I lost that belief. I don't have that belief anymore. Because what we all witness with our senses is a flat, stationary topographical plane. You've never experienced anything else except on TV and magazines where you believe that people went so far away from the Earth they could see half of it and report it back to you that it's a sphere. You can't do that. You can't go halfway to the moon. We can't go. You and I, we're not going halfway to the moon. So your only other option is to just have a great deal of faith, which, America, F yeah, you can believe whatever you want, freedom of religion, but it's a belief. It's not something that's been scientifically confirmed. It's not something that you can verify as far as, the Earth being curvature. And the reason I say you can't verify it is because they've made the model unfalsifiable. According to Karl Popper, a great philosopher of science, if it's not falsifiable, your claim, then it's not good science. So the reason that I say it's unfalsifiable, because when people see too far, whether it's a globe earther who believes the Earth is a globe, takes the picture, wins the World Book of Guinness World Records, but the flat earthers have gone, wait a minute, we can see way too far. Well, they've got a pre-planned excuse, and that excuse is refraction. And if refraction bends the light down around the curve, like they say, then every observation that we make where we can see too far, they're going to say, well, refraction, and it makes it unfalsifiable. So if your globe is unfalsifiable and you still want to believe it, go ahead. Just know that it's worse than scientifically proven. It's worse than, oh, well, we can't prove it. There's absolutely no way that you could prove it because the anti-flat earthers are going to say refraction. And because light bends through or changes angles through different medium, therefore everything a globe earther says about light has to automatically be true. Well, I'm not buying it. So I'm a non-believer.
I like that.
Yeah, so I'm going to end with this. Go to the ocean, large body of water at rest, make some observations and some calculations. And you're going to find out why the anti-flat earthers are screaming refraction at the top of their lungs.
Thank you for that take, man.
The Globers also have a serious problem with the refraction in that they use refraction to try to explain away when observation doesn't match their models. And so it's always ad hoc. It must be refracting this much because it looks this flat, or we see way too far. However, that has consequences. So if you need more refraction to see further and less refraction to see less far, then you can quantify that. We have different wavelengths, they refract at different rates, and so we can look in infrared, we can look in visible light, and we can see differences, and we can check the conditions of the day. We can see, are the conditions conducive for refraction, or are they not? Is it clear, or is it not? And we find out that when you actually dig into this, when there's less refraction, we see further. When we're looking through wavelengths that have less refraction, we see further. That's the opposite of what the globe requires. And the globe requires the light to be bending around the ball to make it appear flat. However, that would create massive problems in how we view things, because if the light is refracting for so long, it would create separations of the wavelengths. You would have rainbow-colored everything at a distance. The world would be gay.
And the reason for that is, correct me if I'm wrong, Grace, is because the different frequency of light, it refracts at different rates. So red and green are going to refract at two totally different rates. So if you're looking at, say, like a mountain range in the distance, it's going to look like the old 3D glasses from the 70s and 80s. A little bit, a little bit gay.
You'd start seeing all the different colors start to separate, and it'd be more pronounced the more the refraction is. But under the optical framework that I'm building, basically the more refraction is, the more ray loss there is, and so the more you lose the bottom of things.
And if they don't know what you're talking about, you could post a Skunk Bay time lapse where everyone can witness this time lapse across the bay, where the bottom of the buildings on the other side of the bay, they start to disappear from the bottom up. Well, the funny thing about that is that the Earth isn't shrinking and expanding, so it can't be the geometric horizon. In other words, the Earth curved caused the horizon doing this. It has to be purely optical. But the problem with this, calling it refraction, it would be incorrect. It's more like atmospheric turbulence. And if you think how allegedly light allegedly travels on space-time, right? What if space-time isn't bent? What if it's more like, the atmosphere is turbulent? So if you look at a girl standing on the island, 10 miles away, it might look like she's doing the hula dance. But if you call her up and say, hey, what are you doing? And she's live streaming, she's not dancing at all, but the light makes it look like she's dancing because it's traveling through all the particles of the atmosphere. And it's not really doing like a bending down at 8 inches per mile squared. Like the Globers say, it's more like it's wobbling a little bit. The light is just kind of deviating off course slightly in multiple directions, sometimes a little to the left and the right, sometimes up and down, sometimes all four. But this whole thing about refraction is just an excuse. You cannot verify the path of light. Like the Globers are basically saying this is what the path of light is. You can't verify that over 10 miles. Even if you could map it out with a computer, how would you verify the computer model of the light compared to reality?
Yeah, they draw curved lines based on the assumption that the density gradient is more optically dense near the ground, which is not always the case, because the temperature, for instance, hot air is less optically dense than cold air, and hot air is closer to the ground than above. So you have a temperature gradient, hot at the bottom, cold at the top. That inversely affects optical density of the medium. And then you have humidity, and the humidity gradient going up, and humidity is less optically dense than normal dry air. And so you have those two things acting against the pressure, creating more optical density, and that equalizes and means, like, when the Earth is flat, what you have is straight line propagation generally. That's why things look and appear to be generally where they appear to be. However, when you're talking really far distances, you have compounding effects because it's never perfectly straight because there's always some turbulence, some differences between as you're looking into different pressure systems, you're looking into different humidity gradients, and they're not always completely vertical. They're also horizontally angled because of these different systems moving. And so you have all these different systems playing into each other, and they don't account for this in the globe at all. All they do is just expand the radius of the globe to make it flatter to explain observations.
Sounds like somebody's doing their dishes. Practice, please. Continue.
Bro, that's so funny because it wasn't me. I was on mute, but I was hardcore doing my dishes.
Did you look? Trace, did you have anything else to say? I
No.
think Trace was done. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this whole thing about refraction, look, I wear glasses every day. These lenses were designed to focus light. But usually what happens with light, well, the inverse square law says that it automatically spreads out. Then there's, scattering. So, light is usually unfocused unless you have a laser or a pair of glasses or a telescope. So, basically what I'm trying to say is that, this whole idea of ray tracing, like with computers and whatnot, it's not how light actually works. This whole idea of knowing the path of light, it's just an assumption, and at best, in my opinion, it's a shady inference. They're inferring that this is what light is doing, bending down to a denser medium. But I ride a motorcycle, so I know something that most people who don't ride motorcycles don't know. And that's when you're going down the highway or the interstate. If the temperature is 75 degrees, that's comfortable going 75 miles an hour. Very comfortable. But you come across these pockets, and it's not necessarily by a lake or by a house, just randomly. It's not necessarily by a shade tree. There's pockets of hot and cold as you're going down the road. So if it's 75, 70 is pretty uncomfortable going 75 miles an hour. So when you're shivering a little bit, you're starting to, it's kind of getting painful. You know that it's not 75 in that exact spot. You just pass through. But then it gets warm again. And just like I kind of shrink a little bit and lessen my volume, when I go through these shaded areas, well, the light is also going to react, not the same way, but it's also going to react as it goes through these hot and cold areas. And it's not going to travel the same way. And that's why we say atmospheric turbulence is a much better model, because it explains how light mostly goes straight unless it comes across the boundary of two media like air and glass, or air and water, or glass and water, like a fish tank, and air. So these sort of things is where you see the extreme refraction. And during the Skunk Bay time lapse, instead of having all these different materials and boundaries therein, and the specific angle needed to hit the boundary with the light to make a change in the direction of the travel of light, well, with the Skunk Bay, it's an extremely sped up reel of footage, is what we would say back in the 80s. So they sped this up to a time lapse, and that's why you can see, what people are mistakenly calling refraction clear as day, but it's doing the opposite of what Globers say that it does. They say it makes you see further. In other words, what Globers are actually saying is that when the light bends down around the curvature of the Earth, not only can they see stuff that's hidden behind the Earth, but they can see the other side of the Earth caused hill. They can see the other side of the hill, which is an outrageous claim to think that you would be able to see the other side of the hill. But that's literally what they're claiming, because they say the real horizon is somewhere in the front, but you can't see it because of refraction. That's what they're saying. So ipso
Yeah.
facto, you could see the other side of the hill if you're a glober.
Yeah, when it actually what's happening, and you can see it really clearly in this GIF, for instance, is the image is stretching mostly up and down because most of these gradients are horizontally laying across the Earth, and so they go up vertically. And so most of the changes are in that dimension. However, there are some changes in the other dimensions because of turbulence and different conditions between the observer and what she's looking at. However, you're not seeing behind the houses, you're not seeing the angle to the houses change. You're not seeing all the house appear to tilt in your view because the ray or the light from the house is getting curved. So you're seeing the ray coming off the top of the house or from behind the house. That's what the Globers claim. What you're actually seeing is the light as it comes to you either gets diverted slightly upwards or slightly downwards. And when it gets diverted slightly downwards, it gets compressed. And when it gets compressed beyond the optical limit of the device looking at it, it becomes too small to discern and becomes invisible, like the whole house disappears. But then the conditions change and the light is no longer being compressed down into that angular limit. It's being compressed upwards, and so the image stretches upwards and the house appears to stretch upwards. It's just slight deviations. Light is not, or air is not very refractive to begin with. So slight changes in temperature is very slight differences in angle. They're not allowing them to see the Earth as flat. If it were a ball, that would require massive amounts of bending. And once you've bent the light that much, all the different wavelengths start to separate and you start seeing effects from it. But we see no effects of their claims. We just see slight deviations in the light.
So when you talk about the angle, just a clarification question. So if I were to say, hey, what's the angle between the top of the building and the sky? Well, the sky is the limit. So that's going to be an obtuse angle, right? But if I were to ask, what's the angle between the bottom of that building 10 miles away and the ground? Well, that's a very acute angle. Is that what you're talking about, by the limitation of the angle?
Yeah. When you're looking at things at a distance, you're looking at everything at a really acute angle. Everything's already under perspective collapse, or you can see this when you're looking down a hallway. You see the walls appear to close in, the ceiling and the floor appears to come together. They're all going to meet at that point in your vision, the vanishing point. That's perspective collapsing in on itself. And so when you look across the Earth, you're looking into this perspective collapse of the ground appearing to rise up, the sky appearing to fall down. And at that boundary, at the horizon, you're at the limit of what your eyes can perceive. Once it goes too small beyond the 0 point, it's just invisible to you. It's just like when you look at your hand, you don't see the cells in your hand or the different microorganisms because they're just too small to discern. They're beyond your optical limit to discern.
Dang, I was just talking and muted the whole time. I'll say it again. The Rayleigh criterion basically says that you can't resolve things at certain distances. If you got two bricks stacked on top of each other at 10 feet away, you can resolve it with the naked eye that there's two independent bricks. But if you make them a mile away, you're not going to be able to resolve two individual bricks. It's going to look like one brick. But if you pull out a really powerful telescope, you might be able to increase the aperture enough to where you can resolve the two bricks. But eventually, there's going to be limits to how much you can pull out of your pocket, whether it's a telescope or whatever. And at 10 miles, you're not going to be able to resolve both bricks. You'd be lucky to see the two bricks, let alone
Yeah,
you know.
there's other limitations as well, because you got to think about the light from the brick is of a certain strength, and so it scatters and diffuses in the air. So if you're too far away and the light has fully scattered before it reaches the sensor or the optic, then of course you're not going to see anything. If the light from the object for some reason got bent down, like the Glober's claim happens, which sometimes does happen in the air, then those rays will be lost. So either the bottom of the object cannot be recovered, or the whole object cannot be recovered because those rays are no longer reaching the optic. So there's many different reasons why things appear to disappear in the distance, but curvature is not one of them.
Yeah, it's a point to where they've said, well, the reason the black swan looks like this, in other words, looks like it's flat, is because of refraction. They've pretty much abandoned the geometric Earth curve caused horizon altogether. They've abandoned it outright because if it's refraction that's making the world look the way that it does, then it's not obstruction due to Earth curve. And if you're going to claim, well, it's refraction here when it looks flat, but while it looks like it's a curved Earth, we're going to say there's little to no refraction. Well, that's called cherry picking. Texas
They also need,
sharpshooter fallacy.
yeah, they would need to prove that claim. Like it's very easy to show as well. Like infrared refracts less than visible light. That's how like those wavelengths differ. And so we can look in infrared cameras, and lo and behold, we see much further in infrared cameras than we do in visible light cameras. And so that's the opposite of what they require. The light's supposed to be bending around the globe to make it appear flat, and that's why we see further. But if we see further with the infrared, and the horizon appears even further away, then that's the opposite of what they require. However, if it refracts less, and you have less ray loss at the bottom of the bottom rays, then you would see further with infrared. So it just confirms our position.
Yeah, so at this point, once they've made an unfalsifiable claim, instead of arguing about it for the next 5 years, like we just did the past 5 years, basically it boils down to Newton's razor. If something cannot be settled by experiment, then it's not worth arguing about. And I kind of think that's why I haven't been here very much lately. just to be honest.
I get you. That's why, like, I wrote a 120-page optical framework covering all aspects of refraction and refractive effects. I'm in the process of rewriting it right now because I have a couple of extra chapters that I want to put into it, and it had a little bit of bloat because it was written in parts, and so it had some repetition that I want to kind of condense. But in essence, I have parts there that are all about falsification, how to falsify my framework, because the goal is to get people out there and test this. And I'm not going to publish my framework until I finish doing my own tests with it, because I need to buy my own infrared cameras. I've looked through a ton of data to write the framework, but I want to have my own data with it before I publish it.
Well, that definitely sounds very cool. Interesting. I would love to see it when you're done with it, and not before. But the whole idea of the Glovers, what they do is they say refraction as if it's some sort of win in the argument, when really it's a concession that they don't have a geometric horizon. But that's not how they act when they say refraction. What they like to do is do a victory dance at the 50-yard line. And I think it's most embarrassing. I feel really embarrassed for them when they have to let out the narrative of the debate in the middle of the debate. It's like, well, why don't you narrate at the end, bro? We're in the middle of debate right now, and you're talking about how much you're winning right now. And it's like, isn't that for the audience to decide? Like, are you losing so bad that you have to hijack their inner dialogue and narrative that they have going on in their own mind because you feel so insecure about, getting dunked on by a flat earther? And it's really interesting the peacocking that they do. I feel bad for them. Like, it's really quite embarrassing. Please continue.
I mean, I get you. Like, you could take the black swan, for instance. The difference in how far away the horizon should be, if you account for terrestrial refraction, is like 0.1 miles. So, like, that's not going to give you the 10 miles you need to make up the distance towards the horizon. So they need to go into some super duper imaginary, like, doesn't exist, the conditions have never existed, refraction. But that's what they have to do, so they do that.
Well, they have to do a lot of things to maintain this dysfunctional narrative. One of the things they have to do is speak out of both sides of the mouth. So you're going to catch a lot of double thinking and a lot of double speaking in these debates if you really pay attention. One of the most important things that they've said is, you have to deny all of science in order to believe that the Earth is not a globe. And 5 years later, well, science doesn't prove anything. And all these double speaking things that they say, it's kind of like ignorance is strength, right? War is peace. When we bombed Iran, those were peace bombs. We weren't technically at war because Congress didn't authorize it. This sort of double speaking you're going to find in their arguments all the time.
Yeah, well, everything about the globe is just filled with fallacies. I have not found a single argument for the globe that is not fallacious in nature. So that's just it. That if you just learn anything from flat Earth, learn logic, and there will be so much harder to manipulate you throughout your entire life. It doesn't matter what the subject is. Like, flat Earth can benefit you your whole life without you ever telling anyone you're a flat earther.
Yeah, the logic alone is priceless because it's a lot harder to manipulate someone if they know how the trick works. And anybody who knows about these logical fallacies, your appeal to emotion isn't going to make me agree with you just because you're making me feel like a Hollywood movie where my emotions are going up and down. That argument isn't going to work on someone who knows their fallacies. So I completely agree with you. The fallacy thing You study that, magic trick doesn't work anymore. And for the rest of your life, you're going to benefit from clear and logical thinking, and you'll be able to spot illogical arguments that need to be reformulated completely because they're illogical. So this whole logical fallacies 101, there's one on YouTube that's Star Trek based with Dr. Spock. These are definitely must know because, like he said, there's always some sort of logical fallacy baked into their argument. And these people that are making these arguments, a lot of them are anti-conspiracy theorists, communist type. They don't like the idea of freedom of speech and freedom of religion and freedom of the press, these sorts of things, from my opinion. And yes, I'm stereotyping. A lot of them are like this, though. The statist worldview is what I would say, and I think it's because of their worldview on the earth. But that's neither here nor there. But the point about these people and their arguments, they're not what you would call conspiracy theorists. They're the coincidence theorists, right? So these coincidence theorists, well, they see that, oh, well, the sun circles the earth in the northern and the southern hemisphere. Therefore, the earth must be a globe. These people like to conflate causation with correlation. And just because these two things coincide.
The sun circles the earth?
Excuse me?
You said the sun circles the earth? I think you meant the other way around.
Have you ever seen the earth move around the sun?
You think that? I'm sorry, I just don't understand. Do you think that the sun moves around the earth, or do you think that the earth moves around the sun, or do you think they're both at a standstill?
No,
Which do you observe?
When you look up, what do you observe? You moving or the sun moving across the sky?
Well, of course, the sun moves across the sky.
Right. So the sun makes a circuit around the earth, over the earth, once every 24 hours, right?
You think the sun makes a circle around the earth?
Yeah. Don't you?
So are you a geocentrist?
Yes, but not only am I a geocentrist, we observe the sun moving around the earth. Are you a Newtonian? You don't believe in Einstein?
Just to be very clear on words.
What does Einstein or Newton have to do with it? Have you read the Principia Mathematica?
So I'll answer your question. What does it have to do with it? Well, under Newton, all motion is absolute. Under Einstein, it's relative motion. You heard of general theory of relativity?
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I didn't even bring that up. But I was just asking if you
I know that you're not talking about that. See, this is definitely one of the anti-flat earthers. See, you're not talking about it, and I agree with you, right? Actually, the words came out of my mouth, so I was talking about it. Do you agree?
Yeah, I was just asking if you've read the Principia.
No, I haven't read the Principia, but you asked the question, I just answered.
Okay.
The answer is all motion is relative under... What? Why are you talking? What?
Sounds like you don't really know what you're talking about, to be honest. You're just some random person on...
So are you. We're all random people on the internet at this moment, dude.
So, you want to talk about gravity, do you? You said that I don't know what I'm talking about. Can you explain it to me? Maybe you're right. I don't know what I'm talking about. Will you explain it to me so that I can understand?
Well, I know you don't know.
It's just psychological projection. He proved that he doesn't know what he's talking about by saying that you don't know what you're talking about because you were perfectly describing Einstein.
Yeah, but then I reversed it onto him and said, hey, maybe you're right. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Prove to everybody in the room that you know what you're talking about. And he started talking about me rather than talking about the subject that he has knowledge on. So now the burden is on you. I've already admitted maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. So why don't you explain Newtonian gravity to me, since you obviously know what you're talking about? Go ahead.
I don't think you would understand.
Oh my God, this isn't going to go anywhere fast, is it?
I'm just curious. Why are we talking about me again? We're supposed to be talking about ideas. Don't act like a little bitch, because we know that women are more interested in people and men are interested in ideas. So can you act like a man and explain Newton's idea to me so that I may understand it, whether I comprehend it or not? Are you capable of doing so? Sir, hello, can you hear me? It is I, he who cannot understand. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Come on, Mark.
wasn't
You
talking
can do
to
it.
you.
Can you explain it to me so that I may understand? The Principia, have you read it?
I have read it, yeah, in Latin.
Okay, can you explain it to me so that I may understand? I'm going to go on mute now.
Answer is no.
So you are projecting because you obviously can't explain it. You got exposed. Sorry about that. Didn't want to expose you in front of everybody, but when you interrupt two grown men talking, you better be ready to answer like a man.
Yeah, that's so true, dude. You're right.
So the sun's in motion above the earth. We can see this motion of the sun. Now that you've got a choice, I guess we could be witnessing this phenomena because the sun is stationary and we're in motion, if you've got the idea that the earth is a sphere making all of these phenomena take place. But observably, the sun is above the earth.
Yeah. What is the sun?
Pardon?
What was your question, Mumbles? What is the sun?
I got a level 1 anti-flat earther in here trying to do like 10 boss fights at once. I feel sorry for you, bro. They should have kept you in the think tank a little bit longer. You're not done cooking yet.
What's up, Matrix?
Oh, not a lot, mate. Sounds like expectations at the moment.
Yeah.
Every single time this clown's come in here, have you read the Principia? It's like, why would we care? Like, seriously, kid? And then he's just shot himself down by showing that he hasn't done it either. By one of the nicest flat earthers going. This is great.
Yeah, right.
What do you reckon, Jedi? Does this eat away at their soul, just the constant lying and bullshitting that they do? I reckon it does. It'd have to.
Oof. That's a deep metaphysical question, dude. I think that just comes.
So what if?
What
if Earth was a curved plane? So I can grant that it's flat, but it's actually a curved plane. A curved flat plane.
Yeah. Curved plane, is that like a married bachelor or a woman who's kind of pregnant? Tell me about this curved plane.
So that is the thing. I can grant the Earth is flat, but the flat plane is curved. Like it's not a sphere, but it's like it's not a full sphere. It is a plane that is like semi-spheric.
No. So you can't say that the Earth is flat and then contradict yourself and say it's curved.
So what is flat? It's still flat plane that is a bit curved.
So what you're doing is called the middle of the road fallacy. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. It's like a straight line that's a bit curved. Well, if it's a bit curved, it's no longer a straight line.
Well, it's not a straight line anyway.
To be a straight line to be flat then.
Well, a flat. Now that can be a vertical line, a diagonal line, or a horizontal line.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be a straight line.
Okay, so that's how you define flat. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, the shortest point between. Sorry, the shortest line between 2
It doesn't
points.
have to be a sphere, like a three-dimensional orb or a ball.
In this
it could be
instance,
like.
in this instance, you could be describing an arc to me.
Yeah, exactly. It's like an arc, but
that's not flat.
A plane that is an arc. Yeah, but the plane itself, like the space, room, time. What's it called? Space-time. Space-time is
We're bending
curved,
and
but still
warping
a flat
space-time for some
space-time.
reason. Sorry,
Yeah,
why
like
you
the entire
reifying
the room, like
why?
Yeah,
Why?
the curved
Why?
space-time, but it's not. It
Why?
is flat, but not a globe. It's not a globe at all.
Okay. I mean, I guess you can say something like that for shits and giggles, but we're trying to have decent conversations here, and now you're bringing up mathematical concepts and reifying that geometry into physicality.
Of course, I will bring up mathematical concepts because this is a very serious topic. I'm not laughing or trolling.
Hello. Einstein, space-time. That's a mathematical concept. That's a very specific type of geometry.
Which system
where
do you want to
straight lines? I would like, dude, stop talking.
Yeah.
I'm trying to point out to you that you're reifying a very specific reifying. You understand what reifying is, right?
Which system do you want to argue in?
In this instance, you're reifying geometry, not Newtonian. This is Einstein.
Yeah,
look, I'll engage with you, but if you can follow along with your own conversation, sir.
Go on.
No, fuck off. Go speak to someone else.
Which system do you want to define flat Earth in? Albert Einstein's model? Go on. That's the model I'm arguing from. Space-time.
Yeah, that's a mathematical concept. It's not physical reality.
Yeah,
so I'm asking you why you're fucking reifying. See, every time I start talking, you start wanking for everything I say. I'm not going to engage with you. That's the second time I've tried.
Well, maybe you should try listening.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I will listen. I give you 5 minutes.
No, the other guy. These guys yap all the time.
Why are you going to listen if someone is speaking through you and interrupting you? If we actually wanted to hear what you said and you wanted to be heard, why are you interrupting?
Wow, so many people in voice chat.
You have verbal diarrhea, sir. Can you not control yourself?
I can't understand you. It sounds like you're in a tunnel.
Crazy.
I made my claims. I asked questions. I didn't get answers. Because I can grant that it's not a globe.
Straight lines can't be curved.
It's still a arc plane. So therefore, Earth could be flat, but it's an arc plane.
Sorry, straight lines can't be arced.
Okay, yeah, that's the thing. You define flat Earth as a straight line, so it has nothing to do with being a folded globe, right?
At this instance, I'm just trying to get through to you that a straight line isn't a curved line. Now we can have a straight, horizontal, flat surface. Stop talking.
Can you mathematically define a straight line for me?
Third time, I should have fucking realised that after the second time, shouldn't I? That the third time wasn't going to be the charm.
Can you mathematically make an axiom for me what a straight line is? Any model you want.
Shortest distance.
Is there anything in nature?
No, I wasn't going to engage. What am I doing? Try to again. Was just about to give him my answer. I think I've already answered it, but he's asking the question again like I haven't answered. What a cunt!
You tell me what a straight line is to you.
Sorry, a straight line's curved lines.
No, a straight line can't be curved.
Thank you. So when you said that you grant that the Earth can be, hold on, Shut up. So when you said that you grant that the Earth can be flat, then it can't be curved then.
You said
Have you
it
seen
cannot
a
be.
picture of the
What
Earth?
is a straight line? Who
Sorry,
talked?
we're going to follow your logical train of thought to reach a fucking conclusion. At the moment, we're both fucking adults. We know what a straight line is, and we know what a curved line is. Consequently, we understand that one cannot be the other. So even though that you grant us that the Earth can be flat, you can't say that it's also curved at the same time.
Earth is not flat though if it's an arced plane. So you claim that Earth is either straight line. That's when a straight line it is
horizontal.
Flat, right?
Yeah, for all the children in the room, it's horizontal.
Horizontal vertical. You already
Perpendicular
granted
to
me, but it doesn't matter
vertical.
which dimension it is.
Hold on, wanker. All right, I'm trying to
British?
engage with you, but it's not going to work very well if I have to get out the mute button and start treating you like a 5-year-old child. We both understand, because I'm treating you reasonably like an adult, what a fucking straight line is and what a curved line is.
I'm 5 years old.
You said, before you interrupt me again, that you will grant us that the Earth is flat. Sorry.
Okay, Jedi, I have a question for you.
Oh, okay, and what is it?
So, are you thinking that the Earth is round or that the Earth is flat?
No, the Earth is measured to be flat. That's horizontal upon the surface.
Okay. So, do you know what the ISS is?
It's said to be a satellite manned by people in orbit around the Earth, which is a ball.
So it's more of a space station. It's called the International Space Station, not a satellite. What it does is that scientists.
Oh my God, I'm 50 years old, dude. I know what the International Space Station is.
Okay.
What's the point of you bringing up the International Space Station?
Have you seen pictures from outside the ISS?
Yes.
And if you use your eyes, you can see that the Earth curves.
Yes. In those images from the International Space Station, the images show the Earth to be curved. Yes.
So then why are you saying that the Earth is flat?
Because when I try to verify that the Earth is curved by measuring the surface of the Earth, I don't measure the surface of the Earth to be curved. So those pictures are invalidated by the empirical measurements of the surface of the Earth, my friend.
Okay, people have also taken literal pictures of the Earth.
More pictures of the Earth being curved, which would mean consequentially that you and I should measure the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
Cool. We don't. When we use surveying tools like lasers and shit, we measure the surface of the Earth, water, over any and all distances that we can measure it to be horizontal.
Okay. So, with the Earth, if you had lines going straight up from like the South Pole to the North Pole, it would not be a straight line, right? They curve.
Sorry, if you have two poles on the floor, right, north and south, there's going to be a straight line between them.
Yes.
Yes.
So, again, why are you saying that the Earth is flat if there's obviously
because
a curve at the top
water measures to be horizontal on the surface? And if you have two poles on the floor and the floor is flat, there's only got one straight line between them. Still don't understand why you brought that fucking up. You should have been concentrating on the surface of the Earth, which is primarily water, and that water being measured to be horizontal on the surface. Horizontal isn't curved, by the way. You need the water to be curved if the Earth is a sphere planet. It doesn't measure to be that way. You should concentrate on that.
Okay, so have you heard of gravity before? I'm sure you have.
Yeah.
So with gravity,
I'm going to drop something in a minute.
So gravity pushes in on the Earth's core. It does not.
Okay, which would mean that the surface of the Earth would be curved then, wouldn't it?
So can I speak?
Excuse
pretty
me.
much,
that would mean that the surface of the Earth would be then, wouldn't it?
No,
Gravity pulls everything to the center.
The Earth
The center of the sphere, being as a circle or a sphere, is equidistant from that radius. Everything being pulled down to the center of that radius because gravity, right? That means that we should measure the curvature of the Earth over the distance of the Earth. We don't measure that. What are you not getting? I told you should concentrate on this. Started talking about other things.
Have you seen any pictures of Earth from space? Just
Earth from space. Okay, so those pictures from space of Earth show the Earth to be a sphere, meaning you and I should measure the curvature rate of the surface of the Earth over distance. We don't. Notice I'm including you in this. Right? We don't measure the curvature of the Earth over distance. Doesn't matter if your pictures come from the International Space Station or very far away from space. Are you not getting this?
No, I get you. I get you.
Good. So it all comes down to the curvature of the Earth. Well, there isn't any, so it doesn't matter what the pictures show, does it?
Sure.
It doesn't matter why things go down, because in your claim, then the surface would curve, but it doesn't, because if it did, we'd measure that, wouldn't we? Yeah, that's just things going down, which is perpendicular to horizontal. But I pointed out that according to you, that would make the surface curve, which we would measure consequentially, which we don't.
Then go measure.
Tried to with surveying tools, lasers, right?
I mean,
those types of things. Theodolites, things that we use to survey the land because we build and navigate upon it. Right, so yes, when we use these tools to survey the land, we don't measure any curvature of the land or water.
Okay,
so yes, we've done this. No, there's no curvature.
One thing that also goes, have you, I assume you've been on an airplane before.
Yes, you do not see the curvature of the Earth from an airplane. That's being one part of the horizon higher than the rest. Have you thought about what would happen when you turn around to the horizon?
Dang, can I finish? Okay, so if you look at like the flight plan.
Why else would you get in an aeroplane, dude?
If you look at like the flight plan of the Earth, it doesn't just go straight; it curves because it follows the curvature of the Earth.
Which direction did you go? Which direction did you go?
What do you mean?
You're in an aeroplane and you're going in a direction.
Let's say you get
and you're saying that we're not going straight, even though aircrafts fly in straight paths until they reach bearing points, then change. Then they change their direction. Are you trying to ask me how the fuck do we go around in circles?
Okay, let's say you go from a flight from fucking London to New York, and you're crossing the Atlantic Ocean. As someone who knows a lot about flying, you're not always constantly going straight. You're always following the curvature of the Earth.
No. As someone who's taken a lot of flights, I've noticed that we don't continually bank. What we do is we fly perfectly straight until we reach a bearing coordinate. When the aircraft reaches that bearing coordinate, it then banks to change direction and then continues on its straight path until it reaches another bearing coordinate.
So if you're
someone who spent a long time flying, excuse me, before we continue this conversation, are you going to lie to me, sir? Wait, arsehole, you going to lie to me?
Okay, again,
someone who's done a lot of flying.
Someone who's done a lot of flying.
Sorry, do we continually bank in aircrafts when we continually fly, young man? Is that what's happening now, is it?
Yes, you're going straight, but it's not.
Yeah, exactly. So you're going in straight paths. So that's a concession that we are actually going in straight paths until we reach a coordinate and then we change our bearing. That's a concession, right?
So you, who is someone
that's
you said
a concession, right? So I can take you in good faith for the rest of the conversation. Please stop talking so I know your understanding of my requirement from you.
You would use, if someone who's flown, you would use the curvature of the Earth while flying in flight training, correct?
How would you use the curvature of the Earth in flight training?
Gain, because if you just go straight, you're going to end up gaining altitude.
No. Don't explain to me the problem. Show to me in flight training, and in actual fact, after you've done the training, a qualified pilot takes account for the curvature of the Earth so they don't gain altitude when they fly straight. Show me that.
Well, I'm not in flight
Because
training,
you're
so I
onto
can't.
something, Sunshine. You'd be correct. If an aircraft didn't change its orientation, that would be dip its nose down to follow the curvature of the Earth, then it would fucking gain altitude. You're correct. What you weren't correct about was they get trained to do this. Now, you said that they did. I know that they don't, but being as you said that they did, you go get that for me.
Yeah, man, you really own that 12-year-old.
I'll fucking own you as well in a minute.
Bro, you're 50 years old in a Discord job, in a Discord call. Get a job.
Now it's just personal assaults at me, being as you're basically lying. And also sticking up for somebody else who lied. Awesome.
Okay, sure.
Maybe 12-year-olds shouldn't act like they know more than they do.
Maybe they shouldn't be on Discord. It's against terms of service.
I'm not even 12, bro.
Right. Okay.
Don't lie, then.
Gang, I'm not 12, bro.
Doesn't matter. Don't lie. I mean, let's put it like this. Let's hold your feet to the fire. You said that pilots get trained to take account for the curvature of the Earth, otherwise they gain altitude. You said that. Okay, so I'm going to presume that you gain that piece of knowledge from somewhere. Go get that piece of knowledge for me and share it with us.
Okay, I've known someone who was in the Air Force, and I've also said that if they just went in a straight line, yes, they would gain altitude. That's what I was saying.
So, anecdotal evidence from somebody in India. Right. I mean, you've flown a lot, dude. Right. This isn't really your claim. Now I'm going to stand back. I'm going to ease off a little bit, and as a gesture of goodwill, think before you fucking speak and make claims. Because if you're going to say something like that, I and other people are going to jump all over you and ask you to demonstrate what you claim as knowledge is true first-hand knowledge, not second, third-hand anecdotal evidence about something that someone said. The reason why I want to reach out with this olive branch is because you're correct, right? If the surface of the Earth was curved and you were in an aircraft, you would have to continually dip the nose down to navigate that curvature to maintain a parallel altitude with that surface before you started flying off into outer space. Consequently, upon our investigation over the last 11 years or so, we found out that no one gets trained to do this. In actual fact, no pilot actually dips the nose downwards, no matter the speed that they're going, however fast that would be, because of the curvature of the Earth. An aircraft flies horizontal, slightly nose up from horizontal to maintain lift at speed, parallel at altitude to the surface of the Earth below. So for all intents and purposes, the aircraft flies horizontally flat, parallel to the flat horizontal surface below.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you just said.
Do you know what horizontal is? Do you know what horizontal is? Okay, so you do know what I just said because you brought up having to negotiate curvature whilst being tangential, which would be horizontal, a straight line, tangential to a curve. You brought that up. So you
Well, I guess I can only go to this one spot because that's the only spot where I can hook up.
You think
obviously
satellite
via
internet
Ethernet.
comes from? You think you stand on the deck of a cruise ship and you pick up the satellite from the sky? Is that how you think internet happens?
No, of course not. The ship itself has a single antenna, a modem, from which it receives the satellite internet, and then they distribute it.
And guess what? It doesn't work. How come?
What do you mean it doesn't work?
It doesn't work. How come it doesn't work? I had the full package. I wasn't able to really use it. Maybe a couple little blips here and there. Email might go through one time here and there.
I don't know. There's a million reasons why that could be the case. Your network could be overused. It could be congested. It could be bad weather. It could be that something was wrong on the other side of the connection.
Beautiful time. It was clear skies.
You know what?
The whole time.
Then there's no other explanation then.
Oh, it's because the Earth is flat.
Okay. Wait, so you're saying satellite internet isn't real because the Earth is flat?
No. Yeah, it's not real. They don't do that. All internet is run through cable.
Okay. I mean, eventually, yes, it's true, but
no, that's how it works.
Wait, how do you think your phone connects to the internet?
My phone right now. Let's see. My phone is connected to the tower.
Does your phone not work when it's unplugged?
My phone is connected to the tower outside.
Okay,
and my
how is your
router
and how is your phone? How is your phone connected to the tower? Is it connected to the tower through a wire?
So you think that broadcasts to a satellite?
No. Answer my question. Do you think? No. You said all internet goes through a wire. Okay, that's what you said.
Over 90% of data goes through undersea cables.
I said 99.9999%. So yeah. So this what I'm holding is that other percent that's not
all of it. I would say 100% of it goes through
you
wires.
Can't say all of it.
Yes, it does. All of it.
No. Yes. All of it does not go wireless.
All of it goes through wires. Give me one example of the internet.
Everything goes through wires. Yeah, 99.9% goes through wires.
100% of it goes through wires.
How can it?
Because it'd be physically impossible for it not to do that. Ultimately, at the end of every RF equipment, they're ultimately connected through wires.
Yeah, but when you're holding a device, that's not wired usually.
Right, but that's not all of the internet, is it? The internet connection always has a wire component.
1%.
0.01%.
Yeah, that's that other percent that's not wired. I was talking about.
All of it ultimately goes through some wires. All of it.
Yeah, I know. That's why you don't need those things in the sky.
Of the hop are not going through wires.
Doesn't it not go through the wires, though?
Sky, dude. What do you need the things in the sky for if everything is wired? They have cables in the sky?
Tell me then, if I go out of the middle of nowhere where there's no civilization for like hundreds of miles, how am I going to get internet if I don't have satellite internet?
Tower.
You think a tower can communicate to me like hundreds of miles away?
Yeah, there's towers everywhere. Yeah,
the sideband radio. The sideband radio that I used when I was a kid, I could talk to people from Texas all the way out to like Georgia or Arizona. I could hear people communicating from New York to California. So there are frequencies.
It's amazing. All these people come in here that we have internet for 20 years now around the country, and all of a sudden now people just driving that they don't have GPS anymore. They don't have Wi-Fi. Nobody has anything. We have to have these things floating above our house to make sure we get it now. It's just amazing that technology has just fallen apart in the last 20 years, that we have to have that cables don't work anymore and we have to have things floating in the sky.
So explain to me how it is that my antenna is 35,000 kilometers up in the sky and like up in the sky.
It's not.
What do you mean it's not? I can point a satellite dish to it and determine from multiple spots in the country, by the way, that they all come from the same spot in the sky.
That's where you're.
Which by the way traces out lines which triangulate to 35,000 kilometers up in the sky.
Where is the internet spot in the sky?
Where is the internet spot in the sky? I don't understand your question.
Just find the Big Dipper and go straight north till sunrise.
And that's where the internet comes from?
It goes through it, for sure.
All right, I want to do this. So where am I pointing?
Pointing what?
I want to pick up this signal you're talking about, this magic signal, this internet
Oh,
signal.
You really gotta
You
listen.
could do this. There's actually tutorials on YouTube on how to do this. I mean,
I don't
like
need a
half an hour long.
tutorial. Just tell me what I'm looking
You
for.
got this.
Okay. I mean, I don't have the exact coordinates right now, but you could look it up. You need to
When you
tune
get,
a
when you
radio
get, you're
receiver.
the one. Hey, dude, you're the one who said you point satellite dishes at this thing all the time, and every time you do it, it's right there. So write those coordinates down so I can do it.
Buddy, the fact that I can't recite to you exactly what it is that you need to do right now does not mean that it's not true. There
Go look at your satellite
plenty of tutorials that guide you through like how it is that you can point your dish, if you have one, to a satellite and to at what position, and what it is that you need to tune to pick up a signal. There's plenty of like amateur radio people that do this. Like, so like you could do this with like only
And what am
$300.
what am I getting? Free internet?
Well, no, because this is encrypted, right? But you will pick up a signal for sure.
What am I getting? Beep 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 beep.
It would look like an unintelligible but strong signal.
And then that proves what?
I mean, that there's something emitting a signal from there.
Yeah, so that doesn't prove anything then?
I mean, I don't have any faith that you're going to think that it proves anything.
You have faith
there
that
is
it proves
nothing.
something.
There is nothing that I can say or do.
What does it prove to you?
I don't have anything that you will accept as proof. I'll say that.
What
I don't
does
have
it
anything
prove
that
to
you will accept.
you? I don't want you to prove anything to me. What does that prove to you?
The fact that I can pick up a signal from multiple places at that direction. Yes. So that proves to me that via trilateration there is an object up 35,000 kilometers in altitude that is emitting a signal. That's what that proves to me. And you said that's impossible, right?
I didn't say it's impossible. I said there's nothing orbiting around a ball that's doing that. That's for sure.
No. I asked you, right?
Yeah.
Yes, where is the antenna? Is the antenna up 35,000 kilometers up the
yeah, unless it's hanging on a balloon, right?
You think there's a balloon 35,000 kilometers up in the sky?
You think something's 35,000 kilometers away is the funny thing.
Why? Why is it funny?
Because you're just making that number up.
I'm not. That's the number that you get if you set up multiple stations across the country. You find at what angle maximizes the received signal, right? And then you trace out. It's the same thing as like triangulation, except it's called trilateration when you do it in 3D space, where all those lines intercept, and they intercept at low Earth orbit, which is 35,000 kilometers.
So when I do that with...
It doesn't work if it's just like a balloon, right?
Let's do that with Polaris. 3 people triangulate Polaris. What do we get?
The Polaris is so far away, okay, that the perceived the error in the angle that they will be able to detect is basically immeasurable. So you can't do that with like stars.
We actually get 3,112 miles. So you were wrong.
All right, buddy. Wait, is that if you assume that the Earth is flat? Because that would make sense.
No, doing the same thing you did. Same thing you did.
All right,
doing the same thing you did.
No.
Yeah, no. You take angles to your satellite. People take angles to your satellite, and then we say, "Oh, there's an angle to the satellite," and now we know how high it is. I said we got people that take angles to Polaris, and they came up with 3,112 miles.
All right, cool.
Just doing the same thing you did.
Cool.
So what do you think of that?
You don't want to know what I think about that.
Why?
Because you will be...
Do you think it's wrong to do that? You don't think you can do that?
Yes.
I'm just wondering, Charlie.
Go ahead, Tito.
When you don't think that the Earth is a sphere and you triangulate the position of this satellite, what do you get? What distance?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Well, you said, are you assuming the Earth is flat? So obviously you've assumed that it's a ball for triangulation of your distance to this satellite.
No, you don't have to do that. So the reason you don't have to do that, right? No. I've explained this before. Not today, but I've explained this before, but not today. So what you can do is, with all the different base stations that you have, not only can they pick up the signal coming from the satellite, but they can also pick up the radial distance between it and the other base stations. So you build out a map of distances.
I thought you were just taking angles.
Across.
Where they, I thought
No.
you said where the lines intersect, that's that's how you get the distance.
No. So first you establish a baseline of relative to each other where the base stations are, and they carve out a section of a sphere. They just do. It's just empirically true, and you make no assumptions whatsoever about the shape of the Earth when that happens.
How? Right? How does just determining 2 points, the distance between 2 points, carve out a sphere?
Because it's not 2 points, right? It's n points.
What are you talking about, bro?
It's all the base stations, right? There's not just 2. There's hundreds of them.
How do you determine the distance between the base stations?
They all have an independent signal that's broadcast, and it's picked up by all the other base stations.
And they're within line of sight, so they can...
No, they're not line of sight.
So the base stations can pick each other up, but they're not within line of sight. So how do they know how far they are apart from each other?
Well, I actually don't know that. I believe that there is complicated math that accounts for the multi-path signal that you receive at each base station. I would assume part of that. I would assume that you get contributions
Maybe
that
the
bounce
Earth
off
is
the
flat,
atmosphere,
and they do have line of sight.
Here's what I'm guessing. I'm guessing they take the latitude and longitude of the base stations, assume that the Earth is a globe, and calculate the distance that way.
No.
So you're having to go at him for assuming that it's flat during his
I know for a fact they listen to each other.
But you're assuming it's a sphere?
But it might be for timing, for reasons of timing instead, now that I think about it.
But it still doesn't answer my question. If you don't assume that the Earth is a sphere, what distance do you get to your satellite?
I don't know. There is no assumption about the shape of the Earth, right?
Wouldn't that be interesting to find out? Why don't you try it?
There is no assumption about the shape of the Earth. The shape.
Why don't you try it? Why don't you try it?
The shape is irrelevant. The shape of the Earth doesn't come into or.
Excellent. If there's no relevance, then there's no issue with Ali trying it.
I don't know what it would mean to try it assuming the Earth is flat. There's no difference in the procedure.
Just do the maths and see what
There's
it comes
no difference
out
in the maths. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Excellent. So then you should be able to tell us what the distance is without having a meltdown.
This 35,000 kilometers.
You can do it, Charlie. It won't come out the same.
All right. Whatever you say, buddy.
Is that farther than 3,100 miles?
35,000 kilometers?
Yeah.
Yes.
So your satellite's farther than Polaris. That's crazy, dude.
I mean, it's obvious that you think that, right? I don't think that.
No, that's what you get when you measure 45 degrees to Polaris.
Nope.
What do you mean, nope?
Nope.
Matthew.
If you try to do triangulation to Polaris, you get an answer of infinity on the globe.
How come you can do the sun, but I can't do Polaris, Matthew?
Because it's closer.
So yours is okay, but if I use 45 degrees to Polaris, mine's infinity?
No, I'm saying on the globe. If you make an assumption of the globe and try
No,
to
I'm not making an assumption of the globe. I just want to take an angle measurement. There's no assumption. 45 degrees. I get 3,112 miles. How come you're not backing me up? How come you're not backing me up that his satellite is 35,000 kilometers away? It's farther than Polaris.
If the Earth is flat, Polaris is 3,100 miles away.
There you go. If Earth is flat, your satellite is 35,000 kilometers away.
All right, buddy.
Are you mad at me now because that's been done?
Very mad. I'm fuming. I just punched a hole in my wall right now.
You can't explain any of that. How did you come up with 35,000 kilometers? When did you guys start measuring the distance or the height of these things, or distance, whatever you're measuring?
Oh, we got a lot more than that.
Who?
We.
Okay, when did you and your buddy start measuring all these things?
Pretty much as soon as it was launched, years ago. Like all the software and all the hardware was in place before the satellite was put in place. So as soon as it was launched and put in place.
And what do you do with it? What do you do with it?
With what?
The satellite that you're talking about.
I told you it's used for communications, right?
Not 35,000 kilometers. You don't shoot a signal.
Yes, absolutely.
No.
Yes.
Prove it.
Wait, what's wrong?
I'm not interested. There's nothing that I can say to you.
I can't even shoot a signal from an airplane 100 miles.
There is
nothing. Basically, it's just you just increase the power to get it farther.
That's why I was asking what kind of power is he using, because the inverse square law would dictate that he would need a ass load of power.
That's if you broadcast like spherically, right?
All light travels spherically.
All
you think you can concentrate a beam and it's not going to spread out? You think a laser beam isn't going to spread out?
It's like a flashlight.
Do you think that laser beams travel spherically?
No, they spread out. Eventually, it's going to deviate from the center. It's going to spread out.
Correct, but the degree to which it spreads out depends on how concentrated you shoot at initially, right? So it's not just power that you can play with; it's also how narrow or how.
And it's also the distance the light travels, right? Because it does keep spreading out.
Correct. I'm not saying it doesn't, right? But there's a huge in between, right? Between it spreading spherically and then shooting straight and without diverting, right? Like, I mean, it's the whole reason why parabolic antennas exist, right?
Okay, so what kind of power source does this thing have? Because 35,000 kilometers, I mean, I'm just having trouble even like fathoming that in my head, right? The power that you would need to shoot a signal, a viable signal, where you could transfer data. What kind of power source that thing must have?
Back and forth.
What do you mean back and forth?
Well, you're sending signals bidirectionally, so back and forth. Well, it's not that hard, Charlie. Even someone with your IQ could have worked it out.
Why would you need extra power to receive?
How are you going to know when you got a handshake?
You only need power to send it, right?
Yeah, I would agree. How much power do you have to send a signal that somehow gets converted into internet once it reaches the Earth?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Dude, I'm thinking that must be like, what, like, I don't even know. Like, what, like, probably 100,000 watts? Because think about it. If you got a radio station, like in your local city, what are they sending out? Like a 100,000 watt radio signal?
Right, but it's not an aimed beam, right? It's broadcast spherically.
Okay, so even if you collimate it and you aim it at a beam, what's the farthest you're going to be able to get line of sight signal?
Bro, you have no idea the relationship between how collimated a beam is and how much power you need it for it to reach a distance. Like, stop pretending that you have any semblance of knowing that.
Oh, that was a bit of a direct attack there.
Yeah, I'm just asking questions, and if you can't answer them, don't take it out on me, bro. I'm admitting ignorance by asking a question. I'm not peacocking or grandstanding or anything of the sort.
Call bullshit.
I'm just asking questions.
You're casting doubt on the possibility of it happening.
The burden of proof is on he who claims, not he who denies. So why don't you cast some light on the subject and give us some information? Come on, bro.
There is nothing that you will accept as proof. There's nothing that I can say that.
Then why are you here? Why are you here?
Because it's entertaining for me. That's why.
Larry, let me answer your question. The largest satellites say that they use about 20 kilowatts, which would require about 20 square meters of solar panels. Some of the smaller ones use like 2 kilowatts, which will only require 2 square meters of solar panels.
So 20 square meters of solar panels is like what feet?
It's large. It's like it's like a house-sized satellite. Right?
That's not the question. The question is, how much does it actually require to do that? Not what they're reporting.
You roboted, by the way.
But 20,000 watts would be enough to send a signal that far.
Okay, tell us how. Tell us what it requires, Matthew.
The inverse square law and like the power of the radio transmitter, and then if you have a parabolic dish on the bottom end, then you can have a weaker signal because it will amplify the signal. So it's all just
that's terrific. Just go ahead and get us what we would need.
I just told you you have to have enough power and an antenna.
Yeah, I know. How much is
you want numbers?
That? How much is that? Yeah, how much?
20,000 watts or less.
No.
I can tell you that the antennas are very large.
Don't just go by what they're claiming.
I can tell you that the antennas are like house size in terms of like square footage. Well, not the interior. Like
but the antenna
that's fantastic.
Sending the signal
That's
to the satellite isn't what we're asking. We're asking the receiver. What's receiving these signals out in the middle of nowhere where there's no internet?
Like little satellite dishes that, well, it depends on which end of the connection you're talking about, right? There's the
receiving the final, the last final receiver.
Listen, in which direction, right? There's the forward link and the reverse link, right? There's the ground station side from which the internet is sourced, and then there's the user terminal side, which is where the final destination of the received packets, right? So for example, the internet side, right? The dishes are much larger than the user side because obviously you're not going to ship out a massive dish for every user that subscribes to your service, right? So the users get like a smaller dish, and the internet side gets like, I don't know, 10 by 10 feet dishes, or with a radius of like 10 feet, I would say.
20-foot diameter, then.
Sure.
That's a big dish.
Yes, quite large.
What do you do with that?
What do you mean? What do you do with it? You send and receive signals.
What did the little discs do? Dishes.
What little discs?
The dishes, the little ones that go on your house.
They send and receive signals.
So they send to the sky?
Yes. They send to the satellite.
Do they? I think they just receive.
Wow.
No, they send. They have to
crap.
Wait, why do they have to send?
What?
So now listen, I want you to know what he said. He's saying
Matthew, how is it
22,000 miles?
God,
that means I can put one on top of my house and send signals to California like it's nothing. I should be able to microwave internet back and forth.
How is it that the internet site is going to know to send you back the website you requested?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about satellite TV.
Because you've got a MAC address and UUID in there that's routing everything.
Everything went quiet. I thought I was hot micing.
So those little tiny dishes broadcast 35,000 kilometers. So technically, I should be able to set up like 10 of those things around my city and just talk to each other with those little tiny dishes.
What?
Well, listen, dude, I'm super smart, so technically I should be able to take those dishes and make
smart.
Yeah. And and I should be able to take your dish theory and just set those things up across the country and just be able to make my own network. I mean, shit. 35,000 kilometers, that's nothing, huh?
I don't understand.
So I don't think anybody claims those small dishes broadcast to geostationary orbit. They only broadcast to satellite. I mean, satellite internet satellites, which are 200 miles away.
Nope. I am making that claim. They absolutely send
There we go.
to geostationary satellites. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Like which ones?
What do you mean, which ones?
Satellite TV ones or communication ones or what?
General communication, bidirectional communications, right? So like satellite internet, for example.
Yeah, satellite internet is typically served by low Earth orbit satellites, right? Not geostationary.
Nope. Look it up.
Okay.
SpaceX is low Earth orbit, but there are other internet providers via satellites that are not low Earth orbit. The infrastructure is simpler, but it's more of like all eggs in a basket if you do geostationary, because your single satellite is one satellite, right? One single failure point. It's also more expensive, but it's simpler in the sense that you don't have to hand over your communication to the satellite that you happen to have line of sight on, right? Because you always have line of sight with that one satellite. But if you do something like low Earth orbit networks, like SpaceX does, then you have to have the satellites ultimately hand off communications to adjacent satellites as they lose line of sight, right? Or before they do.
I was just about to say, I bet you pay a pretty penny for something like this. Would you be interested in a lunar real estate liaison? I can set you up with the right website to buy some lunar real estate. I think you pay a little extra if you go through a liaison mode.
You've got this crazy ass handoff network that's flying around in the sky, handing off fucking people's network from one satellite to another.
No, they hand off the connection, right, from one satellite to another.
Yeah, you said that right. Like that's how it works.
That is how it works. That's how SpaceX does it.
No, SpaceX sends 8 little lights in the sky over your house, and then you have internet for 30 seconds, and then you don't have it anymore.
Is that a question or statement or rhetoric? I don't understand.
It was a statement.
Okay.
Because when they go over your house and you see the 8 strings, the 8 lights in a string, isn't that the internet going over your house?
What do you think the internet is?
Is that the internet going over your house? When Starlink goes over?
The internet going over. I mean, they presumably handle internet communications, right? They go.
Yeah, so they go over your house and they're gone for a couple days or whenever they come back. So when they go over and they go away, how you get an internet?
So
is it just stored up in an internet balloon in your basement?
To another string of satellites, which happens to also be within line of sight. And in the case where there are none, then SpaceX actually leases network capacity.
Holy crap! What kind of network is going on up there?
To other companies that provide geostationary internet, right? So they will actually hand off the connection to.
So they're handling just like millions of people, aren't they?
I don't know about that. I think it's more like hundreds of thousands.
What's the name of this geostationary satellite?
There's zero chance I'm going to tell you that. Do you want me to dox my place of work? No.
Nobody cares. Nobody's coming to look for you at all.
Okay, bro.
You're not that important.
Tell us where you work so we can all go in the opposite fucking direction. So we don't have to listen to you.
I'm good, buddy.
I know you don't work with satellites.
Well, I'm asking AI about this.
You don't believe me?
There are no. They are.
No, I don't, because you already lied. You said those little dishes. There's one on my house from when I bought this house that I didn't take off because it's 28 feet in the air, and I'm gonna go up there and get that fucking thing off my house, and I'm gonna start shooting radio beams at people and see what I can do with it.
Let me take a picture for you. Give me 1 second.
If they can shoot so far, if they can shoot 35, I should be able to shoot. Australia's got to be less than that. I should be able to shoot the Matrix house.
Hold on, I just took a picture for you. Let me share it. How do I share here? There's my Discord button. There we go. Share to. Sorry, give me one more minute. I'm being a total boomer here.
Take your time. So I raised my children out in the country, and I had to resort to things like "quote unquote" satellite internet, and the lag was so bad I couldn't even play Diablo 3. So my children grew up outside playing in dirt, climbing trees, just like I did. And once they became teenagers, then we finally moved into town. But that satellite internet was terrible.
Yeah, I mean, it has to travel a long distance. So that is my launch badge for one of the satellites that was launched for my company. So, which, by the way, which I witnessed down in the Kennedy Space Center. So wait, so you think I don't actually work with satellites, and I just had that prepared for this conversation? Is that your theory now, Professor Triumph?
Yeah, you don't work with satellites. That's correct.
Okay, so I just happened to have that prepared, right?
Have what prepared?
Look at the chat.
What,
I just
the
put up a
badge?
picture of my launch lances. Yeah, my launch lances.
I think he's
My
saying
launch
that
badge.
you do work with SpaceX and Falcon Heavy and all that type of thing, but it's not real satellites. That's what he's saying.
Nope, I don't work at SpaceX.
Yeah, exactly. Anybody can go on a tour, dude.
All right. I'm not interested in trying to convince you beyond this, but
Hey, when you go on a tour at our place, you get IDs that kind of look like ours too, and you get to keep them.
So, Matthew, you're convinced that 20,000 watts is enough to send viable internet to a large amount of people, 35,000 kilometers? What is that in miles? Is that like...
Charlie got called out on it. The AI said, no, those are receive-only dishes anyway. They're not broadcasting dishes. It said, don't be a fool is what it said in the AI said to him.
if they're not sending out a signal, how is it that it knows how to send back which website you're requesting?
That's what the little box in your house is for.
Right, but I mean, I'm sure even Matthew agrees with me on this point, right? There's no other way. The information needs to be sent from somewhere.
Dude, you don't even know how it works. You don't even know how it works. You're asking for Matthew, a math teacher, to help you.
Matthew likes me. Apparently, he has some cred with you. That's why I'm asking him.
So I thought that satellite internet was only done by low Earth orbits. I believe Charlie that when he says that there are some older systems that use geostationary satellites, but those
they're not older.
Are going to be kind of slow. Well, they're not.
Yes, they're slow. Why are they slower, Matthew?
Because the latency, like 2 seconds.
Excellent. Yes, that's why it's slow, because the speed of light is the limit at which you can transmit information, and that satellite is fucking far away, right? So I think it introduces something like at least 200 milliseconds. So definitely too slow to play like any games that require
So that satellite that's 35,000 kilometers away is handling 500,000 people internet. So what you're telling me?
I never. When did I say 500,000 people?
Okay, 100,000 people. 100,000 people internet.
Something like that.
So just to get 96 devices off our shop floor, I actually have a room that's air conditioned just for those Cisco switches.
Mm-hmm.
So how are you getting? Where are you doing with all? Where are you putting all this shit at? Where's all this switching being done?
I already explained to you. There's no switching going on at the satellite. Yeah. Right? There's no packet consumption going on at the satellite.
Yeah, what's going on up there? What's going on up there?
I already told you. There's no IP consumption going on there. It's a bent.
What's going on there then?
There's no software running on the satellite.
What's going on there then?
I don't know what you mean by that.
I know you don't.
What does the satellite's daddy do? What does the satellite do?
What does the satellite's daddy do?
I'm just joking. What does the satellite do? It just beams a signal? That's it?
Yes, it's a bent pipe satellite, right? All it is a
So-
complicated system so that you don't have to like run wire out to the middle of nowhere every time you go to like a different place. That's it.
So how does it know to get it to my
same,
house?
The same reason why
How does it
like,
know
we
to
have
get?
cell phone
How does it
towers,
know to
right?
send me
it'd be
my
cumbersome to
webpage?
have like a wired connection everywhere.
How does it know to send me a web page that goes to me?
What?
How does it know to send me my web page?
How does what know how to send your web page?
Your satellite.
Right. So you hook up when you subscribe to one of these services, right? You get a dish that goes outside your house. You get a modem which goes connected to the dish, and your modem could be a router as well, but it doesn't have to be. You could provide your own router that connects to the modem. You hook it up. The modem does some initializations, right? If it needs to point, it points itself. If it doesn't, a technician or a technician will come and point it for you, right? And once you, for example, on your phone or whatever device you're connected with, request something like a website, right? Let's say you want google.com. Okay. HTTP google.com, enter, right? Your computer encapsulates that in like a TCP package, which encapsulates IP. It finds your computer's configured for a gateway address, which presumably is your router. It sends it to your router. Your router sends that signal that's not digital anymore, it's analog now, over the dish. The dish transmits it at a particular angle in the sky. It's received to the satellite. The satellite is presumably configured to beam that signal back to a specific location that receives multiple signals from multiple people. There is some multiplexing logic going on depending on the specific network, but there are many different ways in which you could do it. You could slice by time. You can slice
a
by
huge
frequency.
server in the sky.
You can slice by no. It doesn't do any. The satellite doesn't have any software on it, or at least it doesn't have any software for which the data
You
processes,
lost
right?
me at presumably sends the signal somewhere else.
All right, I just got one question. If we got a 20,000 watt laser in the sky, how does that thing cool down if there's no atmosphere to dissipate the heat?
How does that thing cool down?
You're handling that much traffic, hundreds of thousands of people. You're handling that much packet traffic, and you think that it doesn't need to be cooled down in there? Something's wrong with you.
I never said that it does or doesn't. I don't know.
Well, it does.
But
I can tell you that. How's that? It does need to be cooled down. So let's add that in. How do you do that part?
Do you think that I'm somehow like offended by the fact that I can't regurgitate the reason why this works?
No, I'm telling you the reason why it doesn't work.
Cool.
Well,
You sound very smart, buddy.
Thank you.
It costs like $1 a month, right?
What?
Surely they wouldn't be charging someone like $50 to $100 a month for like dial-up quality internet.
Yeah, it's super expensive. Yes. It's not dial-up. I wouldn't say it's dial-up. Definitely better than dial-up. The latency's bad, right? But beyond that, it's perfectly fine.
So don't use it for stock trading or gambling, guys.
Gaming in particular is bad.
Gaming, stocks, or
anything that
gambling,
requires
guys.
like real time.
So as long as you're doing like knitting, if you're going to knitting or you're just watching TikTok, you're fine, is what he's telling you.
Or you're playing chess.
Discord, if you're
watching
listening
Netflix.
only.
I mean,
you can play chess
Netflix
with it.
and pornography is like the vast majority of the use of the internet. So for that, it's fine. Interestingly, some of the tricks that these companies do is that they actually pre-broadcast very popular pieces of media, like for example, the latest Netflix show or the latest Netflix movie, right? They just send it to your modem. And so whenever you try to watch it on Netflix, it's actually coming from your modem instead of like over the network, which is actually quite smart in my opinion. It sounds like he thinks the satellite is aiming a beam at the different dishes when it gets a message from a different dish on the ground. The beam is supposedly spread to hit all the dishes, so it's more like a cone than a beam. Yes, that's correct. So it's not too dissimilar from how cell phone towers are laid out, like on a hex pattern. You do the same thing, except you shoot a bunch of beams down to the earth. And so, like a single beam actually serves like thousands of terminals, right? And you can recycle, like for example, time and frequency for beams that are sufficiently spread out from each other, right? Otherwise, they interfere.
His thumb is over the word. You can see the top of the V. It just says visitor pass. It's just, you can walk through. You can see this. And your purple, you got the lowest one there.
Okay. I will tell you that it does not say visitor pass. You know what? I'm happy to show Matthew. I trust Matthew enough to not dox me. Can I show you Matthew? And can you tell them what, like, confirm or deny whether it says visitor?
Sure.
All right, let's do that. Where did I put the fucking thing? I will even go as far as to say, you know what? I will show Matthew where I work. How about that? I trust you enough that you will not.
Yeah, I won't say anything.
Dox me. Yep.
Wow.
Just confirm or deny that whether or not I'm actually an employee here. So I will show you the entirety of the badge. I think the badge will be enough, but tell me if it's not. I can give you sort of a picture of like my actual work badge too. Share. All right. Hold on a second. All right, sent. Is that enough information for you to surmise where I work? Please don't read it out loud.
Yes.
Okay. Would you mind deleting it? Could you share with the peanut gallery that does not actually say visitor?
How do you delete a message in a direct message? Is there a way?
Oh, I think I can. There we go. All right.
That worked.
Yep. Did that say visitor?
It didn't say visitor, but it appears to be a legit, company thing.
Thank you.
So what did he prove to you, Matthew?
That it wasn't a visitor pass.
Okay, so what did you see?
The name of the company. And no visitor. No word that said visitor.
So 20,000 watt laser beaming light, although it's invisible light, in a vacuum. What's that?
Radio wave, just like a TV or Wi-Fi or,
How's that different from invisible light, Matthew?
Normally we call it radio wave. It's the same thing.
No, I could give a more nuanced answer. I would say that light implies a certain range within the electromagnetic spectrum, right?
Actually, light is visible. The electromagnetic spectrum, right?
No, light is a subset of it.
Oh, so what part of the electromagnetic spectrum is not light?
Anything that's not visible.
That's called invisible light.
Right, that's sort of an oxymoron.
Right.
So I know that it's
so you guys are wrong.
Locally used. Okay.
Invisible light is not an oxymoron.
Okay.
Invisible light is
I'm okay with
light in the electromagnetic spectrum. Then why are you interrupting me? So light is the electromagnetic spectrum. Visible light is the very small, tiny sliver of spectrum that we can pick up with our eyes. The rest of it is still light, whether you believe it or not.
Okay. Wikipedia, light, aka visible light, aka visible radiation, is electromagnetic radiation that can be perceived by the human eye. Okay.
Yeah. So you're wrong about this one, Larry.
No. Look up invisible light. What does it say?
Let's ask Grok. Is invisible light
Part of the electromagnetic spectrum. No. Don't ask it if it's an oxymoron.
I can't find anything on invisible light, bro.
Really? You don't know what invisible light is?
I scrolled all the way to the bottom of Google, and there's not a single thing.
People still use Google?
So I have a question for you. I am Larry.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Invisible light refers to the vast majority of the electromagnetic spectrum that the human eye cannot detect.
Mm-hmm.
Show me where I'm wrong.
I'm trying to. Can I proceed?
Yeah, go ahead.
So are you aware that the name light has been around since before the human awareness of the electromagnetic spectrum?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it then referred to the part of the electromagnetic spectrum that cannot be seen?
Not before we knew what it was, but after they discovered infrared, they knew that it was part of the light spectrum because it came from the light source, then passed through the prism.
Mm-hmm.
And it was discovered accidentally. That doesn't mean that it's not light, because where did it come from? It came out of the visible spectrum.
Right.
And then it went through the prism, and then split off into the different spectrum. Are you saying infrared is not part of light?
Correct.
Okay, you don't think that infrared
To me, this is an
is
issue with
light?
language, right? To me, this is an issue with language.
No, it's not. It's an issue with understanding.
Okay. I mean, I actually think this is quite a thing that you flat earthers struggle with a lot, like language. I mean, to me, this is like saying, "Oh, I discovered that apples are fruit, therefore all fruits are apples."
Wrong.
Okay.
I know you think it's wrong. That's the point that I know you think it's wrong. That's why I'm trying to make the point.
That's a very poor analogy, Charlie.
words.
Of course.
Take my words and put it in your analogy that you
Okay,
just
it doesn't
made.
matter.
Go ahead.
It's a semantic argument. It doesn't matter. I'm just trying to tell you
That's
that
him
the way that
backpedaling out of it because he realized he's
I'm
out
just
of his
trying to tell you
head.
that the way that it's used today in physics, usually you don't refer to invisible radiation as light. Light usually just means like what you can see.
I can't help it that
But
you're wrong and you don't understand that you're wrong. Anybody can Google the visual spectrum of light and the invisible spectrum. What does invisible light mean? It means that your eyes can't detect it. There's all kinds of frequencies out there that you can't hear and you can't see. An alien could be in your room right now, but if he didn't vibrate at the correct frequency and the light bouncing off of him didn't vibrate at the correct frequency, you would have no idea that he was there.
Okay.
So there's light and invisible light. It's all part of the electromagnetic spectrum, also known as light.
Okay, buddy. I'm not interested in convincing you otherwise. I'm just telling you what it is that I know.
Okay, so you know that there's no such thing as invisible light. It's oxymoron, and it's not part of light. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Somebody write that down. That this here satellite guy, he doesn't know the difference between light and invisible light, and that they're all part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Yeah, but the point is nobody would say that. We would just say radiation, dude.
Oh,
Okay, is that the exact wording fallacy? Is that the exact wording fallacy?
I know language might be hard for some people, but come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
So
point
know
out. It's
what light
actually
is.
quite a recurring problem with them.
So there's no such thing as invisible light, right?
I mean, it depends what you mean that there's no such thing of it. It's an oxymoronic label that obviously refers to invisible radiation, right? But I'm trying to tell you that it's oxymoronic. because light.
No, you
implies
saying it's
visible.
oxymoronic is you backpedaling out of the conversation because you know you got your ass handed to you. All right. Yeah, okay.
Your Wi-Fi is invisible light. You know that, right?
Sure. We're just going in
Okay.
circles now.
So you were wrong.
No, that was a sarcastic sure.
Oh, so you're not agreeing that your Wi-Fi signal is part of the electromagnetic spectrum, also known as light.
No, it's obviously part of the electromagnetic spectrum. The electromagnetic spectrum isn't.
So it wasn't sarcastic.
Light is a subset of the electromagnetic spectrum. It was sarcastic. I don't think you understood the direction.
So what's the other part of the electromagnetic spectrum that's not light?
Invisible radiation.
Invisible light is not light?
Invisible radiation.
What's that? What's invisible radiation?
You take the electromagnetic spectrum, right? You subtract from it visible light. That's what it is.
And you're left with light that's not visible, also known as invisible light, right?
I mean, I'm okay with you having an oxymoronic label for it, but it's still an oxymoron.
It doesn't matter if it's an oxymoron.
We both know what it is.
Is it light?
We both
Is it
know what
light?
it is, the thing that you're referring to, right? But I'm just telling you that that's just not how people usually use language.
Is it light?
I mean, do you understand that sometimes adults use oxymorons to explain concepts?
So Charlie's hung up on us using language as opposed to pushing his argument. Go back to your
I'm
argument,
trying to think of an
Charlie.
example.
Charlie, we don't care about your
What's
language
an example that people use this with children?
in differences. Just because you think you're better than everyone else because you can type shit up on Google, congratulations, you're good on a keyboard. Well done. Now get back to proving the Earth's a ball.
It's like when adults say to a kid, like, "Oh, what's a bus? Oh, a bus is like a long car." I mean, that's not good.
This is what we call a cope session, Charlie. You're coping now. This is you trying to fight through it.
Why do you care so much about what I'm doing? Why are you so invested?
Because you're wasting our time.
Don't talk to me then. You don't have to listen to me.
Well, listen to you rattle on
Don't
about
let me
on
live
FE related
in your
stuff
mind, buddy.
in a flat Earth channel.
Don't let me live.
So I'm just curious. Invisible light, is that part of the electromagnetic spectrum? Yes or no?
It's an oxymoronic label that refers to what is more accurately stated as invisible radiation.
Okay, does light radiate?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a weird way of saying invisible light.
Yes, it is a weird saying invisible light is a weird way of saying invisible radiation. Like, it's just a weird way to say it, right? Because in my opinion, it's oxymoronic, but there's nothing inherently wrong with it.
So you were wrong. There is invisible light. You just call it invisible radiation.
I mean,
you didn't know what I was talking about.
There's invisible light as in the same way that there are. I'm trying to think of a good example here. Somebody help me out. Like, what's a good way that an adult explains, like, simplifies a concept and uses an oxymoron to explain what something is to a kid, right? Like, maybe I'll ask AI for this. Maybe it'll give me a good example. Hold on.
There is such thing as invisible light.
Yeah, Larry, you're roboting like an absolute champion.
Admit to
don't know, maybe this is not a good example, but to me, saying invisible light is like somebody saying invisible color. Like, you could sort of understand what somebody means, right? But it's oxymoronic, right?
A color
No,
is a
it's
certain
not.
frequency of light. Can I be heard? Am I coming through clear?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, color is a certain visual spectrum of light because it's in the visual spectrum that we can readily identify, right?
Right.
If you were to say invisible colored light, that would be an oxymoron. But to say invisible light is not an oxymoron because there's all kinds of light that we can't see, ultraviolet, infrared, all kinds of spectrum that we can't identify
We're just
with our
going in
naked
circles.
eye.
I'm not gonna convince
Yeah,
you.
so we're getting to the point where you either admit that you were wrong and invisible light is a real thing and you didn't know what I was talking about, which is perfectly fine to do,
Well,
or you could
it's
like
an
quadruple
oxymoronic
down
label for
like
a
a
real thing.
narcissist.
I mean, I give you my stance. It's an oxymoronic
Okay,
label for real.
light exists that's not invisible. It's not oxymoronic.
Okay. I mean, that's your opinion, which is objectively wrong, but okay.
Why? Because Charlie put his seal of approval on it. Therefore, Charlie is right. You're a clown shoes boy. Stop being so arrogant.
Interesting conversation.
Yeah, that's what I said, Bacon. I mean, ultimately,
late
this
to the
whole
party.
this whole discussion is a semantic argument, right? All I'm trying to say is that usually when
It's
people say-
oxymoronic. We heard you the first time.
no, I'm talking to
You
Bacon.
don't have to repeat it, Charlie.
I'm talking to Bacon, buddy. Shh, chillax. Sit down. That usually when people refer to light, they mean visible, right? I'm aware that sometimes people use labels in ways that are not usual. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that.
Yeah. Like UV light or infrared light.
Yeah.
By the way, this UV light is specific part of the spectrum or just everything above violet?
No, I think it's a specific part. Like it has an upper range, if that's what you mean. Like it has an upper limit.
All right. How did the discussion get into that?
Good question. We were talking about
We already
wireless
debunked him
communication.
tonight. He told us that he triangulated the distance at 35,000 kilometers to his satellite, and I told him that that we did that with Polaris at 3,100 miles. So his is farther than Polaris, and he has satellite dishes on people's houses, the little tiny ones that transmit 35,000 kilometers. He's got amazing satellite and internet.
They basically don't believe in that satellite networks communications exist, or rather, that they function as how they say they do, right? Because it's a real pickle to the flat Earth that satellites exist.
No, it's not a pickle to us. It's your problem of they don't prove curvature, and you seem to clearly believe that it does.
You gotta have line of sight for those too.
Can have line of sight to satellites?
Yeah.
Is he saying we can't? What do you mean?
I don't know. I don't know on what basis he thinks it's impossible, but he does.
Trees are in the way. Something.
Yeah, radio waves go through trees, right?
Oh, I don't know. It's how come you can't just mount a satellite dish in the middle of the woods and not have to have a clear line of sight into the sky?
I don't understand the question.
You guys really actually think you don't need a line of sight for a satellite dish?
What's a satellite dish?
A satellite dish is
According to Charlie, it's the little tiny network dish that they mount on top of your roof.
It's a
parabolic antenna, Bacon.
He says that broadcasts 35,000 kilometers is what he told us all.
You keep saying broadcast. It doesn't broadcast, all right? Transmission is not the same thing as broadcasting. Use the terminology correctly, all right?
What's the difference?
Broadcast implies a dispersion of a signal to multiple places.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said that's what it does. You said it sends out in a cone to hundreds of locations.
What?
So it doesn't do that?
Whoa, you're really mixing up a bunch of the different things that I said. Broadcasting, okay, for example, I don't know, radio broadcasting. It's called broadcasting because they're sending the same signal to multiple receivers. You're not doing that.
Isn't that what a satellite does? Yes,
no, you're not sending the same signal to multiple locations. No. You need to be
my phone and your phone can receive the same signal. It's just one is meant for.
But they do not receive the same signal. Absolutely not, right?
So if I stand 100 meters away from you, I can't.
Listen to me.
The electromagnetic waves don't reach me.
Finish explaining my point, right? Let me finish explaining my point. Whether or not there might be leakage of the signal does not mean that the intention is for me to receive your signal and for you to receive my signal, right?
That's correct. Yes. Whole point, it's encrypted, right?
Yes. But the
signal itself is broadcasted.
No, it's not. Broadcast implies, I mean, it doesn't necessarily, but usually it implies just send it in all directions. Everywhere. That's what broadcast implies. That's not what a parabolic dish does. It's pointed at a particular direction, like a laser.
Oh, so your claim is that the transmitter sends the electromagnetic wave to the receiver and the receiver only?
Yes.
So there's no divergence of the beam over distance and the satellite overhead directs itself at me?
No. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh God, I can't.
My understanding was it's sending
welcome to Flat Earth.
Down, and it covers a very large area. That signal is probably heard by devices like miles apart.
Man, I keep being fooled that you guys are actually like intellectually curious, so you keep asking me questions, right? And then I realize, oh no, you're just looking for what you think is a gotcha. So I just realized I've been wasting like the past 2 minutes.
Is this your first time here?
No, I've been coming here like a moron for years.
Okay.
Well, so far, everything you've talked about has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth or anything for that matter. We're just trying to agree on terms. What does transmit versus
Dude, I mean,
broadcast.
Everyone knows science exists and the globe is real. We're just here to banter.
Well, some of you are, yeah. Many of us are here to think critically, mostly about the shape of the Earth, but also about other things. Right now, we're thinking critically about radio transmissions.
Yep, that's why I joined the channel.
We're thinking about how there's a metal box in the sky that handles 150,000 people at the same time, all over the place around the whole world. and it does internet for them, according to Charlie. And
I don't think anybody claims it's a single box. Does he claim it's a single box?
yeah, he said it's a box in the sky, sits there, and everything's pointed at it. And yes, this is what he said. You can go back and listen. Everything's pointed at it. And so it broadcasts down to the ball, and then everybody picks up what they're getting. And then each one of those little dishes broadcasts back to the satellite 35,000 kilometers away, those little tiny dishes on top of your house.
So this doesn't seem as impossible as you think if you just imagine the satellite as being a giant mirror, right? All it's doing, it's taking in a signal and reflecting it back. The satellite.
You know what is amazing?
The satellite doesn't need to be smart. It doesn't need to be doing any sort of like packet consumption. It doesn't need to inspect the data it's receiving. No, it's just.
You know what's amazing?
Sending it back.
That my tiny phone, which is very small, and its antenna is really puny, right? It can actually send a signal to that box, right? Because when I'm using Starlink to send text messages on T-Mobile, I now have Starlink data and text included in my plan because I'm a high roller. So my puny little Samsung phone can actually send a signal all those thousands of miles up into that box in the sky, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, not
with this little battery that I have, with this little antenna that I have.
So we don't need those towers anymore on the side of the road. We can get rid of those now that Charlie's here.
So the ones that I'm talking about are actually further away, but I do know that it's possible to send signals even to those via phone.
Yeah, the Starlink ones are closer, that's true. They're not like GPS or anything.
So normal phones that have that are capable of doing satellite communications won't be able to talk to geostationary satellites. You need like specialized equipment for that.
Right, those are further out. You're correct.
Yeah.
Actually, one of the selling points of Starlink over the other networks was that it's closer, so latency is shorter as well.
Yeah.
Good thinking, you guys. Good critical thinking.
Yeah, for sure. It's amazing that people think that the internet is in the sky and that your IP address is up there somewhere.
No, I already explained.
I mean, the signal does come from the sky. We all agree, right, that it comes from the sky. The disagreement is over, how far away is the device in the sky? Is it a balloon? Is it a satelloon? Is it a satellite? That's the disagreement. But the fact that the signal clearly comes from the sky is very much observable.
I'm going to start knocking all them cell towers down since we don't need them anymore. There's probably good scrap metal in there.
I don't think the political climate is very safe for activities like that. If I were you, I would wait until a later time.
You guys both just told me that you don't use them anymore. Everything's done.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just don't be destroying infrastructure, right? The police are kind of trigger happy.
You guys said that you don't use them anymore because everything is done in the sky.
Well, that's going to help you when you're in intensive care, right?
I'm trying to clean up. The planet's dying. I'm trying to save the climate.
Then get on a sailboat and sail to Palestine with Greta Thunberg.
Gary who? Gary Thunberg?
Greta Thunberg.
Gary, yeah. Yeah, I think he's getting his beard in.
Everything okay with you, buddy?
Professor Triangle, you sound very, very smart. What is it that you do for a living?
Yeah, I am.
Professor.
What do you do? What is it that you do with
satellite
incredible talent? What is your background in?
Debunking space men.
So if someone were to ask you like your background's in flat Earth basically, and debunking naysayers.
Yeah,
correct.
Debunking NASA. Yep.
Wow, what a
That's not true.
stellar-
Professor's actually in tech, and he has a job related to software and stuff like that.
Okay. What kind of software do you work with?
He told us.
Ones and zeros.
Ones and zeros. Man, that could be anything from electrical engineering to computer science.
Well, we know it's
Thank
not
you.
quantum computing.
Thank you. Yeah.
Quantum
it's not
computing.
Quantum. It's not quantum because that's not binary.
Well, the states are binary.
Don't
right?
say well, because it's not.
It is. The states are binary. You could have superpositions between the states, right, which are analog, but the states themselves are binary for sure.
Let's leave that for the advanced. You know, on Thursdays we do advanced science. Let's keep it simple.
Really? I'm actually quite educated on the subject.
I can tell. That's why I'm trying to stop this line of questioning. So, how about
Why would you be trying to stop it? I have my quantum computing textbook right here.
Why aren't you reading it? Why are you talking to us?
Did you build a quantum computer yet?
No, I'm only interested in the
Consumption of such a computer.
Yes, I'm a computer scientist. I'm not an experimentalist.
So what does
So, like-
computer scientists experiment on?
He said he doesn't. He just consumes computers that are built by other people.
I'm not a scientist.
What?
Just a reader.
No, I'm a theorist.
No.
Yes. That's the whole reason why I'm studying quantum computers, right? I'm interested in quantum algorithms.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with this imaginary stuff you're thinking about?
I don't know, write an article?
Okay, so you're gonna write an article about imaginary
what's
stuff
imaginary?
that doesn't exist. It
You don't think
doesn't
quantum
exist.
computing
and
exists?
no, it doesn't exist, and you don't use it for
All right.
anything.
Okay.
No, okay, I want to build one.
All right, buddy.
I want to build one.
Okay.
Are you gonna help me out or what?
I'll help you, Professor. Log into LinkedIn right now and craft a really impressive resume and then apply for the jobs that are related to quantum computing and
No,
interview
just tell me
well.
what I
Probably
need.
don't tell them you're a
I'll do it
software
myself. I don't need help from you guys.
Professor Triangle.
Well, you literally asked
You
us for
sound
help.
very smart. It sounds like you
No,
very much
I just
understand
need to
quantum
know
computing,
what I
right?
need to build one, and it's not people. I don't need
No,
people.
you need to
I need
join an
equipment.
organization that has enough funding
No, I need
to build one.
equipment. What equipment do I need?
Quite sophisticated equipment. It's kind of like
Name some of the stuff.
like a quantum defibrillator and there are other things.
Hey, Professor Triangle, you seem to understand quantum computing, right?
What about it?
Would you say that you understand it?
No,
You don't understand it.
no, I don't use it for anything. Do you?
Yes.
What do you use it for?
For my own pleasure.
Incorrect.
What do you mean incorrect?
Busted.
You don't have any quantum computer to use.
That doesn't mean that I can't do quantum computing without it. I can
Okay,
write
so-
algorithms, right?
Oh yeah, you don't do any of that. You don't do any of that.
Of course that I do.
I
Can we
think the
show you my
professor
GitHub?
is focusing
Of course you
on the
don't
hardware.
do that.
Okay? He's focusing
Bro.
on the hardware aspect of quantum computing.
Jesus, let me pull up my Jupyter notebook right now.
How come quantum computer deals with sea level?
Absolutely.
What have you done?
Checkmate,
related to-
atheist.
Yeah, what kind of algorithms have you done for quantum computing?
Right now, just practice stuff. I have a friend that has a lab at the
How do you test
university.
that your practice stuff works?
Did you ever try to make elevation profile on quantum computer?
You don't need a quantum computer to do that, right? Quantum computers. The only,
okay,
the only,
can you-
the
can
only
you-
reason
can
why you
you-
would have
can
a,
you
well, the only
make
reason why
can
you would
you
use a
make
quantum
Can
computer
you make elevation?
is
Can you
for
make
certain
can you make-
algorithms to be able to
can you-
calculate faster.
Can
Right?
you make elevation profile with the curved surface?
I don't understand this line of questioning.
That's really
Oh, he's trying to derail the
I was
conversation.
at, I was at a lunch one day. I was at a lunch one day at work.
That's fine. If you don't want to talk about this, we don't have to.
Hey, listen, I was at a lunch one day at work, and this dude sounded like he was talking about, oh, that someday when we release these quantum computers, we were just like four of us at a table at lunch, and he's like, Mr. I know I'm the smartest guy in the room, and I said, that shit's just bullshit, dude. And he looked at me like I took away all of his toys from him, and no, it's not. I said, all right, I want to build one. What do I need? Well, it's still a theory. So that was the end of the conversation, and he's still mad at me after 10 years now.
No, there's quantum computers out there. I've seen them.
Okay, I want one.
Well, do you have a large budget?
Bucks.
Yeah, I'll get it. Don't worry. You tell me where to buy one.
Let me share screen. How do I share screen? There we go. So these are. This is what I've been doing.
That would help with heliocentrism or not?
I've been doing all of the exercises for this textbook.
That will help with heliocentrism or not?
It's all linear algebra, which is.
It will help heliocentrism or not?
It doesn't look like just linear algebra.
It is, but with a weird notation. It's using
okay,
Dirac notation, which is this this vertical line with like the greater than or less than symbol.
Is that related to the wave functioning?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, does this look more like linear algebra to you, like these matrices?
That looks like linear algebra.
Yeah, it's just this, right? So if you know linear algebra and want to learn quantum mechanics or quantum computation, just learn matrix mechanics. It's the exact same thing, or rather, it'll be much clearer to you, because the way that it's usually taught is that they use like linear operators, the operator picture, which is equivalent to the matrix picture. But if you're not familiar with, if you're familiar with linear algebra, you should really learn it like the matrix mechanics way.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, I really highly recommend this book if you want it. It's Quantum Computation and Quantum Information Solutions. Really good exercises. Yeah, I've been trying to work through this on Jupyter Notebook. Anyway. Stop streaming. There we go.
Nice flex.
I appreciate it. Big penis, right?
Not really.
What?
Big pee-pee.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, we love this kind of stuff. We're open to all sorts of kind of domains of thinking. So thank you for contributing. How about the shape of the Earth, though? Do you have any curvature measurements, maybe? Maybe you're working on a globe proof. How's that going?
Me?
If the Earth was a globe, you couldn't have quantum computers.
Oh, how's that?
I have no proof. I have no proof that you will accept.
Debunk me.
Oh, explain yourself. How are you connecting those two things?
Wait, Bacon, are you the Bacon that asked me to help you with like a Python script once?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool.
What? And you never did?
No, I did. He was writing this application that calculated like there's a celestial position for like certain bodies, and I think the numbers that were popping out were like off by just like a little bit, but enough for it to be like an error.
Oh, I think it was related to the time. I think the time was off or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what the resolution of that was, but I think you.
Me neither.
I debunked him. I debunked his little program, and he gave up on that. So that's where we're at with it.
Yeah, Professor Triangle used his immense brain to like beat TFO me, real hard.
I'm lost now.
You're not the only one.
Seriously, guys, I joined late. I don't know who this Charlie guy is, but did he offer a globe proof? And we kind of accepted it and moved on to other topics, or what is his status?
My general position on when I ask that, right, is that I say I have no proof that you will accept.
In other words, that's a
how do you
because
know?
he's got no
How do you
proof.
know? Yeah, how do you know? Like, we've been here for years looking for globe proofs. We haven't accepted any because they didn't hold up to scrutiny, but you could be the first one that changes that.
No, you're not going to accept it.
How do you know?
Oh, I know.
I might accept it. What do you got?
Try? Yeah.
No, you won't accept it.
Is it related to things in the sky? Then no.
Well, if you know we won't accept it, Charlie, if you know we won't accept it, that means your proof is failed because you know why we won't accept it.
Okay. See, you're not accepting it.
You've provided nothing. Like I said, you've provided.
Right, you're not accepting anything.
Yeah, but you cannot demand.
You haven't provided anything.
Oh, I provided stuff. You're just not accepting.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I
You
have.
cannot demand that we a priori accept.
You've provided zero proof of curvature.
Why are you
All
lying?
you've been prattling on about is satellites and shit.
Yes, because you won't.
Oh, they were your proof of
I've
curvature.
given, you think I provided zero proofs because you won't accept it.
Proof of curvature. Make sure you put that at the end of it, Charlie. Don't cut the sentence short, please.
I've already presented what I believe is proof, but I haven't presented.
So what? You talking about satellites and your trip to Kennedy Space Station to watch a rocket launch is proof of curvature.
Correct. You don't accept that as proof, right?
That's not measurements.
Okay, you're not correct. You don't accept it as proof, correct?
That's not measurements. Are
Right,
you
but
deaf?
You're not accepting.
We're asking for Charlie. Hello, McFly. We're asking for measurements.
I don't know why it's so difficult for you to admit a tautology. You're not accepting what I'm saying.
I don't know why it's so difficult for you to accept you haven't provided measurements. The reason you know we won't accept your quote-unquote proofs is because you know they're not measurements. That's why you know we won't accept them. You know?
Right. So you're not accepting.
Right, good boy. So you're catching on.
Good.
So you've got no measurements.
I'm glad we're in agreement. You're not.
So what measurements have you got, Charlie? What measurements are you going to put forward, Charlie?
I don't have anything I could say that you will accept.
What measurements? Not what you can say. What measurements?
Bro, chillax, bro. Right?
What
Charlie,
measurements?
Come on.
I don't have anything for you. Yes, I don't have
So
anything.
you've got no measurements. Say it. You've got no measurements.
No. I don't have anything that.
Yes. Say it. You, Charlie, have no measurements.
Make me. Go ahead.
Charlie, come on.
So you've got nothing.
With you first.
I have nothing.
That's what we want to know. You've got
on
nothing.
edge right now. Like, chill, Charlie. Listen, he's trying to tell you.
Chill.
He's trying to tell you when we asked for globe proof, and maybe that's an honest mistake on your part. When we asked for globe proof, we were specifically asking for measurements of the curvature. We are not interested in kind of second order, stories that like because rockets fly a certain way.
He already gave
I'm telling you. I'm trying to tell you.
Stop, Charlie. I'm down
I don't know how else I can tell you. I have nothing for you.
Charlie, I'm sticking up for you.
All right. You don't have any curvature measurements. We got it. You're not the first one.
I have no proof that you will accept.
Yes, you do. I'm trying to get it across. I'm sticking up for Charlie. If you scroll up, he flashed a badge that said Falcon on it, so that's his globe proof.
I have nothing that I can say or
do
do that you will accept as proof.
Okay,
so what you're saying is that's your twisted way of saying you have no proof.
Leave me the fuck alone. I have nothing to say to you about this.
Badges are
so
proof.
You've got no proof.
I have no proof that you will
Okay, then. See ya. Bye then.
I had high hopes for him.
I mean, I don't know what makes you think that I'm leaving.
I don't mean that. Yeah, they're gonna ban you, but listen.
I see.
They're on edge.
That's okay. I'll be back in a couple.
Why are people gonna ban him? Why are people gonna ban him? I told you he put his globe.
You guys always do. You guys
he put a badge in there.
Charlie, listen.
I just figured since he's got nothing to offer, he's got nothing to talk about.
Yeah,
correct.
There's no shame, but he's a little bit under attack right now, so give him a break. Charlie, there's no shame in saying, guys, I don't have curvature measurements. We've never met a person who did have them, so If you just say you don't have them, we'll just say, okay, he's the same as everybody else. Let's move on. Let's talk about quantum computing. I just wanted to give you a chance, because I joined late, if perhaps you have provided such measurements, perhaps you haven't. So I just wanted to know. You seem to be saying you don't have curvature measurements. That's all right.
No, I'm saying I don't have anything to say that you will accept. That's what I'm saying. Please take.
Are you implying that I wouldn't accept a good curvature measurement?
Yes, absolutely.
Why? You hardly know me. Like, why would you imply that?
I know that you're a flat earther, right?
Yeah. But that's only because I haven't seen convincing curvature measurements.
Okay, yes, because you have an epistemological problem. There's nothing I can say to convince you otherwise. You don't understand. I have nothing that you will accept. I have no proof of anything.
I know what a curvature is.
I have no proof of curvature that you will accept.
Why are you saying this?
Because it's tautologically true. And I don't know, I'm sure you admit this, at least to yourself in your mind as well, which is why I'm confused as to why you can't accept it.
Okay, Charlie, some people did not believe in quantum mechanics, true or false, 100 years ago.
Sure.
Many people, most people.
A lot of people don't even believe in it today.
Yeah, exactly. So, and the people who didn't believe in it, including some of the founders of quantum mechanics, didn't believe in it. They thought it was just interesting maths that they came up with. Now, Einstein included. So a lot of these people eventually got convinced by other people who showed them things they hadn't considered.
Correct, okay? because they were sensitive to evidence, right?
Okay, cool. So why do you assume that all of us, not just some of us, but all of us here who are flat earthers, will not accept a decent curvature measurement?
You're asking me why it is that you are personally not convinced by
No, I'm asking why do you know that I'm not?
Because it's been proven out empirically to be the case. Over and over and over and over and over again.
You're kind of a little bit of a space nerd, and you probably told us a bunch of stories about how things fly in the sky and whatnot, which are interesting.
I don't know how else to tell you. I'm not interested to convince you otherwise. I don't want to convert flat earthers. That's not why I'm here.
Okay, we're not asking to be converted. We're asking for a intellectually engaging conversation specifically about the shape of the Earth.
So I can reiterate why it is that I believe that the Earth is not flat, right? But the problem
what do you think about the curvature?
Hold on.
What are your beliefs regarding curvature?
Do you want me to answer?
No, I want you to tell us about your thoughts on curvature.
Right, then I'm just going to reiterate the same answer then. I have nothing to say that will convince you otherwise. I have no proof that you will accept.
Okay, let me try differently.
Badges, I accept badges.
Oh my god. How have you measured curvature? Walk us through it.
Many different ways. There are ways in which it's freely available to me, and there are also ways in which I'm uniquely privileged in order to observe, right?
Fair enough.
The latter of, right, is because of my job, right? I can actually see the data, I can actually point dishes, I can actually infer that there are geostationary satellites 35,000 kilometers up in the air. I mean, I guess not all the flat earthers agree that that's even a problem for flat earth, but some of them do. But I think the way that in which it is most readily available to everybody, it is the high definition, uninterrupted video that is available from companies like SpaceX, right? So, but you're not going to accept that, is my point. Yes, see, that groan was because you're not accepting that as proof, which is my entire point. Whatever it is that I say, you are not going to accept.
Hold on, before you guys pile up on another, hey, Professor, come on, man. I'm trying to have a civilized conversation here. Give me 5 minutes. Charlie,
so you're measurement, in other words.
Yes.
So you're basically saying you have been exposed to the true shape of the Earth via digital images being beamed down to you from the sky.
No, via many different ways. One of them being me being able to actually trilaterate the position of geostationary satellites, right? Which at least I acknowledge is a problem with flat Earth. But to me, the most glaring proof
you only do it on a flat Earth
are uninterrupted 4K video that of camera strapped to rockets and payloads, which Sure, beam back the image.
Right,
This
but
is not
Charlie,
to say. Yeah, go ahead.
you do agree that someone who has access to the transmitter could be beaming down, videos of Kim Kardashian in, neglige.
Correct.
Right?
I'm a solipsist, so anything is possible. Yes. The Earth
and then
could be
you wouldn't
flat. I
say
even
that the
admit that.
Earth it looks like Kim Kardashian, although that wouldn't be the worst shape for the Earth.
Look, Peter, I don't want to argue this. You asked me for what it is that my opinion was. I gave it to you. You don't have to accept it. I know you're not going to accept
His
it.
head in the jar.
So stop trying to challenge me on it. Like, you're not going to change my mind. I'm not going to change
I'm
my
not
mind.
challenging you. I wanted you. I wanted
You are.
to give you
You're
the
implying.
opportunity.
You're implying. The route of questioning that you're going is that how could that be proof of anything if it could be the case?
No,
that
I'm not even going there.
Oh, come on.
I don't want to. Okay,
Really?
there are better people than me at doing this.
Okay.
I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to actually protect you from this onslaught that you were under. So
I
you
don't.
could at
It
least
does not
get a
affect
brief.
me at all.
It's not
fine.
because I care about
You don't
your
have to.
psychological well-being, but I want to protect you because I want to give you at least 5 minutes to walk us through how you personally, as an educated man and researcher, how you have personally measured or interacted with the curvature of the Earth. And if you say the only way you have is by receiving the sky signal, which we all recognize exists, and it is unencrypted,
I don't know.
so
I don't
any
know.
person can
I
read
don't
it.
know.
We all agree.
I don't know why you keep saying that that's the only way. I've stated
No,
multiple
because
times.
that's what you have presented. So present something else.
No. I presented that I have multiple ways. I've said very clearly before this that there are ways in which it has been privately shown to me to be the case, and there are ways in which it has also been shown to me not
walk
that
us
the
through
Earth
some
is
of
spherical, that is available to everybody. There's no one
We
single.
got that the first time you said
Okay,
it.
so
So why
stop
don't
fucking
you walk
saying
us-
that. So stop saying that there is a single reason why I believe it. Can we agree on that?
Okay. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
So there's
So what's
not
the
a single reason. One
Yes.
reason that you presented is the 4K videos coming down from the sky, which, yes, I agree they
No, they're not
exist.
coming down from the sky. Well, actually, they are. That's not how I'm receiving them, but yes. Sorry.
Okay,
Go ahead.
cool.
Go ahead.
So now, but people actually, I've met people who went through the effort of obtaining necessary devices and read the open, unencrypted signal from the sky, which does show a globular Earth. I am not debating that. So you said that's one of them. Then there's a bunch of others that you haven't revealed yet, but they were shown to you privately. Would you mind telling us what the journey looked like and what you
So
are exposed to?
Are you talking about the private ones?
Yeah, anything else you want other than the 4K videos?
I feel like what's wrong with the 4K videos?
Nothing. So we put it on the shelf as one of many. You actually dropped an F-bomb on me just now saying, why am I claiming that's the only one? So I heard you.
Okay.
That's one of them. We put it on the shelf. What's the other one?
The one that I've already relayed multiple times, right? Like, I work for a satellite communications company. I have personally trilaterated the position of geostationary satellites, which, to the opinion of many, is incompatible with the flat Earth.
Do Polaris
so you used the globular math to successfully do that task.
No,
We agree.
No. We don't agree on that. You don't have to assume any shape.
You don't?
No.
So why do you assume a sphere then?
I mean, there are no globe assumptions baked into the math that you're using there?
Not into the trilateration of the satellite. It's all like timing and distances between signals and distances between ground stations and angles on the receivers and senders. That's it. From that you get
and they support the
relative
globe?
distances. They support the position that there is a satellite 35,000 kilometers up in the sky.
Okay, I agree with that as a flat earther. I'm not in the majority, but I'm in the minority in my own community. But I completely agree that there are human-built vehicles that far away from the surface of the Earth. So now what?
Now what?
Well, it
What's
can
the
be a
question?
flat Earth.
I find that to be increasingly improbable, as even some flat earthers agree, right?
Some do, but I believe that human beings who live on a flat Earth are capable of building a vehicle that will not only go 35 whatever thousand, what units did you use?
Kilometers.
Kilometers. I actually believe that human beings living on the flat Earth can, and perhaps have, build a vehicle that went 235,000 miles to the moon.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, the moon, or whatever else. What is?
Oh, hang on.
So
Can I? Yeah. Wouldn't it be incompatible? Like the results of trilaterating on a flat surface with the satellites at altitude and doing the same thing on a globe, because the observers now are spread around the center of the Earth and the satellites are also around the Earth. So the results from the trilateration would be different, right? Like it doesn't seem that you could change from one to the other.
Why?
It doesn't change anything else and it still work.
Why?
Well, there are multiple scenarios that aren't compatible. Like to put 3 observers, for example, forming a line on Earth. If the satellites are right above them, the signal from the satellite can reach the 3 of them at the same time. If you moved to like a lower position and it hits one from the right to the left, there's a difference in timing. Like it seems that it's either one or the other. Like how can I explain this? If you could make it so it works on a flat Earth, but the receiver would have to take that into account. So if the software written in the receivers aren't taking that into account,
well,
then
there would have to be multiple stations up in the sky, wouldn't there?
Well, let me give you another reason. Like we turn the GPS signals from XYZ to lat, long, and altitude, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so if all observers are on the surface of the Earth and this coordinate system is around a sphere, then those resulting vectors would all be roughly the same distance from the center of the coordinate system. That would be the case on a flat Earth if all the observers are spread over the surface. Like wherever the origin of the coordinate system is, the further you are from that origin, the bigger that distance will be. So if you don't take into account that you're on a flat Earth and you assume you're a globe, the observers that are further from the origin are going to have an increasingly higher altitude. That makes sense?
I guess. My understanding of the way that this algorithm works, though, is that you don't assume any specific coordinate system. The ground stations talk to themselves. They listen to themselves, to each other. So via yes. So you have hundreds of ground stations. They broadcast a signal. Each ground station listens to each other, right? They establish distances between each other. And so you sort of get like a piece of the surface of the Earth, or of the surfaces of the Iran.
Okay.
Right?
Are we talking about satellites?
That carves out like a section of a sphere, a small section, albeit, but it's not flat. But yes, we're talking about satellites. This is the ground station side.
I was picturing GPS satellites where the receivers are just like cell phones.
No, I'm not talking GPS.
Okay.
This is a specific satellite network where there's like hundreds of ground stations used to trilaterate the position of the satellite relative to them.
Okay. Okay. That changes the argument. I was assuming we were talking about GPS satellites.
No.
Okay, so you're trilaterating the position of the satellite from the stations on the ground?
Yeah, when there's hundreds of them, you do least squares, to minimize the error.
Right.
And you get a pretty darn good.
How far are the stations from each other?
They're distributed across the continent.
Do they have line of sight to each other?
No.
Because I think any distances beyond line of sight won't be accepted by the flat Earth side.
Actually, I think the adjacent ones are, but the whole like the hex that contain like the hexagon that contains all of them doesn't necessarily have line of sight between any 2 points. Does that make sense?
Say that again.
The adjacent ground stations do have line of sight, I believe, but they don't necessarily have line of sight to all of them. Between all of them.
Sure. Okay, got it.
But they're generally like they're on the same continent, right? They're in the same face of the Earth.
Right.
Okay, that's
okay.
pretty
I think
cool.
you can. I think you can distinguish between they distributed over a flat surface compared to they distributed over a curved surface.
Yes.
Okay, I think you were denying that. I thought you were denying it.
No. I'm saying that there's no assumption made. You don't need to make an assumption to determine the relative positions of the relative distances of the ground stations.
Well, but if you, I think, well, how do you not take that into assumption? How is that not an assumption? Like, you need to have the geometry of the ground stations to triangulate the position of the satellite, don't you?
Well, if I have 2 ground stations, right, and I send a known signal at a known time, and I receive it at a known time, I know how far away it is, right? I have constrained the possible positions of one ground station relative to another to a circle around one of the ground stations, right?
Yeah.
You keep adding ground stations, right? Their relative positions get constrained down quite well. That makes no assumption about. Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
So go.
That makes no assumptions about what surface they're lying on.
But then you don't need the satellites. Like if you're taking the distance, like as soon as you have 4 ground stations, like if you have 3 ground stations and you have the distance between them, that gives you a triangle, right? So that could be either on a sphere or on a flat surface. It doesn't matter. If you put a 4th station, now if it might not be in the same plane as the triangle of the first 3. Right?
I don't. What do you mean you don't need the satellite?
To know
somebody call my name.
Yes.
The geometry of the ground station.
Correct. You're correct about that.
Okay, so have you worked on these algorithms? Like, you know how the algorithm works for evaluating the position of the satellite, or?
Yes, it's.
Like in details.
Yes, I wrote it myself.
Okay. Okay. When the trilateration is being done, do we have like a Cartesian position for each ground station?
Yes.
Or just the distance?
At that point, yes. No. So
okay,
at the point where the trilateration for the satellite is being done, yes.
Right, and where do those come from?
From once you establish the relative positions of the ground stations, you set one as a baseline. Presumably via GPS, and then you.
Okay, so that's kind of assumed, I think.
I guess so, yeah. But I mean, it assumes the position of one ground station, right? But it doesn't. The rest are fixed by 1. I mean, you don't need to assume the shape of the Earth to pinpoint the position of one station. You would need it to establish the position of like more than one. If you didn't have this system where the ground stations listen to each other.
What I'm saying is like we're assuming the GPS positions of the ground stations.
No, of one.
You take
to
one?
fix it.
Okay, the other ones aren't from GPS.
The
I feel like if you only have one, and you only infer the position of the other ones based on their distance to the.
Well, I guess you would need
previous
more than one actually, because you could rotate them, right? You would need at least 2.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I would need to, but how's that done in practice? Does the algorithm just have the coordinates of one of them?
No. So the algorithm is just it calculates the position of the satellite from the timing of the ground stations, right?
Yeah, but it needs the positions of the ground stations.
Correct. It does need the position of the ground stations. Yes.
Yeah, and that where does that come from? That's where I'm guessing there might be a global assumption. That's why I'm asking it. The position of ground stations in space probably are coming from GPS, or like I don't think you're going to be getting those purely from the distance between the ground stations. I mean that's possible, but it feels like there would be an accumulative error for ground stations further and further from where you started doing this. That makes sense. Like if you use the fourth one based on the distance of the first 3, establish its position, and so that there's an error there. And if you use that to establish the next ones, then there's more error.
Yes, there would be. You're correct about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that's where their geometry is coming from. Probably GPS, I guess, right?
This is good critical thinking, you guys, I have to say.
I'm so proud of you guys for using your imagination.
Hey. They were having they're both glowers, right? And they were having a pretty...
And you. I'm so proud of you guys for all using your imagination. Yes, you are.
Oh, Professor. Who made you the supreme leader, the Ayatollah of Flat Earth, okay? Bacon and Charlie were actually thinking critically about their own beliefs.
I know. I mean, what else are you going to do? You can use your imagination is the only thing you can do.
I don't think there's hope for you, Professor.
Probably not. I don't think there is.
Okay, let me just ask something I missed before. Why are satellites not broadcasting their signal? Why is that not broadcasting?
Charlie thinks they pinpoint the signal to like my house on my street. They send it right there. Ding, like a little envelope.
No, that's not what I said. Nobody said. I didn't say that satellites are not broadcasting. What I said is that the dish on the user terminal, you wouldn't say that it is broadcasting, right? It is transmitting. Broadcast user refers to sending a signal to multiple places that aren't typically necessarily adjacent, right? Like a broadcasting radio tower, right? It transmits spherically so that as many people as possible in the area can pick it up. Whereas something like a I don't know if you're familiar with like the Ubiquiti point-to-point communication links that you basically have two dishes so that you can send a signal from like an island to an adjacent island within line of sight. I wouldn't call that like a broadcast. That's just a transmission.
Right. Okay, so GPS satellites do broadcasting, right?
Yeah, but I'm not talking about GPS satellites. I'm talking about like
Just
satellite works. Yes.
Just to give an example.
Yeah, broadcasting usually means like if you're sending a signal for like multiple users to be able to like read.
No,
but you're talking about intent, right? Like in computer networking, we say on the Ethernet network, devices broadcast a signal, even though it's meant for one target PC, let's say, to read. I mean, there is broadcast in the protocol meant for everybody to read. But even on Ethernet, when you're meant to communicate with a specific device, you broadcast the signal, the actual signal, to everybody.
Hold on. Yeah, but that's because everybody needs to listen to it. If you're talking about like
I know,
like ARP,
I know, but there are other network protocols, right? In Ethernet, by design, everything that's transmitted is receivable by everybody.
Sure.
Devices just ignore it because it's not addressed to them.
Sure.
Right? And there's encryption on top of that in another layer of the networking stack that even if they decided to read the packet, they wouldn't know what's in it, right? So in that sense, if you first stop nerding so hard and just listen to what people might mean when they're talking to you.
I've done that. I've done that quite hard, right? Like with the fucking invisible light.
Give me 15 seconds. Give me 15 seconds.
Go ahead.
Then maybe you would consider that what they mean is that the box in the sky transmits a signal that is receivable by everybody over a quite large area.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all they're saying. The fact that devices ignore it or cannot read it because it's encrypted is not what they're talking about.
I think this is quite ironic because you're making the same mistake about me. Because I think it's quite clear what it is that I mean when I raise an objection over their wordage. It's a semantic issue, not like I disagree with what it is you're saying.
Look, dude, the very fact that you use the word wordage tells me everything I need to know about you.
Okay.
Is that not a word? That sounds like a word.
I don't know. He knows what I mean.
I know it is a word. But when was the last time you heard any normal person say wordage?
We were talking about mean yesterday. So, Charlie, without looking it up, what's the difference between a mean and an average?
What's the difference between a mean and an average?
Yeah, or just the meaning of those two words. Do they mean the same thing? Do they mean different things? Don't look it up.
I'm not looking it up. I feel like I very much feel like they mean different things, but I cannot, for the life of me, necessarily think of it. I would think that mean refers to mean as in mean, median, mode, as in from a statistical distribution, you just take what I would want to say the average, which to me means the same thing. So no, I guess I don't know the distinction.
Right. So I always thought they were synonyms, but apparently average is not like a mathematical term. It's a more colloquial term that can mean mean, but it can also mean like a median or like whatever else.
I also know there's different kinds of mean, right? Like geometric mean, arithmetic mean.
Yeah, of course. But yeah. So, but I've seen this term being used for average too, like weighted average.
What is it that you're trying to tell me? That people use the same. Oh, okay, go ahead.
I'm just saying average is not like it can mean other types of, like there are types of averages. So mean is one of them, but median mean can also be
average.
Yeah, like it's a colloquial term. It can mean different things.
Right, but why are you bringing up this point?
For no reason. We were discussing yesterday. We were talking about semantics. That was the semantics discussion of yesterday.
Did you know that half of people are below average?
I think they're below median, but that actually can be average. So
No.
Are you
it was
trying to
trickier for me
insult us,
because
Matthew? Are you trying to insult us?
I'm sitting here trying to make jokes, but nobody's picking up what I'm putting down, so I'll quit.
it's a math joke. I mean, we get it, but it's a math joke. We're not gonna laugh at that.
Fair enough.
There is no different words for average and mean in Portuguese, so it makes more sense to just treat them synonym.
So yeah, technically mean, median, and mode are all measures of central tendency, and you could call them all three different types of averages, although colloquially, when you think of when somebody says average, they're referring to the mean.
Right.
But then when you talk about home values or salaries, it's more common to use the median, like the median home value in my city. Just because if there's like 5 rich guys that have multi-million-dollar houses, it's not going to throw off the median as much as it would throw off the mean.
Right. There's a bunch of code challenges that people use for software developer interviews for dealing with medians, like finding the median in a data stream. They're pretty common.
Yeah, I'm not very good at those kind of puzzles, but they're interesting.
Oh, you're a developer too?
I was a computer science major, and but I don't do a whole lot of software development these days.
Man, I used to do those problems whenever I had an interview. I would grind those for like 4 weeks.
Yeah, that's.
I love them.
In fact, you can just memorize how a bunch of them work, and then you have a good chance of passing.
I mean, I like them too. Well, what annoys me is that I don't think it's representative of the job usually.
That's true.
It's just a measure.
Oh, that's
of
not what it's for. Yeah, it's not what it's for. It's just one way to select a bunch of people who they know are not like dumb.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's for aptitude testing.
It's a bit useful. Like if I'm asking you to like code something, I know you know that you know how to avoid high complexity solutions.
Yeah,
that you're not going to be writing something that runs in like n cube time when you can run in and log in. But yeah, it's quite different from what you do when you start working.
Well, I disagree. For the first thing you said, is not. I think you can demonstrate knowledge of time complexity, time and space complexity, without penalizing somebody for not knowing how to do dynamic programming, which never once in my life has that come up at work.
Oh, for me, it did once.
Dynamic programming.
Yeah, cool. I was writing a software which is it's like something used to edit videos and position their subtitles and stuff like that, and the information about the timing of the subtitles was already like existing when I was loading the files. But if you change the text in the sentences, I would lose the old software would lose the timing of each individual words because it just had the beginning and the ending of the sentence as a whole. And because it changed the sentence, it no longer knows the time of individual words. So what I did was like were an algorithm that could match the new sentence to the previous sentence, find which words are the same, even if you added something before and after it. Sort of like when you commit something on Git and it shows you just the changes you did in the file.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I did. I found like the minimum amount of difference between the old text and the new text and which parts just remain the same, so I could preserve those timings. That was that I solved with dynamic programming. It's like it runs in n squared with dynamic programming, but if you try to do it any other way, it just blows up exponential quickly.
Let me guess. Is it a 2D array? Is that why it was n squared?
What do you mean a 2D array? Or what?
Was it n squared in memory as well, or just in time?
Memory as well. Yeah,
Okay,
memory as well.
Was n like the size of the text?
Yes.
Did you have like a 2D array that held words?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I think it's a dictionary because I don't need all positions.
Yes.
I'm not
yes,
sure
correct.
if I use
No. I guess if you're using something like Python, it would just be. But what I mean by 2D array, I mean something that has random access into it. It doesn't necessarily need to be like contiguous.
Yeah.
Positions.
Got it. But it was a bit of an overkill because the sentence is pretty small. Even if I wrote dummy algorithm, it would still be unnoticeable to the user.
What's the hottest website to do those problems nowadays? Is it still LeetCode?
Yeah, there's LeetCode, but to my students, I recommend NeetCode.
What?
NeetCode. It's LeetCode with no neat with an N, like as in
neat, like as in neat, or neat as in NEET.
NEET.
I see.
It's pretty much the same, but
yeah, it looks identical actually.
Yeah, but the problem set is different. So it only has like the useful ones because LeetCode has a bunch of stupidly easy challenges and a bunch of extremely hard problems that take like weeks to solve. None of those are useful to train for interviews.
Huh.
Because interviews don't give you like too easy, and even if they do, like training on the easy ones doesn't help much. And the hard ones, they don't give an interview because you don't have time. Like you just have an hour. You can't solve a problem like that in an hour. I mean, maybe some people can. Yeah, I used to do a lot of LeetCode. I think they also use HackerRank.
Sorry, guys, I had to drop off for a second. Where did Charlie go?
I think it dropped.
Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't spoken in a while.
Did he leave because of abuse, or he just
Esse Grêmio
avoided?
começa falando assim, que não sei o que eu gostava de ir pra Curitiba e tal. Quer dizer, que eu gosto de Curitiba, que lá eu podia levar a mulher.
Arrombado, bacon.
Nossa, achei que sou seu brother.
What's that?
You were hot micing with a sexy Brazilian voice, female voice.
Yeah, it's my girlfriend.
Yeah, like, dude, don't be flexing on us that you have a girlfriend, okay?
Oh, you brought it up. Never mind.
I know, shield us from the fact that you have a girlfriend. We don't want to know.
Okay.
Professor cannot handle that.
Okay, I'm finally ready for the semester now. Just finished the last little task. Right. I'll be sure and teach them good. I'll make sure that they toe the line on the globe bottle and all the good stuff.
Hey, Matthew, do you get paid extra for trying to convince the children that the Earth is a globe?
No, I don't get paid extra.
So that's your baseline pay includes brainwashing children about the globe?
It does not.
So you're not told to teach them about the shape of the Earth?
If I were teaching geography or geology or something, it probably would be. I teach a math class where it usually doesn't come up. I mean, sometimes I mention it if I'm teaching the geometry section.
Right, so let me guess, you teach math, but when you talk about spheres, you say, spheres like the Earth. Do you ever throw it in, like, on your own?
No, it doesn't come up like that. But I do. Sometimes I talk about how the ancient Greeks used geometry to calculate the size of the sphere and the distance to the moon and stuff like that.
Let me guess. Eratosthenes.
Yeah. He assumed the Earth was a sphere and then used that to calculate the size of the sphere.
That's fair. If you talk about it like this, that is fair. We know he did, right? Nobody questions that. That he imagined the Earth was a sphere, and then he said, okay, if my dream were a reality, what would be the radius? And then he calculated.
Well, yeah, obviously it's going to be hard to calculate a radius if you don't think there is a radius.
That is true. A radius, one could say a radius of a plane would be kind of infinite in some sense, right?
Well, if it's like a pizza shape, you could have a circle with a radius that's still flat.
Yeah, like the radius of the equator on actual flat Earth. Right?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You didn't have to throw in the pizza joke, right? Like, regardless of its ultimate shape, a flat Earth has an equator. We all agree. That equator has a radius.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean it as a joke. I was just saying that flat things that are circular, like a dinner plate, also have a radius.
What I'm saying is, because we've heard the pizza joke, many times, even if the Earth was a square, we agree, I'm not making any claims, we agree that there is a concept of an equator on even a square Earth, right? The sun follows a circular path over the Earth. And that path has a radius. I'm strengthening your point. Even flat Earth has a radius in some sense. Somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, you're right. Do you think the equator and the Tropic of Cancer are both circles that have the same center? Or what would you say?
Yes, I think they have the same center in the North Pole, geographic North Pole.
But they must be different sizes, though, because they're different distances from the North Pole, right?
Absolutely.
I think that the subsolar point moves along both of those circles on different dates at the same speed and takes the same time. But that's hard to explain to people, so I usually don't use that argument.
When I was a Glober, the first time I ever interacted with flat earthers on Twitter, there used to be this thing called Flat Earth Fridays. It was a weekly kind of event, a space where people would commune. And I used to argue against flat Earth using the argument that there should be a noticeable difference in the speed of the sun, when it goes over the smaller circle versus the larger circle. But that's because I had all the assumptions, the globe assumptions that my mother kind of seeded in my brain, when I was 4. So they were still with me, and that's why I used to argue that way. But I know what you mean.
It's still a good argument, though, I think, because on the equinoxes, the subsolar point is over the equator and moves, a certain speed over the equator. And then if you go during the, the solstice, the June solstice in the northern hemisphere, it moves over the Tropic of Cancer at the same speed, but it takes also 24 hours to go.
Right, and the claim is it also moves with the same speed over Capricorn, which is the biggest of all circles.
Right.
But then, I spent more time thinking about it and talking to people, and I understood that we have never measured the velocity of the sun.
The subsolar point can be figured out, though, right?
That's what people say. That's what I just took for granted. But apparently, it's more complex.
Yeah. Okay. I could see how it's more complex. I mean, you could try and figure it out with using tools like timeanddate.com and that kind of thing, but then you'd have to be trusting somebody else's word about how they calculate it.
And all of those tools are globe tools. So.
Right. I just want to say, I really think that Over Fences is quite an intelligent person, good looking, and popular among people. So, yeah, I'm very impressed with Over Fences.
So since things are slow, Matthew, as a teacher, like, do you encourage your students to think critically about all the possibilities? I know you're not a geography, right?
Yeah, in fact, critical thinking is more important than the actual content. Like the class that I teach is a math class, but it's called Quantitative Reasoning for the Real World, which is kind of a complicated title. But it's also about reasoning, about not falling into logical fallacies. It's about thinking mathematically about statistics and probability and chance and all that kind of stuff.
There must be a fancy school you teach at.
It's just a regular university, like a liberal arts university that teaches a general ed curriculum, that includes math.
Oh, it's higher education. I thought it was
right. It's a university, Biola University in Los Angeles County.
Oh, somehow I imagined from past conversations here on this VC that you taught at like more like junior, like, I don't know, teenagers or something.
Well, because I'm teaching a math class to humanities majors, like, sociology, English majors, that kind of stuff, it is sort of a simpler math. It's not the type of math that engineers or computer science or physics people would take. So it is a simpler math that you might have learned in junior high or high school.
That's so funny, Matthew, because when I was in college and I did computer engineering and I had to learn some of the more advanced math, I used to kind of help my friends. Most of my friends were in human studies, like sociology and stuff, and they would come to me desperate because they had to take statistics and people would throw like calculus at them and they had no idea how to cope with that. So I used to like help them out. I know exactly what you mean. So would you consider maybe in one of your classes, if your focus is on quantitative analysis of reality, and would you consider using as an example, like, how would you apply critical thinking to determining the shape of the Earth? That would be a good kind of theme to maybe use.
That would be. The content doesn't quite lend itself to that question, but I do. If people ask about it, I do bring it up. Like I'll answer questions about it.
I mean, it's not like it is a little bit of a sensitive topic, but it is kind of present in popular culture, right? The idea of
Yeah, it's a good question. What do you think the percentage is of people who have doubts about the mainstream narrative that the Earth is a sphere?
I do not know. I'm very conscious of the fact that I have a kind of a bias from my own community and where I like to hang out.
Sure.
But for example, I have never met a fellow flat earther in real world yet. I might have met them at Costco.
I've met like 30 of them.
I've never talked to one, is what I mean. Like, probably I stood in the same line at Costco, or maybe Walmart, with a fellow flat earther. But I've never interacted with one in physical reality. How have you met flat earthers in physical reality?
I live in Southern California, and so it's a big city, and I've been to a handful of flat Earth meetups. I've met Mark Sargent. I've met Nathan Thompson a couple times, and then some other people from Southern California.
Well, yeah. So you actively sought them out, but like, have you ever met one like in normal life?
Yeah, I have a former student and who was a flat earther for some time. I've lost touch, so I don't know if he still is. And one of my brother's friends that I knew is a flat earther.
Okay, I'm jealous.
Well, it's probably just because I'm in a big city, right? Los Angeles has, I don't know, 15 million people.
True. I'm in a city the metropolis has 4 million people, so, much smaller, but still. Maybe I should talk to more people. I don't talk to that many strangers, so, yeah.
I mean, it was interesting to go to those meetups, and Kevin or Flat Earth Dude, I've hung out with him several times. So we even went to that movie. What was the movie? There's a movie about like them faking the moon landing.
Take Me to the Moon.
Yeah, that's right. We went to that movie together.
I find it interesting. I haven't seen the movie, but I find it interesting. And this is something I get a lot of flack from my own community. Like, why people are so. Why do flat earthers have such a strong emotional reaction to space vehicles in general, moon landing, and things like gravity? Like, it's almost as if they're tied at the hip to the idea that those things have to be untrue. I consider them orthogonal to the question of the shape of the Earth.
I see what you're saying, but I wouldn't say it's quite orthogonal. I think there's at least some correlation, because if you say that men were able to land on the moon, then at least some of those things would have to be true. And if they landed on the moon, then maybe their pictures of the round, seeing the Earth spherical would be true.
The pictures, yes, but everything else, not necessarily. Like yes, they did use globe math to go to the moon, but they also used globe math to go from LA to Tokyo, right? So they do use globe math, but we know that that's just baked into their navigation systems because they're not being told the truth about the shape of the Earth. So the pilots use globe math, and they have nav, screens showing kind of great circle routes and all that. We know that's the case. So yeah, the people who went to the moon were told, it's this globe math. that's going to take you there. It's the same sort of issue. The pictures, yes. There has to be some shenanigans around the photograph. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, some photographs and some images, right? But
so the other thing is the astronauts would have experienced weightlessness, and that would be hard to explain if the Earth is flat and gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah, but gravity is the same issue. Like, what's the issue of gravity? I don't get it. Why we have to resist gravity to protect what we know about the shape of the Earth?
I think you're right about that. But so there are some ways that you could describe the flat Earth and still have gravity. But if gravity is as explained, then the edges of the flat Earth would sort of feel tilted or something like that. I forget the exact argument.
That depends on the size, right? So I do have an agenda here, Matthew, so now I will reveal my agenda, right? I've been working on something, mostly on Twitter, not so much here. Here I get muted very quickly. I call it rigid flat Earth. It's a working theory that I have, rigid flat Earth. And it basically proposes that the same way that there exist celestial bodies that are not spherical. The typical example I give is all those cucumber-shaped asteroids, right, that float around. Right. Basically, they have enough structural rigidity to overcome the gravitational collapse from their own mass, right? The Globers will say they're not massive enough to form spheres. Similarly, the Earth could contain internal structures that prevent it from gravitationally collapsing on itself. Now, many Glovers will say, yeah, but then at the edges, there would be like Australians would be walking diagonally to the surface of the Earth. But that's because they assume the pizza Earth of a radius, to the South Pole, essentially. But that's not necessarily true if the plane is significantly greater than that. I don't think.
Maybe it doesn't have a limit. Maybe it's somehow infinite or something like that. But if it is really large, then yes, you could still have gravity and flat.
Right. So this whole hate on like mass attracts mass, 3-hour-long, yelling matches about Cavendish and gravimeters. I think that's a waste of time. I think as a flat earther, I can completely absorb Newtonian gravity, let's say, and just say, so what? What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Not much.
Yeah, it's an interesting perspective. I could see how people disagree with you.
And, another kind of unorthodox maybe view I have is I have a telescope. I looked at the moon. It's a freaking rock in the sky and it's spherical.
Right. You can tell that from the shadows. It's not hard.
While I agree that gas pressure requires a container, at least here in this VC, that's why I like coming here. We don't make any claims regarding how big that container is. So to me, as long as the moon is within the container, there is no reason why human beings could not be able to shoot a projectile that intercepts that piece of rock. You know what I mean? Maybe we have, right? Oh, we never did it. Okay, but could we? I think we could. I think we have actually done it. Not just the human landings, but all the other 6 nations or unions of nations that actually landed unmanned vehicles on that rock. I think that actually happened. And I don't know, I don't see how that proves the globe. The photos, that's an argument we have to contend with. But the fact that we landed a chunk of metal on that rock that predictably moves through the sky. Everybody agrees. It moves through the sky predictably. We know where it is. We can predict where it will be on next Tuesday, right?
Right.
So what's the big deal?
Yeah, it's an interesting perspective. I think it would be. It's hard to reconcile those things, but sounds like you've been successful with that.
Well, you say it's hard to reconcile them because you immediately imagine that when I say we could do those things, that I am signing up for the entirety of your model and the math.
Yo, shut your bitch ass up, nigga. The Earth is fucking flat, nigga. It's not round. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that's not adding much to
bitch ass nigga. The Earth is flat as fuck. Nigga, go outside. Do you see curves, nigga? Hell no, nigga. You see flat. What the fuck are you talking about, little bitch? With your stupid ass.
You are
dumb ass.
See, heretic. That's why I asked you to give me mod rights. Okay. Anyways,
I used to have mod rights in Earth Awakenings.
What did you have to do to obtain that?
I don't know. Chu just said, "Hey, why not give a Glober mod rights?" Because he knew I wouldn't abuse it.
Yeah, but Earth Awakenings is not as much about the globe versus flat Earth as it is about ingesting mushrooms and LSD, right? So did you have to do any of those things?
A lot of times, but they're definitely flat earthers.
I don't like going there. I think, sometimes out of desperation I go there because there's no other action on Twitter or Discord about the shape of the Earth. And every time I do that, it's like freaking, he was a good guy, the Mustachio Man, or it's like the Jews, or it's the how many pounds of mushrooms did you consume this week? It's always that.
Yeah, fair enough. So with the container thing, what do you think happens as you get higher and higher in altitude? I mean, you know that the pressure goes down, right?
Yeah, we all agree it goes down. There's a density gradient, right?
So if you go high enough, it seems like it would basically just sort of peter off to zero, right?
Not to zero, but to a lower number.
Okay. So up in the moon, it's just really low, but still not zero, and there's a container above it.
Not only that, but in recent years, they were, because when I was a Glober, flat earthers used to cook me by sending me links to globe science articles that said, hey, we discovered traces of Earth's atmosphere in the vicinity of the moon. Right? Basically, they would say...
I remember that.
Right. So even that supports my argument. Yeah, it's just Earth's atmosphere, but very rarefied. So it's within the container. Everybody here agrees you go to Mount Everest, you will likely, die or have a serious problem because the density of the gas is not the same as at the bottom. It's not the temperature. Everybody can breathe cold air if it's dense enough, but it's the density that's a problem, right? There's not enough oxygen per cubic meter to sustain your average human being, right?
How do you have an atmospheric gradient?
Right. But think about it this way. What would happen if you went up to the top of the container and opened a little hole in it?
Oh, shit.
Then you wouldn't have gas pressure.
But it wouldn't leak out very much, is my point, because the
but
pressure is so
PV
thin up there.
equals but PV equals nRT. So have.
I'm saying if you have a container, let's say what you said is true. Everything is just as you described. There's a container, but if I opened a hole at the very top, the air is so thin up there that the molecules that would escape are very few, right?
Maybe, but the point is that the container is the antecedent of pressure.
Why is it the antecedent? What makes it the
Doesn't matter. I'm not talking to you. You're an anti-flat earther. I want to talk to Matthew, so don't interject. You're a horrible glober.
Your mic is way down. Anyway, we can't hear you, Witchy.
Oh, you can't hear me?
No. It's not this guy. It's the flattened distraction guy. All right. Okay. When I was a glober, I used to say he was a horrible glober. He makes a horrible globe arguments. Now that I'm a flat earther, I think he's slightly better, but he's still bad. So Matthew,
$1,000
doesn't matter. Matthew,
they're serious.
And somebody mute that guy. Matthew, we're having a conversation here with Matthew. Okay, let us be. Look,
easily triggered.
Perhaps, but over time there would be no pressure.
I see what you're saying. So
5 seconds after you punch that hole, maybe not a big difference. But 5,000 years later, big difference.
Well, and how would you get the volume of gas to begin with if you're starting out with one molecule? It would just...
Exactly. PV equals nRT. You gotta have a V. The V is the container.
Why would the gas want to escape this so-called hole anyway if there's already a gradient that's created?
Because it wants to distance itself from you.
Most of the pressure is concentrated at the bottom. If this is an enclosed...
Yes, we agree.
Why is there a pressure differential if there is no movement of the Earth and no force acting on the gas?
In my opinion, because of gravity.
Okay, so you're acknowledging
that shut you up, right? Yeah, of course I do. That shut you up.
Peter's a rare flat earther that believes in gravity.
So why would you believe that the pressure near the frontier of this flat Earth dome would be greater than the force of gravity that's keeping the much more numerous gas particles below?
Because F equals big G times M1 times M2 divided by R squared. Where R is the distance.
Based on people that knew that the Earth is round, is a globe.
Shut up, Matthew.
No, honestly, you're bringing up these formulas on people who use this based off of science that was based off of a ground Earth.
No, the correct formulation of Newton's equation is F equals G times M1 times M2 divided by D squared, where D is the distance between the two bodies.
That this is the accurate formula are globers, as you.
Of course they are. Most people are globers.
Use this as a basis for your argument when you don't even think that the globe is a thing.
Because I am able to compartmentalize these things.
Then you're fucking retarded.
Yeah, I am. Okay, I want to talk to Matthew. You guys are useless.
Okay.
So Matthew, you proposed a thought experiment. We punch a hole in the container. What happens? I say gas pressure disappears over time. It's not instantaneous. In your own model, there's no instantaneous things. Everything propagates over time, including gravity. In your own model, right? The only thing that doesn't propagate over time is quantum entanglement. Okay, everything else does. So yeah, over time there will be no gas pressure. We think the Earth has existed for enough time that if indeed there was a hole in the container, by now there'd be no gas pressure.
Yeah, so that's a good argument. My counterpoint would be that maybe it would escape so slowly that it's being replaced by enough that it still kind of is in some static equilibrium.
Maybe. So where does that enough come from?
That's a good question. Somewhere above. I don't know.
Because you also in your own model you have a conservation of, well, in general relativity there is no conservation of energy globally. So
There's still the issue of the distance. What distance are you trying to claim is sufficient for the gas to escape to such a degree that it never comes back?
well, gravity operates on infinite distances. That's one of the things that makes it special. Together with electromagnetism, right? They drop off over the square of distance, so they're infinite.
Well, you have another problem. Your dome isn't it's not equally distant from all parts of your flat earth. So
Well, we don't know that. We don't claim any particular dimensions of the Earth or the dome. You never said dome, by the way. I take it I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that you mean container.
you have an infinite plane with an infinite container?
No, I didn't say infinite. I just said we don't claim any specific dimensions of that plane.
So you have no claim, you have nothing to measure, nothing to quantify, or nothing to detect, nothing to sample. And you have a
Yeah, we don't make any claims regarding the dimensions of the plane that we live on.
A plane is a dimension.
No, the plane is infinite. Matthew is a mathematician. He will educate you on that.
A plane is a dimension because a plane is, first of all, on a
You're misunderstanding. You do understand in almost all languages, words can have multiple meanings. When I say dimension, I mean we don't claim anything about the length or width of that plane.
Yeah, that's still, you still have a problem. There's still a dimensionality to that, even if there's a limit to
Yes, there is a dimensionality. Yes, we live in 4 dimensions.
No, I'm
X,
speaking
Y,
of
Z, and T.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Earth that you claim can be limitless or not limitless. There's still a dimensionality to
I
it.
didn't say, yes, there is dimensionality. We just don't know how far. Here's what we know. If you listen for a second, we know that we live on a flat plane. We know that there's a container intersecting that plane. It must be intersecting it because otherwise the gas would leak out, per Matthew's point. We don't know how far from North Pole, from America, from Antarctica that point of intersection is. We don't know. It might be just around the corner, or it might be thousands of miles away, or it could be light years away.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying is that the dimensionality, you've established the dimensionality is flat, whether it's
You just like to say dimensionality, don't you?
Yes, because it's very important that you distinguish that from a globe shape. That's the different. The dimensions are very different. You're speaking of a different.
Yes, they are very different.
Right. Now, you make a mistake because you're speaking of the container intersecting at some point. If there's an intersection, then it is not equally distant. There is a point, there's a particular point or particular area where the distance from the surface of your alleged flat Earth to the frontier of your dome is no longer the same as where it is somewhere else. So there is.
Yeah, but sufficiently large distance means there's almost no difference between if you live inside of a square versus a circle, and those the radius of that circle or the length of the side of that square are so much greater than to scale to what your what your experience is, it doesn't matter. Like it's just a few inches here and there. It doesn't matter.
If there's intersection, and we know here in this realm, this part of your so-called flat Earth, the distance to the frontier has to be greater than, oh, I don't know, a few miles. That is a great gulf between what you
Okay,
say.
so look, check this out. It's just a thought experiment. Let's say you live on a pizza that is 4 light years in radius, but the farthest you have gone is 80,000 kilometers. Now, compare that to you living on a square flat plane with side A equals 4 light years, and you've also haven't gone further than 80,000 kilometers. It doesn't matter. The difference in the shape of that boundary doesn't matter because it's so much greater compared to where you have gone that who cares if the corners are round or square?
Yeah. You're saying the rate of change from the furthest frontiers that we've explored is so because of the great distance that is immeasurably slight. Okay, fine.
Yes, yes, it doesn't matter.
Right, but that's a weak argument because you acknowledge the presence of gravity. Presence of gravity will not essentially will certainly resolve the Earth itself to a spherical shape.
No, it won't. No, it won't.
Gravity
That's just
is
they're just
omnidirectional.
no, it
No
won't.
reason for you to claim that
All right,
the gravity
no. That's
based
bullshit.
off the assumption that gravity is a singular point.
No, Matrix. You don't get it. Let me talk to this guy. Hey, all right, flattened. Why are there cucumber-shaped asteroids?
Why are there cucumber-shaped asteroids?
Yes.
What do you mean? Why aren't they not spherical yet? Well,
why are they not spherical?
Right, and as you well know, that there's an insufficient amount of mass to create enough power, enough force.
Exactly. So why
mass
can that not be true for the Earth?
Huh?
Why can that not be true for the Earth?
Because the Earth has more mass than is required.
Right, but the amount of mass is not an absolute number. It's the amount of mass relative to the electromagnetic bonds between the particles forming the object.
That may
in your own model, in general relativity, if you have two massive particles and there are no other forces at play, it's a thought experiment. These two particles will form a black hole. The only reason why they don't is because there's enough interaction between them other than gravity that resists the gravitational collapse. So if the Earth, as massive as you think it is, which is a separate conversation, how do you know its mass, but fine, whatever number you throw at me, all I have to say is there's some structure inside of the Earth that is stronger than gravitational collapse of that amount of mass, and GG, flattened destruction.
So my response to that is simple. There's an overwhelming amount of mass. Because first of all, every particle has an infinite range to affect.
So what? So there's a structure inside of the Earth, and it's preventing it from collapsing.
You're going to state the obvious as a response, which will not be related to what I'm saying. So because of that, because of the accumulating effect of each particle, at some point, and I literally mean at some point, there is going to be a very, very high amount of pressure that is caused by all of those particles influencing all the other particles simultaneously. So it could even be a gas. At some point,
okay, fine.
Dude,
you're missing the point. You're missing the point. I'm interrupting you because you're missing the point.
You interrupt a lot.
In your own cosmology, neutron stars have diameters comparable to the size of New York, but they're way more massive than the Earth. Orders of magnitude. So why don't they become black holes?
They have not yet reached enough of a mass to become a black hole.
But how can they be so dense and not become a black hole? What's stopping them?
Well, there's a few things stopping that. So you've got electron degeneracy. That means the electrons themselves have to be pushed out of the atom itself. You've got the weak force. You got all the other forces that have a counteracting force on the.
So, in other words, I'm preventing you from mangling your own model more than you have.
No, it's just that
It's a neutron degeneracy pressure, but it doesn't matter. Listen, the bottom line is there's an internal structure.
Principle.
There's an internal structure that's stronger, more rigid than the gravitational force that the mass produces. That's the bottom line. You can try to impress us with how much you know quantum mechanics and all those things, and I could pretend that I'm much better at this than you are, but it doesn't matter. The rigidity of the structure overcomes the gravitational collapse.
Also correct.
That's the bottom line. That's the gist of it.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes,
Peter,
there
he
are
probably heard
multiple.
about 3 words out of that because he spoke through you.
But the gist of it is, I know how he is. This guy's useless. The gist of it is, there's internal structure, whatever it is, 1 thing, 2 things, 17 things, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
There's an internal structure that is stronger than the gravitational force created by that mass. This is true for a neutron star. This is true for the coffee cup that I'm looking at. And this is also true for the flat Earth that you live on without realizing.
That is until the amount of particles that have mass are so numerous and in such a close proximity that they overwhelm all of those forces.
Are you suggesting that the Earth is more massive than the neutron star?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
You either misunderstood me or you weren't listening.
He did say that the particles had infinite range earlier on.
Unless there's enough particles in close enough of a proximity to overwhelm those other.
You said they had infinite range earlier.
Okay, Flatten. So there aren't enough particles on Earth to make it into a sphere. What are you going to do about that?
You're incorrect.
You just cooked yourself.
There are enough particles.
You just cooked. Yeah, because you make the assumption that you know exactly what's inside of the Earth. So therefore, whatever mass the Earth has in your model is sufficient to form a sphere. And I'm positing to you that if you suspend those assumptions for 5 freaking seconds, you're gonna have to admit that you don't know if this mass should form a sphere or not, or shouldn't.
So no, what happens is if I suspend that.
Yeah, what happens is
what ends up happening is I have an inconsistent understanding of why gravity would work. I have an illogical notion that gravity, the force that causes things to come to the ground, is operating in a parallel manner across a vast,
Yeah, we all agree. So what?
That's illogical. It is illogical to believe that a force of nature is not omnidirectional. There's no purpose. It's either omnidirectional or bidirectional.
It is.
But it doesn't make any sense.
So now imagine an Earth.
For it to be parallel.
Oh my God! Imagine an Earth that is flat, that is 4 light years in width. Okay.
Yeah.
So now what? You live in a very small area, 80,000 kilometers, whatever you pick, compared to 4 light years. It's nothing. For all intents and purposes, you will not observe the divergence.
Divergence of what?
Of the verticals.
Why would there be in your magical world? Why would there even be a divergence of verticals?
Because if you took a small flat Earth with a depth of, let's say, 10 miles, the deepest hole we've ever dug was 8 miles, so let's say 10. If mass attracted mass, then you're correct. The downward acceleration vector would not be parallel, and it would diverge, and people in Australia, such as Matrix, would be walking diagonally. But if you take the same Earth and you expand it sufficiently enough that the scales that we have explored to the edges of Antarctica are irrelevant, then yes, everybody could still walk upright. Yeah, someone who traveled 4 light years to the edges of that hypothetical construct would be walking diagonally or even sideways.
Right. So now you've got multiple problems. You've got relative positions of observers that observe any stellar object, very inconsistent. You've also got a
Now you're distracting. Now you're taking us to a completely different.
Why did you interrupt him?
Yeah, why did you interrupt?
Because I know him. I know how he operates.
It doesn't matter if you.
I wanted to hear what he had to say, bro.
You spoke. Yeah, and it's been multiple times. So and actually to address that, you're expecting us to look at these issues in isolation and ignore how they affect other parts of nature.
No, I don't. I was talking to you about gravity.
Right, and then I brought in observations of stellar objects.
That's a different argument. You were saying that gravity is exclusive to the globe because it predicts the Earth must be a globe. I am interrupting you because you're using your typical tactics. I cornered you on gravity, and now you're taking us to observations of celestial bodies.
5 minutes.
No, you're interrupting him because you don't want to let him speak because you want to run your mouth and you're not letting him argue.
You don't know who I am. Shut up. You don't know who I am. Whoever did that, thank you. So, Flathead, listen. You started this conversation by implying that the concept of gravity and mass attracting mass immediately leads to the conclusion that the Earth must form a sphere. I pushed back on that. I explained to you why that is not the immediate conclusion without all the assumptions that you made as a glober. And you actually lost the argument, you gave up on it, and immediately started telling me that there are other arguments that support the globe Earth. And this is exactly what I expected from someone who is not able to think critically about what he originally said. And that's it. I'm interrupting you now because I'm not going to be playing these games. You're going to tell me about sunsets and freaking occlusions of celestial bodies.
But you guys know good and well.
Eclipses and boats disappearing bottom up and all that stuff. But your original point that gravity proves the globe.
That's how we know that the whole thing is
has fallen. That point has fallen apart, and you're not willing to admit it. And you're just gonna do your usual song and dance about, hey, just say Eratosthenes, right? Just go to that.
Whoa, hold on. Hold the fuck on. Flatten, did you fucking mute Peter?
No, did he mute me?
Peter, mute Flatten. So you can hear each other.
I wish I could. Whoa,
shut the fuck up. Okay, so Peter, you can hear Flatten talking, and Flatten, you can hear Peter talking. Right?
Yeah, that guy will talk over you no matter what.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, I know this idiot. He just does it all the time. He's an anti-flat earther. He comes into Twitter Spaces or Discord now because he's been banned from all the Twitter Spaces. So he comes here and he's not even clever, all right? He's just going to roll out all the typical kind of vanilla globe arguments until you kick him from the channel.
All right, so I made a point, and my point wasn't addressed. The monologuing and all this nonsense.
So flattened. In 1 minute, what was your point? Peter, shut up.
He got 5 minutes, I get 1. So my point was that you have other natural phenomenon that have to be included in this postulation that he's making. So, he's talking about the Earth is 4 light years across and 8 miles deep, and gravity has such a minimal effect that it's only causing you to bend maybe up to a sideways level. And yet, you've got these stellar observations which don't align with that. You have the forces of gravity which do not equate to such a thing. So that's it. He's made gravity 5,000 times weaker than it already is. No, 5 million times.
No, I haven't. I accept the gravitational constant with its currently measured value.
No, yeah.
You completely, dude. No offense. You've never thought about these things. You don't know what is the pertinent part, what is not.
Flimsy that I could step on the Earth and step through these, I guess.
No, I didn't. I accept
So let's get this straight. Hold on, Peter. Flattened. Let's get this straight. Your point was that Peter didn't make a point that satisfied your requirements?
No. He made a point that
what proof of curvature are you putting forward, Flattened?
Okay, so you've got stellar observations that are consistent across all observers.
Incorrect. That's not the shape of the ground. Try again. Next.
It is. Nope, that's correct.
Looking up in the sky is proof of what's beneath your feet. Mate, you're either stoned or stupid. Look downwards, please. Flattened, breathe. Flattened, you can do this. Breathe. We're talking about the shape of what we're walking upon, not what's up in the sky.
Also, and let me talk. You asked a question, let me finish my answer.
Flattened, we're talking about the ground, not the sky. This is not 24/7 sky searches.
And I'm telling you again, what you see
again, you didn't tell me the first time.
It helps you determine the dimensions of where you're standing on. Sorry that.
So how does looking in the sky, how does looking upwards determine what we're standing upon? Why wouldn't you just measure the ground? Like, seriously, bro.
Don't interrupt me, I'll tell you. If you do interrupt me, I won't be able to tell you.
Oh, if you do, just cry about it harder. Just tell us why you're looking in the sky and not measuring the ground.
There's nothing.
You are crying. Well, stop crying and get on with it.
Okay, so don't interrupt. All right. So on a basic level, you got to turn on the lights to know what room you are in the house. So there's.
What the fuck has that got to do with measuring the ground outside?
Yeah, you're interrupting again. So
but you're talking shit. Your analogies are false, son. You flicking a light switch has nothing to do with measuring the surface of the Earth.
You're overreacting.
That's not an overreaction. That's common fucking sense.
No, it's not, because you're ignoring that common sense. So let me finish.
I'm ignoring the fact that you're turning on a light.
Are you the mod? Are you?
You're speaking of a light inside your house as a comparative to measuring the external of your house. Hello, McFly, are you awake?
Why are you yelling? Why are you shouting?
I'm not yelling.
Take a deep breath.
I'm trying to get from you the simplicity, Flattened, and for some reason you like just barking through people. I don't know why. Why the necessity to talk about a light bulb within a dwelling when we're supposed to be measuring outside? Drop over distance. Can you supply that today? Yes or no?
Yes. Will you stop interrupting?
Excellent. If you can supply that, please put forward your measurements.
Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting.
Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. Just put your measurements forward, kid.
So now that you know that you have to at least see what you're measuring, the next thing is that
I just got to do it at daytime, dude. Outside, daytime.
Still interrupting. You have no. Your
analogies are not required.
Immature. Every time I say
it's very immature. So your statement, I need the lights on so I can do something at daytime. I need the lights on so I can do something at daytime is next level retarded. You do understand that. Come on, Flattened, you can do better than this, mate. They're rooting for you.
Your interruptions are your cop-out. So to everyone else,
my cop-out. You're the idiot that's inside your house to measure the Earth.
3 seconds before the next interruption. You guys should bet each other how many seconds it'll take from the interruption.
4 seconds. Less meta, more getting on with the measurements.
How much y'all want to bet he'll interrupt me within another 5 seconds? 1.
Because you're talking meta.
There you go. That's 2.
It's because you're talking. Okay. Hey, Flattard.
It's because you're talking meta. Get on with the measurements. That's how it works. If you start speaking measurements, everyone shuts up.
Interrupt me before I do so. We're going to have an endless loop. All right. So now that you got the ability to see the surface,
you can't get on with it, can you?
There it is. There it is. 3 seconds. 3 seconds.
It was 4.5. I've got my stopwatch.
Maturity of a child. He's got a sharp sounding voice to his voice, so it makes it all right.
He's got a sharp sounding voice to his voice.
And he's
You're the one who fucking said it, you clown.
This is why I'm so aggressive.
So flattened, what measurements are you putting forward today? Flattened, what measurements are you putting forward today?
This is why I go off on you guys.
This is why you go off. You're like a frog in a sock, watching bounce around. Now, what measurements are you putting forward today, flattened?
All over the world, for all of the observers, those stellar positions are identical relative to each other for all observers. It is impossible for that to be the case with some observers seeing the stellar positions rotate clockwise and then gradually, not suddenly, gradually those observations rotate clockwise. You got counterclockwise gradually becoming clockwise with what is known as an axis of rotation. That axis of rotation can only be visible. That experience is only possible if you're standing on a globe.
No, that's just imagination. You don't feel any motion, so how do you know there is motion?
I just told you, you cannot. That is the only way it's possible.
What, imagine?
You can use for that.
How did you say it was possible? You imagine it?
No, it's not an imagination. I've been to other parts of the world and I've seen the stars clockwise. I've seen them counterclockwise. I've seen the North Pole.
I don't care where you live right now. I don't want you to dox yourself. Flattened, shut up. Okay, he's going to keep fucking monologuing. Flattened. I'm not interested in where you live, okay? What I want you to do, or you can just fuck off then. I did want you to go outside, look to the north, tell us which way the stars are moving, turn around, look to the south, and tell us which way the stars are moving. Oh no, they magically went the opposite direction. Don't know that name. How's it going, Eugene?
It's kind of quiet in here. There's a lot of people. What's going on in here?
Oh, just Flattened Destruction having a meltdown, or he's come back. So Flattened. Go outside. Look to the north. Type in side chat which way the stars appear to be rotating. Then, how's this? Face the south. I know it sounds complex, but just stick with me, bro. Face the south and tell us which way the stars appear to be rotating. Anyways, Eugene, you got any questions? Since Flatten's having a call off.
Are you the mod?
No.
Oh, okay. I just got here. I'm not sure like what you guys are arguing about.
Well, if you look at the title of the room, you won't take much guessing, mate.
Well, like I know the general thing, but I don't know what you guys were discussing before he got muted.
Well, his proofs of curvature is to look up into the sky. Amazing, that, isn't it? Like, seriously, if I was going to prove something is curved, I'd measure it. I'd put a straight edge against it and then go, oh, look, there's a deviation from the point where it's touching. Let's just call that the tangent point. As we get further away from the tangent point, it gets bigger. That's all you got to do is just measure it. Like,
I mean, the only research I've done into this topic was in regard to using lasers to test curvature over a body of water. And I did some research, and it's all very complicated because there's all these effects on light bends. So you kind of have to believe a lot of things about physics to even start discussing even a laser test. So, I just think it's a complicated topic.
It's not that complicated because a lot of people rattle off at light bends like you just did.
It does.
How much?
It depends
And the reason
on...
I'm asking is so we can factor that into the next lot of tests that get done.
Well, it would depend on where you're doing the tests. Like, there's humidity in the air, temperature.
So humidity, temperature, yeah, air pressure. These are all factors that we'd take into consideration.
Yeah, those are the big ones. I think humidity is probably the biggest one because water will warp light. Like if you look in a glass, you'll see like really weird shapes and stuff because it's bending all the light. And
that's the glass. That's not water. That's the glass doing that. Air to glass.
Water does it too.
Yep, that'd be glass to air. That'd be what you call refraction. Bending of a light as it passes from one medium to another.
Yeah, like you'll see. If you're underwater, you'll see like shapes and stuff because all the water is like bending the light and making crazy shapes.
If you're looking into water or if you are underwater.
You have both.
No.
Yeah, like if you're, let's say you're swimming, and like you're at the bottom of the ocean, not like really deep, but like you're getting sunlight, you'll see like really weird shapes just because all the water is curving the light above you and obscuring.
If you're looking out of the water, okay, so you've got two things going on. Number one, you're either in or out of the water. Number two, you're looking through that medium continuously, or you're looking into another medium. What are you doing? Make it clear for everyone, please.
Well, I'm saying it wouldn't matter. Like it's going to bend.
Yes,
light
it does matter.
And all
if
this.
You're underwater, looking through water, say I'm underwater with you, and you're looking at me, I'm looking at you, then I'd suspect you're not going to change colours or do anything weird, unless we get down below a certain depth. If I'm in air, looking straight at you, nothing different. But if you're submerged and I'm looking into the water, there would be refractive effects happening.
Well, I see what you're talking about. You're just talking about that one thing.
You've jumped across the river, mate.
No, I'm just saying water bends light in all kinds of contexts, and the refraction.
If you're looking from air to water, when they're doing the laser test, they're not.
That's a really dramatic effect that you're talking about. Like it's like really, really dramatic, but you get smaller effects on every situation. Like water and air, light and water interact. So, that's all I said. Doesn't really matter what the situation is. You're going to have effects. So
how much? That's the real question.
Yes, it is. And it takes a lot of precise math and a lot of understanding, a lot of testing to even be able to tell what you should see. You have to know what we've noticed should see, so you can
everyone will go and grab one of our tests and they will reverse engineer it. They'll go on to Bislin's calculator and then they'll grab the slider and bastardize it, except they don't look at what it does to the surface of the ground when they grab that slider and reef it right up and say, oh, look, in order for you to see 21.6 miles, you would have to have X amount of refraction. And when they have a look at the surface of the ground, it's dead flat. Because that's the amount of refraction they need to push into it and flatten the ground that much that... Anyways, that's why it'd be interesting if you have some kind of refractive model where we can go input temperature, input humidity, input air pressure. It gives you a refractive index, and then we can go out, shoot the laser and compare the model and see if it rings true. But that never ever happens. It always seems to be reverse engineered to suit the ball.
I remember finding a calculator. This is like maybe a year ago when I was looking into this, and it's really, really, really complicated math. The calculator, when you get all the factors into the math, it's like ridiculous how complicated it is. I'm not even like knowledgeable enough.
What, you just got to appeal to incredulity?
What channel am I in? Yeah.
Oh. What, you still want to hang around?
What channel is this?
What do you mean, what channel's this? Can't you read the top of the screen?
Oh, so I don't show up as in that channel, so I was just curious. My name's not listed because the girl kicked me out.
No one's kicked you out, bro.
No, I think
24/7 Flat Earth channel.
Yeah, so I got dumped out of Obsidian headquarters because this girl was getting triggered.
That's awesome.
And she lost her, she couldn't make any arguments, so she kicked everybody out. And I dumped me in this channel, apparently. That's interesting.
Oh, well, you're more than welcome to hang about.
Well, it's interesting because it's like all of a sudden I got kicked out of that, but then I heard people talking, so I was confused what channel I was in. I didn't know it actually dumps you in a channel. I thought it would just put you somewhere else.
No, they flicked you to a channel, so that's
That's weird.
Upper end mod that's bounced you to another channel.
It's sad. Like everybody was having a good conversation too, and then she comes in and calls everybody racist and kicks everybody out.
Well, there you go. But anyway,
that's the internet for you.
All right, enjoy yourself.
Yep. Take care.
Right. So with these laser tests, Eugene, what we're after is actually someone to put forward a model so we can apply these factors pre-doing the test. So we come along, we take our air temperature, water temperature, humidity levels, the whole kit. They predict what should happen, and then we shoot the laser to see if it does.
Pretty sure those have been done. But I'm not an expert in any of this stuff, but yeah, that should be pretty easy to do. Like, I think anybody could do that.
That's what I think too. Fancy that.
I can't find the exact calculator that I used before.
Probably Bizlin's. Did it have a heap of sliders and stuff on it?
I think so, and I think it had like maybe like a grid or something where you could kind of see like a curve. Maybe you said Bizlin's. Oh yeah, this looks it. Yep, I think you're right. Yeah, this is a lot of math. It's kind of way above my head, but you know, if somebody studied physics, this would be like probably pretty advanced college physics. I think this would be the kind of stuff they're doing.
What is interesting though, if you grab some of the long-range observations, and the default reaction from 99% of the clowns that come in here is refraction! Refraction is what you see so far! Hope I did that well. If you put in the refraction levels required in Bizlin's calculator, it basically turns the Earth flat. So you go from a radius 3,959 miles to flat in order for them to have their observations work. Which is really interesting. So the Earth's not flat because of refraction, but it needs to be flat because of refraction. It's crazy stuff.
I remember I found the refractive index of air. I think air above a lake. Because the guy that I was watching, he was shooting a laser over the Salt Lake in Utah.
Yeah.
And I remember finding the number. It took a while. Because it depends on humidity. And it would be different, you know, at different parts of the lake. It wouldn't be like the same all the way across. which makes it even harder to like do the math.
No, at the edges of the lake, is where it's most affected, just due to the nature of the water being shallow there and temperatures being more so affected.
Oh, this is interesting. The complex refractive index of air, because it depends on the wavelength of light. So there's like a massive range from very low to very high wavelengths. Oh wait, no, the refractive index. Sorry, that's like at the 4th decimal place, but there is a difference.
Tell you what is interesting is when the boys whip out their infrared cameras. So at the moment you're looking at light wavelengths. You'll notice that when you hit the IR levels, their refraction is minimised and reduced. So the real question is now, why is it we see further with less refractive issues? I might word it.
Can you say that again?
When we grab the infrared cameras, you can see further with IR than you can without it. So the claim on the table by the Globers is we are seeing these extra long distances because of refraction. So we grab an infrared camera. Now technically, if refraction is what's making us see further, due to the nature of how IR works and using those wavelengths, we should see less. We should see perfect to the horizon. Nothing more. Anything beyond that should be tucked in nicely behind the horizon. But the issue is, when we pull out the infrared cameras, we see a lot further.
This that I'm seeing, it should be that you have. I don't know if I'm reading this right. I think you have less refraction
with IR
on larger wavelengths.
Yeah. So what happens is, because of the trajectory of those wavelengths, they've got a longer, flatter curve line. Yeah.
Yeah, this should bend less, right?
Correct. So when we get rid of the ones with the sharper bending, that reduces refraction because it's got a flatter trajectory.
Yeah.
So that means if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, at 1 foot, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Based upon the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Well, one thing that so let's just like zoom out and get more logical or something, like big picture. Because to me,
the big picture is simple. You need curvature to have a ball.
Well, it's but
that
like,
big. If you've got no curvature, then there's no ball.
Let's just say that we can't take good measurements or something. Let's just assume that. And so we're not really going to talk about what we can or can't measure with lasers or try to do something with camera. And let's say we've not even been up in space or whatever. We can't look down on it either. We can't see what it looks like. So if you just take the principles that we understand in physics, a lot of those principles fit well with a globe. Like,
what principles?
Gravity being probably the biggest one.
So you're just assuming because down therefore ball. If someone never told you lived on a ball, would you ever have come up with the idea yourself?
Well, gravity would kind of create a ball shape, like without anything else going on. Like if you imagine things are being attracted to each other.
Why do we have to imagine it? Why aren't we testing and seeing this in reality? Why is
Well, a
there
lot
a
of people
necessity to
argue that we
imagine
are.
things? I thought these were physics principles that we were discussing here, not imaginations. Like, if I want cool stories, I'd call Professor Triangle and he can tell us about his little cowboy gnomes with cowboy hats that are doing all sorts of cool shit.
Yeah, I'm just saying if we, because we can talk about people going up in space and making the observation, but I said let's just assume we don't have it. No one's ever been up in space to look down on the planet to see it being an orb. So all we can do is talk about what we would expect it to be based on what we know about the world. Like on the ground right here. Like we're standing on the ground. We understand gravity.
No, we don't.
We don't?
Science to date does not know what the causational mechanism of down is. So no,
Well,
they don't understand what gravity is.
That's getting more metaphysical or something, but I just mean we know that it's there, right? And
We know things go down.
We know
That's
that
awesome, so
objects
things go down.
We know objects are attracting each other based on their mass.
Are they?
Yeah, like heavier objects create a larger field around them that's attracting other objects.
Newtonian mass attracting mass got dethroned about 110, 115 years ago.
Yeah, I know. Like, there's the warping of space or whatever. Like, because that's more of like the mathematics behind it, but we can observe it.
No, they're two different things.
Like things are being drawn into one another. You can say it in different ways, but if we can see that and we can understand how it's working vaguely, you would expect
things go down. That's the limitation of it. Anything else is just mathematical mumbo jumbo. The baseline is you let something go, drops. Density and buoyancy, mate. That's it. In the medium of air, my pen is more dense. If I drop that pen in water, it floats. Why? Where's your gravity gone?
You believe in orbits, right?
That's got nothing to do with my pen floating in water.
It's gravity. Like we see gravity drawing.
So why didn't the pen keep going to the bottom of the sink?
Because it wasn't moving fast enough. And
So
there's a lot of air.
okay, so if I sit perfectly still, can I fly?
No, like you have to be moving away from Earth at the same speed you're falling.
So what?
Like an orbit is when you're moving
So
away.
things aren't moving fast enough.
Yeah, like you didn't.
Now they have to
throw
be
your-
moving at the same speed that they're moving towards.
If you threw the pin hard enough and there wasn't air in the way, it would just circle the planet.
So
But
you're
it
assuming a
has to
ball
be
again.
moving fast.
We don't know that yet.
Well, let's not talk about the ball thing though. But we see gravity in orbits, right? Things orbit things.
No, we haven't got any satellites yet. You've said forget about space. We're talking about physics of the ground. So how about
we don't
this?
have to. We don't
Number
need a
one,
satellite. You can just look up
we
in the sky
don't
with
see
a telescope.
curvature. We don't see curvature. So anything you say about curvature is pure assumptions. So where did you get them
We
from?
can see curvature of other objects.
I didn't say that you couldn't.
Yeah, like if you look up in the sky, you can see all the other things.
That's great. I didn't say you couldn't. So we're talking about the ground, not up in the sky.
Well, no, but you said you couldn't see that from the ground. We can. We
What,
can see
the
all
curvature of the
other
Earth
orbs.
from the ground?
No, the
No,
other
you
orbs.
can't.
We can see all the other orbs. We can see.
How do you know they're orbs?
We can see Mars. We can see Neptune. We can see.
That's great. We're talking about the ground, not the sky. Eugene, you know what I think? I think you've just come to the realisation that you know very little about the ground. Don't worry, you're not the first. I'm not trying to have a shot at you, mate. I'm just pointing out the obvious.
So do you? I'm a little confused. You said you don't believe in. Do you believe in orbits? Things.
The ability to go around something. Yes, I do believe in orbits.
Like things can have a stable orbit around. Like one object can be stably orbiting another object.
No.
You don't think
What's that got to do with the shape of the ground? Nothing. That's why it's not really.
Well, that
anything for me.
would be the application of the principle of gravity to large objects in space, right? Like that you can look up and you can see an object orbiting another object in a stable
Notice how you're still looking in the sky?
I know, but like we can see those without getting up in the, when we've gone
Excellent.
up in
We're
space,
not talking
we can
about
look
what's in the
down
sky.
on Earth. I'm just saying, if we don't talk about what people who have been in space have looked down and seen the orb, right? They tell us this. They say, I went up in space, I looked down and I saw the orb of Earth. It's around. Okay, but let's just ignore that. That's what I said at the beginning of our talk. Let's just ignore all the people that are saying that.
So do you see the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
We can ignore the satellites looking down and seeing that too. If we just ignore those things and we just talk about what we can observe on Earth, we can see gravity's effects, right? We could also look up and see.
Well, you still don't even know what gravity is.
We could look up.
I posted up a thing inside chat that's got 50 different versions of gravity. You can pick whichever one you like.
I don't think any of the stuff I'm saying is that complicated.
No, it's not that it's complicated. It's just that you're accepting it as fact without looking into it.
Oh, I'm just trying to construct an argument step by step, and you're like diverting
ripping them apart before you do.
Ripping what apart? We haven't even gotten anywhere.
I know. That's what you're trying to construct something, and at each step it's falling apart. So your gravity. What is gravity other than things going down?
Well, it's objects being attracted to each other, or
that's mass attracting mass under Newtonian.
Yeah,
but that got superseded 110, 115 years ago by another theory.
Yeah, I know. It's just different ways to look at the same phenomenon. Like they're trying to explain the underlying mechanism, but they do see the thing, right? Like
yeah, okay. I'm not denying we see things go down. Check it out.
Yeah,
drop pen, go down. That's great. What's the causational mechanism?
We see the larger and heavier something as the more other things are moving toward it.
So if I park my car outside, am I attracted to it?
Yes.
I know others aren't because it's a shitbox Falcon. They go the other way because they're Holden drivers.
Yeah, it's based on mass. So like there's all these observations we can make of different objects of different masses and see that they have larger and smaller effects on each other.
Such as?
Like you accept that, right?
Such as?
Where did you get that from? Where did you get that idea from?
People studying gravity in objects in space.
Okay. So is this inferred by applying Newtonian or Einsteinian understandings, or have people actually done a measurement of sorts that determines, this heavier object X is going to attract smaller object Y more than this other large object?
Well, it would be an observation, like you can see it happening, and then the math would kind of come later to try to be precise about why it's happening.
Perfect. So which object and which math?
Just all the planets we can observe and their moons and the sun and just basically our whole solar system and all the objects that are moving.
Holy shit! You haven't even figured out why something falls to the floor yet, and you want to look at the sky.
Back to the sky.
Well, we know. We have the observation of things falling, and then we have the observation of things orbiting other things, and then the theory of gravity is like, how do we make sense of all these?
Slow down. Okay, hold on. I want to clear something up with you. Okay, so where do these masses come from to which to compare to each other and determine that object A has mass A and is larger than mass B from object B, and therefore is going to move closer to object C or whatever? Like, where do these masses come from?
I think a lot of this happened over a very long time. I would, not being an expert in it, I would assume we can get the diameter at least. We can judge distance and diameter. And then when it comes to the density, like how dense is this object, that we can see how big it is, but we don't really know what.
Talking about things that you can interact with, not things that you can only have an angular size of, right? Stop looking at the sky. Stop looking at the sky.
We would have to estimate it. We'd
Yeah,
have
the
to,
whole-
we'd have to
yeah.
do things to try to estimate the density
Yeah.
of it based on
Yeah, so-
materials
yeah,
that we know about, like the density
Right.
of lead, the
So
density.
in a nutshell, right? It's their best guess using their best ideas to estimate, right? Assuming everything that upholds their ideas of what's going on up there are true in the first place. So no, they did not do any measurements. They did calculations.
Well, it's not any measurements.
Or otherwise,
We have some measurements.
Of this stuff that we just talked about, right? The best measurement that they can get, the raw data that they can get, which they can use to derive all this other stuff you're talking about, is maybe at best angular size. Period.
Yeah,
right?
we would
They look
have
to
the
sky,
we would have the
right?
sign.
They see. No, check this. No, but be careful with this. Okay, this is a very.
Let me give
Hold
another.
on a second, dude. Let me finish. Okay, you have to understand that at best, when you look up in the sky and you see, a small blue circle. Okay, take an angle measurement between the top and the bottom, or whatever, right? And you get an angular size from where you are. How do you get an actual size from that? You can't. You have to know the distance. But how do you get the distance first? You don't. Right? There's a bit of a chicken and egg sort of situation here. So they don't know that, but they can guess it. So everything you're talking about, they're not really measuring anything except for that. You follow?
We could judge distance and diameter with extreme precision.
Okay,
No, you can't.
You tell me. So you tell me. So check this out, right? How did they determine the distance to Venus?
Do you know anything about geometry?
How did they?
Don't ask a question.
Are you
Answer the
familiar
question.
with geometry, like the math?
Okay, you don't have to be all like.
Just answer the question.
Yeah, you don't have to be all fuckery and shit.
I'm trying to.
Right?
But I'm asking you. Do you know?
No, you don't need to ask. Just answer it.
So you're talking to people who talk geometry day in and day out with retards.
Okay, that's all you had to do is say yes. Okay,
Right.
so
you don't have to be all fucking patronizing.
I'm asking a simple
Right?
question. That was a
How
basic
about
question.
you ask the question? How about you ask the fucking
If you
question?
don't want to answer a basic
Eugene,
question, I don't know
shut
how I
up
can
for a
talk to you about
second.
anything.
No,
I don't
stop.
respond to that kind of
You
talk.
can't-
You're being very rude right now.
You can ask a question, and I'll tell you.
I asked a simple question. You could
Let
have
me
given a simple
finish.
answer,
On
and you're being
topic.
rude.
On topic, and I will tell you if I
Sounds
don't.
like you're doing your best to avoid
I'm
20
not
cats
going
question.
to take
Yeah, you're trying to be all
orders from you.
patronizing.
I'm not going
and
to
you're
take orders
skating
from
around. You're skating. Okay, well then you can leave.
You're being
okay, but the reality is, you're trying to be patronizing. You're trying to
No,
skate
I'm
away
not
from.
being
You're trying to deflect.
patronizing. There's
You're
nothing
trying to
patronizing
deflect.
about asking
You're
if someone
trying to
studied geometry.
You're trying to deflect.
I'm not
okay?
deflecting anything.
The
You're
reality
being rude.
No, Eugene. Okay, you're trying to buy time.
I'm
the
not
reality
buying
is,
time for
all you
anything.
have
You're
to
being an
do.
asshole. I'm not going to speak
All
to
you
you
have to do.
anymore.
No. All you have
I'm
to do
not
is ask the
speaking to you.
question.
I'm done talking to you.
Bro,
Okay?
bro,
If anyone
you can
else wants
ask
to
the
questions,
question.
they can.
Dude, you can ask the question, and anyone, if they don't understand, they will ask you to clarify. Okay? You don't have to be patronizing.
I'm not speaking
Go
to you.
ahead.
Eugene,
All
what
right.
was your point? Anyway,
All right. No,
they just talk over you.
no, dude, you don't have to be like that. My point was, you don't need to be all patronizing like that and ask me if I've studied geometry. How much geometry is required, sir? If you really think about it. Like 3rd grade, 7th grade?
Anybody else wants to ask me a question, they can. Otherwise, I guess.
Then shut the fuck up. Then you can leave. You're not going to fucking control the
Let
room.
us
Who the
just
fuck
can't handle a basic conversation. You guys get triggered way too. That's why I got myself posted on the screen. So,
Eugene.
Yeah, maybe that's what you should do. Talk about the people. Yeah, talk about us. Yeah, go on. Talk about us.
Conversation on any other forum.
Yeah, talk
I
about
don't
us.
understand why I didn't just answer the question other than. I don't understand why I didn't just answer the question other than dragging it out and trying to patronise. Yeah, because
rotation on the flat.
if 20 cups had have asked me that question, I'll give you a very easy example. The answer would be using radar echoes bounced off of Venus, because that's the claim. I mean, how simple is it? Just buying time.
But yeah, by the way, AJ, that's flattened destruction was interrupting my conversation with Eugene, and I don't know if he really understood what you just said. Number one, he just deafened because he's retarded. Number two, he's not the right guy.
Oh, I don't know if it was him. I was just saying, I don't know why old Matt didn't just answer. Yeah, you asked him a simple question, and like you said, he's just trying to patronise you and drag the question out because he doesn't have the answer, and he's hoping that you're not going to answer his question. Yeah, he's got no clue.
Yeah. Eugene, you want to talk to AJ? AJ, I mean, do you want to talk to Eugene first?
Well, I'm driving at the moment. It's probably not the best time. I was just going nuts listening to that bullshit.
Yeah, I know it's horse shit. Matrix, have a go at it. If he thinks I'm rude, I mean, fuck. Good luck.
Probably safer to put him on the T-dub. T-dub, you're half in that conversation. Would you like to continue having a chat with Eugene?
Wait. T-dub, hold on. T-dub, did you study geometry? I'm honest to Tabarnak. This fucking guy. Have at it, guys. Either one of you. Eugene, you're off the hook.
I don't know why he didn't just want to answer your question. Probably hurt his feelings.
I don't know. He had two ways to answer. One is by measuring parallax, and one is by radar bounce. I don't know what the whole geometry thing was about.
Problem is when they're looking up at the sky, they've only got angular size. It doesn't give you distance to those objects. For example, you can have an exceptionally large item and it might give you a 5-degree angular size, for example. And I can get my magic 8-ball, put it 3 meters away, and it'll be 5 degrees. Does that mean it's the same size as the sun? Who freaking knows? We don't know how big the sun is.
No, he's a bit confused, man. He's very confused. He's conflating calculations using sophisticated models, or not sophisticated models, elementary models, arguably, with being measurements. And then, measuring an effect, like how fast something drops, right? We drop something, right? And then comparing those two and basically inferring that, okay, the model must be correct, even though it's just theoretical. That's his problem. But he doesn't understand that because he probably didn't study geometry, right?
Ouch.
Fuck me, man.
Hey, Matrix, you there?
Yeah, man.
Well, the cyclone passed just beside us, just missed us after all the bullshit. We had no wind, no rain, but I still lost power at midnight and I still don't have it back on.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Imagine if we did get the cyclone, I'd have no power for a year.
Wow. So a grade 1 cyclone is equal to a pub fight then?
Yeah, well, it didn't even hit. It didn't even hit us. and we still lost power.
Didn't even connect and the lights still went out.
Oh, it's bullshit. I don't know what they've been doing all day. They said, the electricity crews are working on the problem now, and I drive past the servo down the road and there's 20 of them all sitting at the servo.
Having smoke, yeah.
Yeah, for most of the day.
remember when they had that the Pasha Bolka decided to pull up in Nobby's Beach in Newcastle after those mad storms. I was down the Central Coast, and where we were staying at our motel, the power had gone out, but up the other end of town, the pub was still active, wasn't it? So yeah, we knocked off, like water went through the motel, bloody 3 foot high. Everyone's clothes and shit got wet. And so that was the end of us. We had to wait for all their power to come back on so we could get clothes and stuff washed and dried out. But yeah, the boss has sort of gone, well, there's not much we can do here. Let's go. So we all went up to the pub and got quite a few ales into us. What a way to finish the week.
Yeah.
This kid's still having a meltdown inside chat. Wow.
Who's that? That last bloke?
No. He just left. Had his little sook. Look at all the dumb shit he's showing. He's pulling out all the old school memes. Proof that a basketball is flat. Didn't somebody actually chuck a straight line across that and it showed that it was still curving? Click on to the next one, kid.
This flat destruction or whatever the hell his name is. It's deafened.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's mentally ill or something, man.
I was going to say, why is he deafened? He seems to be going all right in the chat.
Yeah.
He's one of these sooks that'll deafen himself if he ever gets muted. So he just goes on instant default. If I can't speak to them, I'm not going to listen to them.
Yeah, he's like Donnie.
Yeah.
You know, like equally as like mental midget tree as Donnie. You know, it's really funny. I'm laughing because in the text, right, he's arguing about like you guys are retarded and shit, you know, and that's that we're doing stuff. It's not precise or something. I asked him what degree of precision is needed over 10 miles. He says 1/7 of a degree. I didn't even ask him in what context, you know, like, and he just says 1/7. It's like I think the guy's literally mentally retarded. Because, like, first of all, I didn't ask him I didn't mean, you know, when you ask the question of degree of precision, you're not talking about actual, like, degrees. Like, an angular degree, you know? I'm talking about, like, a percentage or something like that, but it takes context, you know? Went right over his head. You know, and he's actually arguing it like he knows what he's talking about. Like the guy's fucking stupid. He talks really well. He talks really fast and all that, you know. But he's a mental He's a mental midget. I asked him for a citation because, like, I'm playing ball, right? And he posted me a link to Walter Bislin's blog. So there's no what a citation is either. Like, I wonder if this guy even passed high school.
Everyone's a winner now these days, didn't you know that?
Well, shit.
Oh, that's good for me. Makes it easy. Be a winner.
It gets worse, man. So I asked the guy for a citation, right? He gives me a link. I go to the link, and it's an index to all sorts of different blog posts or papers or whatnot.
Oh, is it like take your pick?
Pretty much. For the specific question I asked, right? What degree of precision is required over 10 miles? Sends me a link. It's an index to a list of all public pages in Walter Bislin's blog in English. Advanced curve calculator, aircraft simulator, airplane. Like,
So he didn't provide a citation, then, is what you're saying?
No. He failed to provide a citation. He provided a reference. No, that's okay. We'll give him a pass on that. But it refers to a page that points to other references. So it's like an elephant hurling fallacy coupled, like in a box, right? Or like a deceptive elephant hurling fallacy. He packaged a giant elephant in a small box, threw it at you, you'd open it up, and it's a giant elephant inside. Or rather, several giant elephants inside. Man. How come this guy's not banned on site? I mean, there's so many other guys that are like half as bad as him. Like Scott Mackey and fucking Britnat and shit like that, Ban on site. But not this guy. I wonder sometimes.
Hi, guys. Are you guys ready to debate?
Oh my god. Hello.
Yes, it is me, Daffodil Rap Queen, the famous.
Oh my god,
influencer.
Daffodil, you're back.
Yes.
Oh my god. So
oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm ready to debate.
Oh my god. Really, girl? Nobody gives a fuck. Go to the kitchen. Oh.
We don't need that type of attitude either.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm gonna start off by saying the Earth
Oh
is
my
round.
god. No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
It is.
All right, Saucy.
is.
Thank you, Saucy. It's round, yeah. Why do you think it's round,
Yeah.
girl?
Well, I don't know if you know about astronomy, but I'm pretty aware with astronomy, and I'm pretty aware about science. And it just doesn't make any sense for the Earth to be flat.
So when did you see Earth in the sky?
I don't see how I could see Earth in the sky, but
Right, so it's not astronomy then.
it is astronomy because we're in
No,
space.
astronomy deals with celestial objects in the sky.
We are a celestial object in the sky.
No, you never saw the Earth as a celestial object
don't
in the
have to
sky,
see
so
it
you
to
won't be
know
using
that we are a
astronomy to
celestial
determine
object
anything
in the
about the Earth.
We don't need to be. Girl, we are a celestial object in the sky, but we can't see ourselves. Like, obviously. I mean, I can see the Earth if I
No,
just look
the
down.
Earth is not in the sky; it's under your feet.
The Earth is in the sky.
Yeah, when did you see that?
When I look at the ground, I see Earth.
Oh my god!
Next, anyone else want to be debunked?
Sorry, can you repeat that last statement?
So basically, when we look at the moon, we see it from one angle. When Australia looks at the moon, they see it upside down. If the Earth was flat, there's no possible way that they will see the moon that way.
Yeah, where I'm standing the right way up, and Australians are upside down. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. Right. That's your argument.
Yeah.
I'm the right way up, and you're upside down.
I can talk to Justin Trudeau and get some inside information about Katy Perry.
You're going to talk to him, or you did talk to him?
I'm going to. He lives in my city.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
So why is this so? This voice chat's very like full, but like it's not very lively.
Because we're waiting for you.
To tell you that we are okay. I think you guys are stupid. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
I know you think that.
I don't know if you guys have used telescopes before, but it's pretty clear that there are. I also don't have permissions to type in the side chat. I like to add that. You guys removed it after I kept using a bot, but
Yeah, I wonder why.
I think a simple telescope can debunk anything, and you guys just want to be on the opposite side of something so you guys can be argumentative. But I think it's pretty obvious that the Earth is not flat because it just doesn't make sense. If you walk a straight line, you're gonna go in a circle. Like,
So it looking flat doesn't make sense.
it doesn't make sense.
So when you see it and it looks flat, right? It doesn't make sense that it looks flat.
I mean, if you walk in a straight line, there's the equator. You walk
No,
a
to
straight
answer the
line.
question,
it's a
does it make
circle.
sense? Does it make sense that it
I
looks
don't need to
flat?
answer the question because it
Oh,
doesn't
so you
make
don't want
sense.
to answer. It doesn't make sense that it looks flat.
It doesn't make sense that the Earth would look flat.
It doesn't make sense that it would look flat or that it does look flat, because it does look flat.
It doesn't look flat. So
It does.
if it would, it doesn't.
When did you ever see it not flat?
When have you ever seen it flat?
Yeah, when I went to a lake or the
Have
ocean.
you ever been to space?
Oh my god.
That wasn't the question, though, Daph.
I don't care
Question
about
is
the
it-
question he said. You guys are not answering my question.
He started. He asked you the first question.
If it makes sense and I answered it, I said it doesn't make sense. The Earth looks flat. Like I don't know
it
what
must-
you want me to do.
But you must have like misinterpreted his question, though. It sounded like from your last question that you're looking at it through the lens of if I go away from the Earth and I look back at it. But that's a
I
hypothetical.
mean, there are pictures of Earth, but
Yeah, that's a concession that it looks flat.
That's a hypothetical, though. What he's talking about is while you're here, you look out. What does it
I
appear?
mean, we're just very small, and it's a big land. It's a big chunk
Right,
of
so
the
it looks
Earth.
flat. So it looks flat.
Only it does
But you-
look
Yeah.
not
And
necessarily.
Well, check this out, right? If you look over a large body of water and it looks flat, you can,
It
you know,
doesn't.
it doesn't. What do you
You
mean?
can see the curvature.
You can see the curve from the ground. Really?
I can see the curve.
Okay, can you measure it?
I don't have a measuring tape, and I don't think they make one that big. But
I
think
didn't
it's
ask if you have a
stupid
measuring tape.
of you to. I think it's
I didn't
stupid
ask
of you
for
to
a measuring
ask
tape.
if I can measure it. Obviously
Okay.
not.
Okay. Well, you can't, but can somebody measure it? To confirm it, right?
Probably
'Cause
not.
apparently, right, you go out and you supposedly see curvature. That looks curved to you, right? Well, if you're inquisitive, you might be like, oh shit, okay, well, how much is it curving? And then you'd go out and check by some means, right? Not necessarily with a measuring tape. But with
I mean, if you can
something.
see it, you could at least take a picture of it and measure how much curvature the picture has, right?
Asher
Perhaps.
E4G3E and underscore Taz underscore, you both are stupid. Anyways, no, you cannot measure it.
Okay. So you can't measure it. Then how can you confirm it's actually there? I mean, the picture is
Exactly.
that
You
could
can
be one
answer the
approach,
same
but
thing.
the picture that Bacon suggested. I mean, there's still issues because you're looking at it through a lens, through the camera. There could be distortions and shit like that. So it might not be the epitome
just account for it.
of evidences, but right, I hear your point. The problem is Daffodil didn't come up with that. I'm asking Daff, right? She doesn't seem to be capable of handling this conversation, to be honest. But
I mean, you don't really seem capable of asking questions because you keep asking questions that are stupid.
are they stupid?
They're stupid.
Really?
You asked me if I
Okay.
can measure the ocean. Like,
I didn't ask you
What?
if you can measure the ocean.
I want to ask you something. I want to
I
ask
didn't ask you if I did not ask you if you can measure the ocean.
you. Basically
I asked
did.
if
You
you
said,
can
can
see
you measure it?
No.
You
Well,
said you
hang
can see
on.
curvature.
If you say the measuring the ocean, okay, hold on. Like, what are you measuring? The water content? No, right? You have to be specific. I'm asking you. Can you measure
Walk in a straight
curvature
line
rate?
without moving left or right, and you will go
Right.
back to the same spot.
Oh, really? Okay. Is that a theoretical idea
It's
based
not a
off?
theoretical thing.
Who
it's
did
the
that? Who
truth.
did that?
Oh,
Who did that?
okay,
If
so
you walk
Who did it?
if you walk across the
Let's see.
equator,
Let's see who did it. Let's see who did it.
why
You're gonna
it's
need
not
to-
obvious? Is it not
you're gonna need-
obvious?
if you're going to need to confirm that, okay, you can't just throw that out there because that is a theoretical idea
It's
or a theoretical
not
notion
theoretical. It's
based off of the globe model, right? But you haven't confirmed that.
Can I see your flat Earth model, please?
I don't have one. I'm not proposing one. Nobody in here is proposing one. We're just describing what we witness and what we can test, which is the ground is flat.
Okay.
We're not coming up with a model around that.
So that's you running away from your claim? So who walked in a
I'm not
straight
running away
line,
from the claim.
well, not turning left or right, and ended up back where they started?
No one
Who
can
did that?
physically do that, but it's quite possible to do something similar to that. If you completely walk around the Earth, if you do go straight around the Earth, where do you think you'll end up?
Yeah, did you
The
just
same
hear
spot?
yourself? Where did you
That's
just
circular
hear yourself?
reasoning.
Oh yeah, wait. Hold on. Oh, hold on a second. Daft, did you just hear yourself? You literally just said nobody can do that, but it's possible. Can you reconcile that for?
It's possible, but no one's done it before.
Okay, then how do you know it's true
Because
then?
that's completely useless. I don't think anyone's gonna walk around the Earth for literally zero purpose. That's
Okay,
stupid.
so why would you propose that idea as something worthwhile doing to verify your claim?
Because it's something that's possible.
Okay, so it hasn't been done, therefore the claim has not been verified, right? We're asking for verification of the claim, and you're proposing a hypothetical, which in your own words is abusive and basically impractical. So it's an appeal to the future.
Okay.
Alicia Tuesday.
If you walk in a straight line, starting at the equator, where do you think you're gonna end up?
Why are you resetting?
Okay, but
Why are you resetting?
I'm not resetting. I'm asking you something, and you're not answering it for a reason because you don't have an answer.
You're resetting. I just told you.
I'm not resetting. I literally just
Okay,
debunked
Daffodil.
you.
Daffodil, let's do this one at a time. You've walked in a straight line. You're going to start somewhere. Which direction are you walking?
Literally where the equator is, so a straight line.
Literally where the equator is. That's
Do you
not
not know
very.
where the equator is?
You're not being very descriptive. It sounds like you're being somewhat obtuse for a reason. You're standing in a
It's
position
the line
at
in
your.
the middle of the Earth.
We're not talking. Hold on, didn't even finish. You're standing still. I want you to pick a direction: north, south, east, west, and that's the direction we're going to go in this
East.
alleged straight line.
East.
East. Now, how do you reference east, little one?
You go straight east.
No. How do you know you're going east?
You just use girl. Just use a compass. Like
Use a compass.
This is
Hey.
hypothetical. It's not like you're actually gonna do it.
How do compasses work? They do what?
They point.
They
Where to
point.
go.
Which direction?
Yeah.
Yeah, they point. Which direction?
She's the dumbest glibber I heard in
They
a while.
point northwest.
Yay! We knew it'd come out eventually. Excellent. So, you've got a magnetic reference point, and your compass will continue to point north, and you just adjust from that, off of the compass. That's how you're going to get your east. So as you walk along, so where you're starting, you're going to get your compass and go, right, that way's north. I'm going to turn 90 degrees, and I'm going to start walking east. And you're going to walk a fair way. I don't know how far. East.
A straight line.
The opposite of west. Well, you're going to continue walking. And what's going to happen is you're going to want to recheck to make sure that you're still going in a straight line, and you're going to whip out your trusty compass, and you're going to go, oh, look, I'm off. I'll have to readjust. And then you're going to go, right, there's north, I'll reset to east. And you're going to walk a little bit further.
Off. Just go in a straight
Yes, you
line.
will. No, you won't. You'll be off.
Do it, bro.
No, you're
The
not.
reason for
This
Daffodil.
is hypothetical, so let's go straight.
Daffodil.
We're not going to walk off.
You will walk off. The reason for it
No, but
is
this
because
is
you're using a
hypothetical,
compass.
So we're going straight. We don't need to
Daffodil?
use a compass. Just hypothetically go straight.
Well, how are you going east then if you're not using a compass?
Well, this is hypothetical. It's not like we're actually walking around the Earth.
Well, if this is a hypothetical, I'll answer
Okay,
you
but we're
now.
going
No, you're
straight.
not
Like, there's
walking in
no
a straight
turns.
line. No
Okay, but
turns.
this is hypothetical. So
Okay, Daffodil. Do you believe you can walk in a straight line and come back to where you started? Pick a direction,
Yes.
north. So do you believe from where you are now you can walk north and go all the way around and come back to where you started?
yes,
Wrong. No one's ever done it.
no one's ever done it.
No.
No, but where do you think it would go?
North?
I would like for you to tell me if you walk north.
I don't
and keep
know
going north
because I've
without
never
going
done it.
left
I
or
just
right.
said no one's ever done it, and you're
But
assuming
yeah,
I
no one's
have.
ever done it, but hypothetically, that's what's gonna happen.
Well, if no one's ever done it, listen, Daffodil, I agree with you 1,000,000%. If it's a spheroid and you start in any position and you walk dead straight, you will come back to where you started. I agree with you.
Yeah.
If it's a spheroid. The catch is, in this hypothetical, you wish it's a spheroid. It's not.
What was that?
Why is that? Because it's measured as flat. That's how we know it's not a spheroid.
Yeah, Daff, you're trying to reason with, or rather, you're trying to provide evidence of this idea being actually applicable to
But if
reality.
it's flat and you go
Okay,
straight,
I'm
I'm
going to finish
asking
my
you where you
sentence,
go.
please. I'm going to finish my sentence, please. You're using this hypothetical, okay, as evidence to prove something in reality. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Think about that. We understand the math, right? Or according to the geometry, this would happen in theory.
Oh, it's so frustrating. It's a simple question.
No, but
The answer
you're
is
like
don't know.
mentally, you're all like discombobulated or something. You're thinking hypothetical is
Literally,
real
just
practical
answer.
evidence. It's a
The
it's a
answer is don't
malformed
know.
question. You don't understand. That's like me asking you
Literally
what
simple. If you walk in a straight line, where are you going?
In a
Yeah.
straight
Don't
line.
know.
Yeah, in a straight line. Def, you're asking questions like, what's your favorite color, cat or dog? Or cat or apple? It's a malformed question.
It's really not. You just go straight.
Yes, it is. Okay, Daffodil, if you walk in a straight line, you've walked in a straight line. What else do you want me to take out of that?
Where do you go? Are you going in a circle? Or are you just gonna fall off the
Well,
edge of
in
the
your
earth?
hypothetical, you made it exceptionally clear you're walking in a straight line. So from point A to point B is a straight line. You've walked a straight line. What would you like me to take out of that?
But what's the edge of the earth? Because if it is a flat,
What's that got to do
Then
with you
there's
walking
gonna-
a straight line?
it means that I'm going to there if you let me finish my sentence.
No,
If
no,
the
walking a
earth
straight line's got nothing to do with
I'm-
hypotheticals.
Yes, it really does. If the earth was flat, if I walk in a straight line, I would fall off the edge of the earth into space or whatever. But it's not. It's a circle. It's a sphere. We walk around the earth.
So
That's why
if it's a
people fly
sphere-
around the world. If they fly
If
to
it's, they
Europe,
fly around the world, yeah, we fly across to other countries. If it's a sphere,
Yeah.
why don't we not measure any curvature? What's the deal with that? Every time someone's gone out to measure curvature,
because
not
it doesn't
done.
matter if you measure curvature because Earth
Well,
is
that's a biggie.
gigantic and it's really essentially flat from our perspective. But when you look at Earth as a whole, it's a circle.
Okay, so it's really flat from our perspective. So when the next glober comes in and says, I see ships disappear over the horizon as proof of curvature, are you going to tell them that they're incorrect?
Yeah.
Ooh, I'll hold you to that. Get me a little pen out here. All right, Daffodil. Earth
Anyways,
too biggie.
Dav, how do you get straight lines on a curved surface?
it's a big ass circle. We are literally the size of a grain of sand.
You're
On
not
the
answering
Earth.
my question. You're not answering
Yeah,
my
she's
question.
obviously talking about a path where you don't
I'm
turn
trying to
left
make
or
you
right.
seem stupid for asking me that.
I want to see if she actually catches that bacon. Hold on a second.
Sorry.
Yeah, she probably missed it anyway. Dav, how do you get a straight line on a curved surface?
It's not necessarily a straight line, but it's necessarily going straight. You keep going around. You go straight. You don't move left. You don't move right. You just move
How do you know
one
you're not?
direction.
You're contradicting yourself.
Yeah, you kind of.
How do you know you're not turning left or right?
I think I got that because I kind of know the answer, and she kind of sort of.
So, like, what's the edge of the Earth? I want to know.
Who says there is one?
You guys.
If there is one, the end. The end.
If there's
the further.
Okay, the thing
the
about a
furthest
sphere
point
is
you
there's
can
no
go.
edges.
When did we say that there's an edge?
If there's a
Like,
flat surface,
verbatim.
if it's 2D, then there's an edge. If it's 3D, there's no edge, and you keep going around. So what is
Hold on,
it, 3D
hold on.
or 2D?
Is a
Hold on,
coin
if it's-
2D or 3D?
Let's see.
Is a coin 2D
So
or
he's allowed to
3D?
ask me a million
Daffodil.
different questions on top of each other. but you
Daffodil
guys
is
can't
a
simply
coin.
Answer my research.
Daffodil is a coin 2D or 3D?
A coin is 2D.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No,
Yeah.
a coin is 3D.
Tag, that's yours, 20.
A coin is 3D.
Oh shit.
Cylinder.
Basically.
So it's 3D, but it's got an edge.
But it does have an edge, but we're talking about Earth.
Yeah, but you just said
Where
a
it's
minute ago
round.
that if it didn't have an edge, it'd be 3D.
But we're talking about Earth.
And
We're not
because
talking
it's
about
2D,
we're not on a
it's-
giant cylinder. Like, let's be for real right now. We're not talking about coin shapes. We're talking about
How do you know it's not a giant cylinder?
Because that's just fucking stupid.
Yeah,
that's
the
great,
problem, Daff, when you really think about it, okay, the language used in this room, it's hyper specific for a reason. Sometimes, you can argue it's a little bit vague and all that. Okay. But it's for these reasons. Okay. We don't say it's a disc because that has certain implications. Right? Like an edge. And that's
What
when you
is it?
Okay, so then what is it?
Hold on. Right. That's when you come in and start, asking these types of questions. Because we couldn't defend that because we couldn't even make the claim in the first place that it's a disc. You see what I mean? So no one does because no one actually knows that to be true or has any evidence for it. You see what I mean? So you ask, okay, well, what is it? No one's making a claim to a shape. We're making a claim to a surface description or a surface attribute, characteristic, whatever you want to call it.
If you go to
Right.
any science teacher and you say the Earth is flat, they're gonna laugh in your face.
And they have every right to. I mean, who cares? You can laugh in your face because you think it's a ball. Do you care? No.
Because it is a ball. But
I'll answer your question.
How do you know
I'll answer
that?
your
How do
question.
you know that?
I'll answer your question though, just so you can't leave saying they didn't answer my question.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been there.
I get Earth is a hard concept to grasp, and you guys are still trying
It really
to figure out
fucking
what
must
it is.
be, bro.
It literally is. Like, these people are stupid.
Dude, like, I love listening to these idiots, bro.
Oh, what? We got the White Knight. What's up, man? Daff, are you all tapped out now? Tapped out?
Yeah, I'm tapped out.
All right. Chad, what's your evidence for us being on a ball set?
Okay, so if the Earth isn't a ball, what is it then?
You
Not
answer
a
my-
ball.
You didn't answer my question.
Why did you not answer
Okay,
his
but-
question, Chad?
I don't want to ask his question. I don't want to answer his
You
question.
didn't
I want to
reverse
ask the question.
Why not?
Well, you don't run the room, so maybe you can get a chance.
No, because
to,
I just want to learn more.
I understand that.
He doesn't know how to.
As
He
we
doesn't know how to
progress
answer
through
the question.
No, it's not that I don't know how to. It's just I don't want
like
to.
to
just
see
answer
prove it,
that.
prove it.
Hold
Prove it
on.
then.
No, I
Hold
just
on
don't
a
want to.
Chad, check this out, right? Check this out. If you don't want to engage fluently, then you don't have to be here. Perhaps through a conversation, you might
He
have a
asked you
chance.
what shape it was. Just answer it.
I told
Hang on
you.
a second, guys.
Yeah,
Now,
shut
20 Cups asked the question to Chad. what evidence does he have that he lives on this spinning ball? Now, I was really interested in that evidence, seeing as he came in laughing at all you guys and saying how stupid you all were. So he must have some type of clear evidence to support his belief, yeah? So, Chud, please answer the question. I'm really interested to know, as you came in with all this bravado.
Well, it's not that I don't want to answer your question. It's that I want to... I want to learn more about your point of view and why you think that it's not.
Okay, that's fair.
I want to know. I want to learn why you're laughing so hard at these people and calling them idiots because they believe that the Earth is flat. You must have some very strong evidence to the contrary. Please.
Well, it's not that I was laughing at them. I was laughing at their opposite point of. I was thinking that their opposite point of view from mine was funny because it's beyond all things. It's not the flat Earth theory or something like, or whatever it is. It's not a detrimental subject. It's just a funny little thing we all talk about. Like, okay, is the Earth flat or not? Like, it's really not that big of a deal. So I just was laughing about it.
Well, here's the thing, right? I'll tell you one thing, okay? Many people, if not all, okay, in this room, okay, now laugh at the ball idea. Why? Okay. Because they're basically, or I'll speak from my standpoint, right? I started off by laughing at myself as to how ignorant and uninquisitive I was growing up, hearing this story and not asking clarifying questions about it. That's what I laugh at. Okay. So I'd like to, maybe follow that up with you and see, where your line of thinking is in regards to this. Because you might find humor in that as well. That's why
For example, I could ask you, right? Do you have any first-hand experience of Earth being a sphere?
Do I have any first-hand experience? Well, I heard earlier about you guys would laugh at like the evidence of, I can see a ship like drop beyond the horizon. It's like, okay, I live on the East Coast. I can see a ship drop in the allegedly drop behind the horizon.
Yeah.
Oh, that's contradictory to what Daffodil said. We're so small that we can't perceive curvature. So how are you seeing ships disappearing?
Shit!
Well, no, that's not perceiving.
Wait! Hold on! Daff, get him!
Daffodil, remember, Earth too big. Can't. Your friend Chud has said
you were going to correct
ships disappear over the curvature, and you told us Earth too big.
I believe what
and you promised Matrix. If you heard someone say it, you correct them.
In her concept of the Earth being too big. So if we took that concept of the Earth being too big, and I'm not saying this is a fact. I'm saying this as a concept. Let's just believe as a concept. The Earth is so big that we cannot perceive curvature. It would be easy to believe that it is flat.
Yeah, that's what I said. He's right.
No, that's not what you said. That was a peaceful still man.
I said the Earth is gigantic and we're like a grain of sand for it.
Yeah.
Like it's literally huge. We cannot measure curvature.
No, hang on. You did say all that, but also you said first. I asked you, okay, how do you know we're on a ball or whatever? You say, because what was it? Because you see the curvature or something? I asked you how you see it, or how did you measure it to confirm that? You said no, we don't have to, or no, we can't. But it doesn't matter because I know that it's curved because I see it.
Here's the facts: is I will give it to you guys at sea level, whatever that is. I mean, well, technically, like sea level, being at level ground. At sea level, you cannot see curvature of the Earth. However, if in fact
so
we are
flat.
on a,
so it looks flat.
Prospectively,
it does look flat prospectively.
Another way of saying yes, it looks flat, but the question is it or is it not?
And then how would we
let me
know?
continue. So let's say you have a big ship, a fucking giant cruise ship. And I'm gonna say this: you cannot see the curvature of the Earth, but if you look in a straight line and you just keep watching that ship go in a straight line from you, eventually, even if you use a telescope, eventually it's going to start lowering and it's going to disappear by going over the horizon beyond where we can see. We cannot see. How do I explain this? We can see. I don't know how to explain this because I don't even know what the concept is, but we can see basically on like a 2-dimensional, I want to say. Like you cannot see what's behind a wall unless you have a fucking X-ray vision. So you can't see what's beyond a door. So say we have a door and you're standing or the door is the same height as your eyes, and you watch something go beyond that door and start curving downwards, you're going to eventually not see that because it's curving.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, even if it went straight down, it still disappears. But you can't see beyond the horizon. That's why people, okay. So if it's flat, where does the ship go? It doesn't disappear out of line of sight because, like, we can. If that were the fact, I could take the most powerful telescope and keep seeing it.
Okay, so check this out. In your analogy with, what was it? Somebody going around a curve, around a wall or something like that?
It was a ship going in a straight line.
In your analogy, to analogize that statement. I may have misheard you. Anyway, so like, for example, right? If you're going around a curve, like a physical curve, like you're on a road, right? And you're looking out beyond you, and there's like a wall, or those barriers or something like that, and you see something curving around it, and then it goes away. Okay, like for you to be able to see that thing and then to no longer see it based on a certain position, that can be predictable, or that can be predicted based off of your position to the thing, in like where it was initially, your position to the apex of the curve, and your position to the wall itself closest to you. Okay, they're like geometric relationships between all these different points. Okay. Likewise, if we're on a giant ball and the curve is, physical, it's geometric, it would be predictable where a thing would start to go down over the horizon based off of your height, of your observer height, right? So I would ask you, what is that predicted relationship? Like, is there an equation? I can tell you there is. What would be the equation? What would be the equation to help us predict when something would start to go below line of sight, i.e. over the curve? So let's say you're 6 feet tall, right? How far, quote unquote, is the horizon? It's beyond that point, things would start to go down, right?
That would be what's it called?
I can give it to you if you want.
Go ahead.
Put it in the chat. 2 seconds. Okay, here you go. Full derivation of that relationship. Basically a 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay. So if you're 6 feet tall, multiply 1.22 times the square root of 6, and you get just about 3. Okay? 6 feet off the ground, 3 miles away. Rule of thumb. Now the question is, are all 6-foot height observers seeing boats going on the horizon, seeing them go beyond the horizon at 3 miles every time.
Well, it's probably not going to be every time because it's different. Like, there's different heights and shit, but like generally, yeah.
At 6 feet tall. So, constant height are the ships going down at a constant distance.
Hold on.
And if not, and we know it's not, what degree of variance? And then how would that variance come about? What other factors are in play, if any? Kind of giving you shit here.
So, are you giving me the Pythagorean theorem to try and disprove?
No, sir. What I did there is use basic Pythagorean theorem, right, to formulate a relationship between 2 points based off of a curve. This is not disproving. I'm not disproving anything in that. That's just demonstrating the relationship between point A and point B.
On a circle?
On a circle, right?
Okay.
The cross section of a sphere, right? Let me know if you understand. If you don't understand anything.
I came in late because I had to go do something real quick. So
this is brand new. Fresh start.
Okay. Well, okay. So this equation, just the Pythagorean theorem, or like what is all the? I'm not a big math person, so like I don't fucking.
No problem. Okay, so I'll explain it. Okay. You see the circle. You see point A, B, and O. O is the center of the circle. A is off of the circle, and B is along the edges. Okay. You can form a right triangle with these. Perfect for Pythagoras. Okay. Each line is denoted by 2 letters with the line on top of it. Okay. So you see OB that's the length or the line, I should say, between O and B. Okay. So that would be a real value. Let's say 2. Okay. A and B is also a real value. Et cetera, et cetera. So you can treat those those pairs of letters with the line on top as a real value that you can work with mathematically. Okay? So you can square them. Right? OB is the line. The line OB is basically substituted for A in the A squared plus B squared equals C squared, et cetera, et cetera. You follow?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you manipulate these variables a little bit, okay, on page 1, okay, third part we see it's written from this we notice that OA it's the same thing as OB plus H, right? Because OB is length 1, it's the radius. Right? But if you tack on a little bit H, you get the same distance from O to A. So it's the same thing. They're interchangeable.
Okay.
Okay. So then you can substitute that in. So that's where at the bottom. C is just replaced with the OB plus H. But it's squared, so you square the whole thing.
Okay.
Now, on page 2, you can rearrange that whole thing to simplify it. Okay, you're doing some expanding and contracting, and some simplification and all that. Okay, and then you get a formula, basically, at the bottom of page 2. The length of AB is equivalent to the square root of 2 times the length of OB multiplied by H. So whatever OB is, basically the radius, there's your relationship. The distance from the observer height to the horizon is 2 times the radius multiplied by the height, all square rooted. Now you have an issue in terms of there may be an issue in terms of units and stuff like that, but that's where the third page covers it. So you do some scaling and stuff like that. And when you do that from miles to feet, it reduces down to a single value multiplied by 8, the square root of h.
Okay.
Okay. But if you want to do it in miles, right, you're dealing with, heights of fractions of a mile. You can do that too. It's just a unit. The relationship is the same thing. There's still the scalar multiplied by the square root of h. And that's the distance. Okay. So my point here is, dude, when you look out over the horizon and you see some shit go down, if it's to be consistent with the math that is given to us, or the geometry that's given to us, there would have to be consistent geometric relationships as outlined in here, for example. We don't actually I asked you that question earlier, kind of like, tongue-in-cheek. We don't actually witness that.
We don't witness what?
We don't actually witness. For example, you take a 6-foot guy, you go to a beach, and you see a ship. It's going away. One day, you might see it, go super far, and it'll just get really, really small until it disappears. Not necessarily curving, not necessarily being cut off from the bottom up. Another day, you might go back and you will see that, like at a certain distance where it looks like a certain size, right? And then the other day, you might see that same thing happen, but further out, so it's smaller before it starts getting cut off from the bottom up. Shit like that. It's all over the place. Right? And there's evidences of this. People can post stuff if they have examples of what I'm talking about. Right?
Okay.
Furthermore, we have a particular instance which is quite shocking, whereby you have a 1-foot observer, a little camera on a tripod. Take that tripod, put on, the shoreline, and you look out, and you can see shit 9 miles out. When according to this, like in full, okay, but according to this this geometry here, the horizon should be at 1.22 times the square root of 1, which is 1, 1.22 miles away. Everything beyond that should be being cut off from the bottom up, right? But you see things 9 miles, so like basically 7 times or 8 times further than expected in full. Okay, so this relationship, in theory, is not reflected by witness testimony and real world observation. So there's something wrong with this. Either there's something wrong with the math, right? I'll grant you that. Don't think it's the case. Have had this checked, whatever. It's out there. I'm not going to make this up. Okay. There's something wrong with the model, or there's something wrong with the tests. So how would we reconcile that?
So you think something's wrong with the equation, or something's wrong with
the assumptions?
Because of what?
Because you don't see what the math says you should see. So if the math is true, you would see what the math says you see. But since you don't see what the math
okay. So you think that the math says that I shouldn't see a ship disappear bottom first?
That's not what it says, sir.
He was saying you shouldn't be able to see vast farther than 3 miles. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. The math says that if you are to see a ship go over the horizon, it would be at a predicted distance between where you are and the horizon, and how high you are, or how tall you are, whatever. So that point would be where you would see it start going, disappearing from the bottom up.
The math has assumptions.
In a strictly geometric sense, okay, pure geometry here.
Yeah, this math has certain assumptions, right? Like one of them is that the Earth is a sphere. That's one of the assumptions, which could be the assumption that is wrong, if that's not matching observation, right?
Yeah, so I mean, like,
but that's not the only assumption.
You can go test this. You could go get yourself like a super zoom camera, like a Nikon or something else. They got P1000s and 900s on eBay. You could use those, or you could look up videos. People can stand on the beach, put the camera on a 2-foot tripod, 3-foot tripod, and zoom out and see buoys in the water, like 8, 10, 14 miles out. You can put an infrared filter on the camera lens, which reduces atmospheric distortion and refraction based on the wavelengths of light being viewed. And you can see even further. I mean, people get like multiple dozens of miles out with those. It's actually insane. And, physically, there should be the actual physical Earth itself blocking you at 3 miles or less, right? There's like a hill, like a mountain of water in the way. Can't see through it. It'd be like trying to look through a building, right? There's something there blocking your view. It's called the horizon. So if you're supposed to see 3 miles or less, and you're seeing 12 or 15 miles plus, what does that tell you? It tells you either the radius is wrong, or the shape in the geometry solution is wrong.
Those are not the only options.
Yeah, but I mean, like the math is not incorrect. The math is the math, right? So it's like, something is causing you to consistently be able to see further than you're supposed to, if based on the math of the given radius and spherical topography.
Yeah, I think you're missing one of the assumptions. Nobody's mentioning that we all know is false.
I said
we are omitting that for some reason.
The shape of the topography is what I said. Either the radius is wrong or the shape.
That's not the assumption we're missing.
Let's see if Chud can sort it out there.
It takes some knowledge to know what is being omitted here. It's not fair to get him to judge this without knowing the full picture.
No. We'll help him out there. Go ahead.
Oh, me? Can I give him the hint?
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the assumptions of this calculation here is that light travels in straight paths. We know that's not true.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's why I was saying this is purely, this is just the geometric relationship.
Yeah. It assumes a ball, a perfectly spherical sphere, perfectly spherical Earth, where light takes straight paths. And both those assumptions, I don't think anybody here should agree with.
Yeah, then standard refraction says it would increase your sight distance by roughly 16 to 17%. What they usually go with.
Yeah. And then the other question is, what environmental factors would need to be at play to have a consistent, or either a uniform, consistent refractive index necessary to curve the light perfectly around the ball so that it hits the eye of the observer and creates a pristine picture, right? So everything is following that. I mean,
what do you mean perfect?
Uniformly, right? It's one of two options, right? Either there's something like that going on, so that if you look out and you see a crystal clear, image, right? Non-distorted, nothing waving, nothing compressed, all this stuff, right? Okay. Or a series of varying indexes, right, that created, the image sufficient enough so you can see it despite there being distortions. Whichever the case, the question would then be, what would be the values or possible values of all the corresponding, or rather all the confounding variables necessary to generate that effect in the first place? And are they possible to manifest in the areas in question? So for example, right, if a model would say, or if a calculation would say, oh, we need, pressure differential of, 20 over 10 feet and a humidity of whatever parts per million, whatever the fuck it's measured in, whatever, I don't care. And a temperature differential of X, whatever it is. Okay. The question would be, are those even possible in the areas in question? And how would we know?
It's a much more complicated question. And I think it's equally valid to ask, if when you see a big ship missing its bottom half, what would be the requirement for that to be observed on flat surface? And is that possible? I think that's just as valid to ask, right?
It is, but it is possible. That one's possible.
It is possible?
Yeah, I think Matrix has talked about this before. Matrix, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, what's going on?
He's asking because repeat the question, Bacon.
Okay, what are the conditions for like half a ship being obscured by the horizon on a flat surface?
Right, it's optical. So what happens, it's angular resolution. I'll just get my little picture so you can have a better idea. So as you know, due to perspective, things appear to get smaller as they get further away, yeah? No one disagrees with it. We all know what perspective is. Now, what happens is when you're looking at a ship, you've got 3 lines. One of them is the top of the ship. So inside chat, I've got a little diagram. One of them is the bottom of the ship. And the last line is your eye level. So if you happen to be a 1 foot observer, your eye line or eye level is 1 foot. If you happen to be 6 foot, then it's 6 foot. Normally, most ships are somewhat taller than humans. Every now and then you get a little bitty remote control ones, but hey, another story. Anyways, the angle between your eye line or eye level and the bottom of the ship is a very small angle in comparison to the one from your eye level to the top of the ship. So what happens is, as that ship gets further away, there's 2 angles. And as it's sailing away, those angles get smaller and smaller and smaller, very gradually. And what happens is when one of those angles hits 0.02, which is your ability to resolve, above it you can resolve what it is, below it, it just blurs into the environment. So as the ship sails away, the bottom one, because it's the smallest one to start off with, will hit 0.02 first. And that's all that's happening. So it'll hit 0.02. You won't be able to resolve that one in comparison to the top one. And that's all that's going on, mate.
Okay, that doesn't make sense. If you look at those videos where you have half the bottom half of the ship disappearing, the angular size of the bottom half is much larger compared to smaller details you can see on the top of the ship. So you can have details with much smaller angular size than the missing bottom of the ship.
Well, here's something that's really interesting. The ones that you're talking about where the person is, say, standing on a cliff, you've also got other angles of comparison. So when you look straight down at the ocean, all the way out to the ship, that's one set of angles. And then your eyes are comparing the size of the ship to the angle of that large patch of water that's leading up to the ship. So again, which one's smaller? The ship is. We all know that. And that's all that's happening, is your ability to resolve an image that's outside of your range. That's it. And you wouldn't believe it, the, what is it, extinction coefficient, Rayleigh criterion extinction coefficient?
Yeah, that
happens to be 1.22.
That's dependent on things like
lens size,
the size of the aperture, and just a second, the size of the aperture you're using. So, for example, the limit for your eye and for a camera is different. If you zoom in with the camera, that also changes it. So, but none of that changes how much of the boat is being obscured. So that doesn't have anything to do with Rayleigh criterion. And one proof of that the proof of that in the image I just posted is that you can see details on the boat much smaller than the obscured part. So the you can definitely resolve the angle.
Okay, how far away is the ship?
What?
How far away is the ship?
No clue.
What size is the swell? Elevation or photographer? How do I know that's not just a wave in front of the ship?
Oh,
if it was a wave in front of the ship, you would fucking know, bro. Like, what the fuck?
No, there are plenty of.
Well, have a look at the image,
of these where there are no waves.
I'm looking at the image. That's like.
Yeah. So how do you know? So Chud, from that image, how far away is the ship, and what elevation is the photographer, and is that or is that not a wave?
I don't know because I didn't post the image.
Excellent. So how about Chud be quiet?
Chud be quiet. Like, do you like? What are you fighting for?
Yeah, shut up, dude.
And that has nothing to do with what.
You don't need the peanut gallery, okay?
So the issue is, Bacon, what we get a lot of, and Matthew Learns is a prime example of this. He will grab an image that the camera or lens, should say, is at full zoom, and then he'll turn around and say, "See, we can't see any further." That's because it's already at full zoom. It's very important that we get those numbers, the distance to that. Like if you're looking at that, so let's just say those things are 50 foot high, and that image is taken from 20 miles away. Should we see it? See, very important factors.
How much? Yeah, the question would be how much could we see if we can at all?
Yeah, First of all, this has nothing to do with what you're asking.
What I mean by that is starting from from the ground up. No pun intended, but you get my point, right? So purely geometrically, what would we expect if we apply standard refraction just as a starting point? What would we expect, et cetera, et cetera? How much then? If not, if none of these would match what we actually see, what would be necessary? What would be the necessary conditions to mimic what we do see? And then the question would be, is that possible? Are those conditions actually possible in this area?
Right. If you're half as smart as I think you are, that Matrix didn't answer what you're asking, or at least his answer didn't have anything to do with what you're asking.
I'm asking you, like this is a tack on to what he's saying, because he's pointing out also holds. Okay, the angular resolution thing is a factor. There's other things too. Okay. I think DJ
Not in
would be
any of
more.
the observations that we refer to. Like those observations where we see half of a boat disappearing, Rayleigh criterion is not an issue there. It's completely irrelevant.
No, it's exactly what's going on.
I don't think you know what that means.
There's also multiple factors. That's just one of them. Weather conditions.
It's one of them, but it's
how big's the swell? So when you're low to the surface of a body of water, a very small swell is not going to be noticed straight up. But the effects of said swell, when you amplify that by the distance to the object you're trying to witness, so for example, a 2-foot swell is nothing in the scheme of things. But when you've got a ship like that one that's in the bottom image there, that's 5 miles out, all of a sudden that 2 foot is very well amplified. And as that 2 foot gets closer to the observer, it can cause some big problems to that ship. Even though it's probably, 100 foot high, 150 foot high. It doesn't sound like much, only 2 foot, but it can make a hell of a difference over long range. That's why it's important that when you guys post these images up saying, look, bottom up obstruction, what was the weather conditions, distance, all of that kind of stuff is important.
Height of observer. Right. All this stuff, absolutely. And then another thing
obviously the height of the observer is important here.
Yeah. But another thing that didn't really come up or have a chance to be brought up there, also to consider is to use you guys' term, atmospheric refraction, miraging effects, et cetera, right? There's sinking, looming, all these different terms for qualitative, effects that, people have witnessed. To quantify it, as far as I'm concerned, hasn't really been done. What things would exactly contribute to that, or by how much of each of these things, I don't know. But for example, sinking, the effect of something in the distance appearing to be below where it would otherwise be, right? Like that's documented effect, right? So for all we know, conditions were such that that type of effect could be witnessed at the time of this particular observation. We don't know. The point is for you to be able to, just claim that this is absolutely for certain Earth curvature getting in the way without any of these details. You can't do that.
Once again,
no one's saying that.
The fact that you can put an IR lens on a camera and see way further than you could before when IR has less refraction than visible light wavelengths does shows that it's not refraction that's, the culprit here as to what's keeping you from seeing or what's making you see further. It's actually just the
Do you have an
opacity of the
example of that?
atmosphere. Do I have an example of not offhand?
Jay Tolan Media on YouTube.
Yeah, he's got a lot of IR videos. Because it cuts, IR is good at cutting through the opacity in the atmosphere.
Yeah, because if the amount of something being obstructed by the horizon changes with an infrared camera to be less obstructed, I think you'll definitely have a point. But if you're just talking about being able to see things you can't, then that doesn't have to be related to the horizon.
So the issue you've got, Bacon, with your horizon, it doesn't matter what lens you use. It doesn't matter whether you stand on one leg or not. The horizon is always going to be in the same spot. Based on the premise that you're on a ball with a radius of 39, 59 miles. The horizon will be based upon your elevation.
Yeah, and the
not only that, also
it's not. That's the problem.
And the thing about it is, Bacon, is
it wouldn't be only dependent on that. It would also depend on environmental conditions.
The reason you're seeing further with the IR, as I said before, is because it allows you to see through the opacity of the atmosphere better than the visible spectrum. And so typically when you go to the ocean, you're limited at how far you can see with high zoom cameras due to opacity. You can see buoys that are 10, 12 miles out, as I said, but at some point you stop being able to see because of this opacity effect. However, when you add IR, it enables you to see further than without it. Now, you're already beyond the geometric horizon, but then you stop being able to see, and they say, okay, you zoomed in and you couldn't see any further because you actually hit the horizon, but then you put the IR lens on, and then look, there's the third time we've got farther, right? So it's like clearly not the horizon.
But those are different types of observation. Like when you're referring to the
it's the same. It's just a camera. It's the same camera with infrared, Bacon.
Jesus Christ!
The problem is, Bacon. You need to understand what IR does.
Oh, you need to let me finish the sentence.
Technically, what JC was just saying, if you live on a ball and he grabs an IR camera, then we should be seeing exactly to the horizon, not beyond it. To the claimed horizon. So say we're at 1 foot, it should be pulling up at 1.22 miles. Because of the way IR works, we should be seeing shorter, not longer.
Yeah, so what happens is you get the camera, right, and you see something disappear. Then you zoom in 50%, it brings it back up, and then it disappears again. You zoom in 100%, it brings it back up, and then it disappears again. You say, my zoom's maxed out. Now I'm going to put my IR lens on. You put the IR lens on, you can see it again because the opacity of the atmosphere is now gone. So there's 3
if you
times.
Can't see it,
huh?
Yeah, okay, if you can't see it because it's too small, obviously if you zoom in now you can see it. And if it's too small again and you can't zoom in more, then obviously you won't see it. But that's all we're talking about. We're talking about the horizon, cutting the object in half. That's not the same thing as it being too small, so you have to zoom in to see it again. So you're talking about different observations that are not relevant to the ones we're talking about. The ones we were talking about was when the horizon was cutting the object from the bottom up.
Yeah, but bro, things typically don't just get too small to see. They begin to get blurry, and then they fade out. That's what happens on these long distance observations. They fade out.
So again, not related to being cut off by the horizon.
Bacon,
that's
in the side chat. Bacon, in the side chat, 4 minutes past the hour. It's a video called The Empty Horizon. Probably the most important bit of that whole video is the first, I think it's 1 minute and 11 seconds, and the last minute.
Another thing to consider too, Bacon, right? If you see an object appear to disappear from the bottom up, okay, and it happens to be a sinking effect, let's just say, right?
Yep.
So the light that would otherwise be going, quote unquote, in a straight line to your eyes is being distorted such that the bottom part doesn't reach your eyes. The water does instead, the water in front of it and all that. And it creates this image appearing like the thing is cut in half or cut in a third or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? But geometrically speaking, you would see it in full. It's just that the conditions are such that you don't.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, light would have to bend up for that to happen. Sure.
But then, if you put an IR filter on, right, and you do see it, for example, that's indicative that it was just that type of effect. For example, right? Because the infrared is not subject to those same types of distortions. So you see it.
It is. It's just less.
Right. Significantly
it's
less.
Just
less.
Right. So yeah.
Right.
Okay. So if
that's what
there's a scenario where the object's too blurry, right? Or there's too much, as I said, atmospheric opacity in front of the object, and then we use infrared. That's not surprising. That's expected because it's on the model. What would be unexpected on the globe is if something is obstructed by the horizon, and then you look through infrared, and now it's less obstructed.
Yeah.
Right? The globe would expect it's more obstructed.
Yeah.
That's the thing that he seemed to be testing, but it's never been shown.
But this is where it gets really wonky, dude. Okay. Because if you make an observation, you see a thing super far, and you only see half of it. How do you know that is strictly caused by a physical obstruction, or if it's just a sinking effect? What would one do to determine one of these two possible factors?
You could try to observe it from different wavelengths.
Okay. What about the geometry? Is the geometry not even in question? Like supposing, this thing is 10 miles out, I shouldn't technically see it from 1 foot observer height, right? But I do, either in full or even partially, right? Does that not come into question at all? Maybe the geometry is actually not contributing to this? Or
you asked how you would know. Like, asking that doesn't is not helping me how to know.
Well, it kind of
I'll tell you how to distinguish.
Well, that would skew the possibility, right?
Say that again?
Right, because where are the odds of a K factor, right, being like 0.98 plus? Like that doesn't happen consistently. It's called extreme for a reason. It's a rare effect.
I don't know which observation you're referring to, if you would actually require that, and I don't know what the conditions that would create.
Right.
So I know
Right. Well, I can tell you the black swan is one such example. Put it in the side. No problem. I'll put it in the side chat for you. Okay, the black swan, the case or the instance where the guy took hang on. The guy took a camera, put it on a tripod, 1 foot observer height, and saw the 2 oil rigs out 6 point something miles and 9 point something miles out. Right? We see them in full, but according to the math, we should see at least half of them, half of the furthest one cut off. So if you check in the chat,
yeah, no geometry will match these observations.
It shuts off automatically.
These observations are contradictory.
Let me put no.
If you ignore reflection.
No, look in the chat, bro. Look in the chat. So he put it in the chat. He's literally got. He's got the advanced Earth curve calculator, so it will tell you. It'll show you in those pictures how much obstruction you should be seeing on these platforms. So you see one of them should be fully visible, and the other one should be like 54% visible.
Yeah, close. So check this out, right? So this is a modeling of the furthest oil rig out there, 9.41 miles. Okay. If there is a zero refraction, scenario out there, it's impossible, but it's just purely geometric, right? You would expect half the thing to be cut off, or just about. It's 98 feet tall and expected hidden height of 44.68 feet. So a little less than half. Okay? In order to see what we see, okay, if you manipulate the slider, sorry, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. If you manipulate the refraction slider out, okay, until you actually see the thing in full, i.e. a hidden height of 0, you'll see on the second screenshot there, okay, it lifts it up the same amount that it was otherwise hidden in the first one. That requires a K factor of 0.989182. Okay. Effectively, that turns a apparent radius from 3959 to an apparent radius of 365,900 miles. Okay, so it inflates the apparent radius by just under tenfold. Okay, and implying a 100-fold. Excuse me. Thank you. Okay, and keep in mind that this K factor is limited by 1. So closer and closer you get to 1, you're approaching. It's asymptotic at 1.
Yeah, okay. 1 would be a flat plane.
Exactly. Okay. So I like to ask
by 1.
That's the way that. So Walter Bislin created this calculator, simplifying or trying to create a concise calculation for this, whereby 0 is the standard, 1 is an infinite radius, so a flat plane, and then -1 is, I think it's an inverted plane or something, or an inverted concave or something like that. So it's a normalized.
So it's not limited by plane. Not limited by 1.
No, it is limited by 1. So the refraction here, it's not a refraction index. Okay, I was corrected by this gracefully not too long ago. I kept using the term. It's neither here nor there. It's a K factor. So if you go to the calculator and check out the way that it's wrangled in the math, okay, there's some division by R minus K or something like that, or whatever. Okay, and at some point, if K is 1. I forget all the details, but if K is 1, you're effectively getting a division by 0, and it's undefined, so it kind of plugs in an infinite value, and it creates a planar surface. If it's -1, it's the inverse. I forget what happens, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so it's asymptotic at 1. Is the point? I didn't create the calculator, dude. This is the god of fucking refraction, apparently, Walter Bislin. Okay.
Oh, he's not.
Just using. I know, but just using his stuff. Okay. This is the ballpark that we're playing into. So I like to ask. Go ahead.
Sorry, the calculator's not wrong. I mean, like, we don't need to like appeal to authority or poison the well. We don't need to do either of those things. Like, it's just the calculator is mathematically accurate. You can plug in refraction. Standard refraction is K value of about 0.17. Okay, that's standard.
How do you know it's accurate, JC? Shouldn't you be taking air temperature, taking water temperature, air pressure, humidity levels, then going, we should have a refraction level of X?
Wait.
Yeah, I get your point, dude. No, Matrix, he's saying that the calculator is the calculator.
Like, the calculator works. I'm not saying that the numbers plugged in for this particular day are right. Like, what I'm saying is if you plug in the appropriate K value, it will give you what you see on the screen. What you see on screen is accurate for the numbers that are plugged in. So, like,
yeah, but it's reverse engineered. It's done backwards. That's the bit that annoys me.
Matrix, I don't think he's saying that. This is actually reflective of reality, right? Because we don't live on a giant sphere of 3959.
Well, this is the problem. If it's reflective of reality, prior to going to Bisland's calculator, we should be able to go to the calculator first. We should be able to put in all of the effects, then go to reality, take our photo, and go, oh, look, it lined up exactly like it said on the computer.
That's not what I was. Yeah, that's not what I was saying though. When I say that the calculator's right, what I meant is that using the assumption of a ball, this is what you should be seeing on that ball. Like, the calculator.
All right, sorry, dude.
Yeah.
All good, dude. No, you're doing good. You're doing good. So I like to bring this up to put forth the question: what the hell creates a K factor of 0.989182?
You're asking me?
Anybody? I would put it forth to you, Bacon. Also, maybe you might know someone who can, provide some sort of like model, where you can plug in, samples of temperature and air pressure and humidity and shit like that, and would spit out a K factor.
I know one where you can manipulate the gradient of refractive index.
They would say the Steelman.
That's what. Hold on. Sorry, dude.
That's just a single value. I'm talking about you can manipulate the gradient as a whole, like increase here, decrease there.
Yeah. Well, that's all. Yeah. That's also Walter Bisland's calculator. It's another one.
The one I've seen isn't from Walter Bisland. But...
Oh no, isn't that one where like half the screen is like these giant like colored lines, and on the left side there's a small, a skinny panel with all these different.
Bisland has one. I remember he has one too. But the one that I have in mind is like you can play with the graph of the refractive index gradient.
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, that would be cool to try and model stuff. The problem I would then see is, has that been tested?
I mean, the Steelman, for their position, to be fair to them, I'll help them out. They would say that you would need a very hyper extreme and rare set of atmospheric pressure, temperature, and humidity conditions, such that it caused the rate at which light bends to perfectly match the rate at which the Earth's surface curves, trigonometrically across whatever.
Why you always say the word perfectly?
Yeah, well, that's how.
Well, in that case, we may as well just go straight to proving the curvature. Otherwise, you don't have an argument for refraction, because your gradient's going to have to curve with the curve of the Earth as well. So we're just begging the question with you now. So let's just go ahead and prove the curvature, and then we can talk about refraction.
Yeah.
I don't agree. I don't believe in that, man. I'm just saying, like, that's what it would have to be, and that's right there is like, I don't believe in that. That's like a fairy tale. That's retarded. I'm just saying that's what it would have to be.
Yeah, but
we're digging into it.
Before the conditions exist, first you'd need curvature, and then you'd need a curved atmosphere, a curved gradient, right?
Right.
Because otherwise, the light is, when it just travels level, is just going to stay within the same refractive index. It won't enter a new refractive index.
Yeah. I mean, T-Dub, like this line of questioning, I think the order can matter. All these things would be put on the chopping block at some point anyway, but this just kind of goes to show that just a simple, slider giving you, a real number between 0 and 1 or -1 and 1, it's not sufficient, right? Because it's just a model, and then, which assumes a radius in the first place. We get that. Yeah, I just like to highlight that they don't know really what's going on when they're just sliding things. I like to have them investigate their own thought process and realize, oh shit, there are pieces to the puzzle, real world pieces to the puzzle that haven't even been questioned yet on my side. So maybe I should do that before.
Yeah, absolutely. Like chaotic variables, right? So unpredictable, chaotic variables where it's not going to be uniform and follow some sort of arc. It's going to go this way, that way, up, diagonal, down, round, like everywhere. Why would it necessarily be uniform in such a way that it would follow an arc?
Yeah, and why? And another thing that I think, what's his name? Yoder brought up at some point is why do we not witness redshift and blue shift? Because if different wavelengths refract at different rates,
the difference is minuscule,
right? Or chromatic aberration.
The difference in the refractive index between the wavelengths of visible light in the atmosphere are pretty insignificant.
Yeah, they're
you
pretty
shouldn't
small.
expect the balls just to split apart.
As much as they might be minuscule, could they not be perceived at long distances? And if so, or if not, why not?
Yeah, I've seen one example where that was done with a sunset, and the less bit of the sun the less bit of color of the sunset was green, which is the opposite that you'd expect on flat Earth. Like if you need the light to be bending up, then the sun should be greener on the bottom and redder on the top. And the observation showed the opposite.
Okay, well, we would want it, we would have to scrutinize that if we get into it anyway, right? There's other things to question about it, but just in general, the overall picture that you're looking at a distance, it's not all color distorted like a fucking painter's, those little, trays that they have with all the colors mixed up and shit. You would expect maybe something leaning in that direction, even ever so slightly, all the time.
Yeah, I mean, the elegant thing about the FE explanation is that when you see observations like the one in the side chat, the only thing that you need in order to explain it is clear viewing conditions and a bright light source, like the sun backlighting, right? The sun's backlighting it, and clear viewing conditions, and bam, you see it. And it just so happens that clear days are the days that you always see the furthest, right? And actually, clear days are the days in which you'd have less refraction. So it's pretty funny how it just works out that way.
Is actually any data on things being not blocked by horizon where they should be in clear days? Or you're just talking about visibility in general? Because if you're talking about visibility in general, then that's obvious.
I'm talking about seeing beyond the horizon.
Not the context of what we're talking about.
This picture is a observation of two things that are both way, way beyond what the geometric horizon should be. One is 5 times further, and the other one's almost 8 times further than the geometric horizon. And what I'm saying is that you see these types of observations way, way, way more often on clear days, and that's explained by clear viewing conditions, not by refraction.
Wait, how do you know that?
You see less refraction on clearer days. Also,
no, I asked how do you know that that's more often in clear days?
By the attestation of all the people that take these types of measurements on all their channels. When they talk about how to get these measurements, what the best times to see them.
Okay, so that's not biased at all.
I mean, so
if it's not a clear day,
I'm saying I'm from people that take the measurements, right? How do I know? Oh, I know because by experience, this is how it happens.
Okay, so you don't have a count of whether this was a sufficient clear day, then more clear than average, and in these scenarios, the percentage of oil rigs not being blocked,
hour to hour,
greater.
Yeah.
Days with less humidity and opacity in the atmosphere, in which you would have less refraction and greater general visibility. Now,
Why would you have less refraction?
greater general visibility does not change where the physical horizon is. The physical horizon is always in the same spot, 365 days a year. It's not irrelevant because
we all know the physical horizon isn't moving. Like no one's arguing for that.
Your model has to claim. Check this out. Your model has to claim that every single time someone sees a beyond the horizon observation, quote unquote, that it has to be explained by the refractive conditions on that particular day and time being such that it allowed them to see beyond the horizon. Whereas we can say, oh, look, we have various days throughout the year, all various temperature and weather conditions. It just so happens that the days that are clear, irrespective of temperature or season, whether it's summer, winter, fall, or spring, the clear days, we can go out there and we can see really far beyond the horizon.
And how in that idea you have in also clear days, the horizon blocking half of those solar rays.
It doesn't matter how much it's blocking, bro. If I have something that's if the horizon's at 3 miles and I see an object that's 10 miles away, I shouldn't see any of it. Whether I see half of it or not, it's irrelevant, bro. You can't have any of it be visible in your model.
Don't I have refraction in my model?
So now, wait.
Refraction isn't part of reality now? I have to ignore refraction? It's a model that has no atmosphere? Why does your model have atmosphere? Mine doesn't.
This is why I said, at this point, we might as well just give you the ball. Oh, it's a ball, okay. Because your model, and you can account for refraction. Okay. Oh. Radio.
He's mixing two things up. He's like, oh, all of a sudden, I can see way further and I can see the thing because of refraction, but
he's
also
losing track of one thing.
I wasn't saying because of refraction.
As long as he's got an excuse, it's all good, right? Oh, we see too far. Oh, but that's refraction. Oh, okay, sorry about that. Okay, that's
if he's using refraction, he sells out all claims to a geometric horizon.
Correct, because then the horizon would be apparent and not geometric.
Excellent.
Then the question:
the ones we observe
where did the radius come from in the first place? Which is then plugged into all. Huh?
Which radius? The equatorial radius, the polar radius, the average radius. Which radius?
Take the average. Take the average one up.
Okay, that comes from an average.
39, 59. Where did they get it?
Okay, so the let's say the two values, the two extreme values used to produce the average, where did those values come from?
I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know. So you don't know.
No.
Do you know? How do you know they're legitimate? How do you know they were measured, not just inferred?
I don't.
Okay.
Well, the radius.
I think you're under the impression. I think you're under the impression. I came here to say the Earth was a globe. Did I do that? Did I do that?
No, in the past you have. So I just assumed you were, and we were talking about this minutia.
No, we were talking about we have two ideas here. One, the Earth is a physical sphere of radius roughly 30 to 59 miles. The other is the Earth is roughly flat in its entirety, right? So we have these two ideas, and then we have some observations, and I'm trying to come up with which one of those ideas best matches those observations. And now we're trying to figure out, given what we know about what light does in the atmosphere, if you can actually make a good evaluation on each one of those ideas compared to these observations. That's all we're doing here.
Right. Okay, fair enough. Well, then at this point, it would seem clear to me that the radius plugged into this value is really just an ad hoc kind of value to make the model fit. Alongside the K value is also just ad hoc. All right, so you got two ad hoc values,
Yeah, if all the value is okay, let me make the radius bigger to change the predictions, then sure, that doesn't mean anything. You can then make it match a flat Earth. I agree.
It just doesn't prove that it's a ball.
I agree, completely agree. I wasn't making that.
I'm not saying you're saying that. It's just in this discussion,
right? This tends to come up. So at least that's clear.
Yeah.
Right?
You guys
Okay.
you guys should check the video I posted in the side chat. It's one of my favorite FE proofs of all time, and it's a great presentation on it.
An hour 15 minutes. It's already pretty late here.
Well, that just gives you all the details.
Oh,
you
and
can
it's
watch it
from
on
Alan.
1.5x speed. Yeah.
Well, anyways,
Never seen this one. I'll save it.
How they shot radio beams horizontally in World War II, the Nazis, in order to guide airplanes across, 240 to 450 miles away, and drop bombs at night at a crisscross section, triangulating two of these beams together at various distances, well beyond the curvature of the Earth, which would have been at like 30 miles. The horizon would have been at like 30 miles. But you have these airplanes.
Interesting, JC, with what you're talking about with those radios. We've had who was the German person that was in before, and we suggested that, and he didn't like that as an answer. He actually got quite upset with it.
It's not radio like a radio tower, like omnidirectional. It's actual concentrated beams. Yeah, they measured it. They measured it at like 280 miles away. The English found out about it and measured it at about 400 to 500 yards wide at 280 miles. So it's very clear that it's not like diffracting or refracting or sky waving or anything like that. It's just a straight beam, just flying out, and it's got a vertical spread.
For green.
What's that? Alan's working on an update on it. Alan's working on an update on it right now, where he includes the because there's 3 typical explanations that people try to give, and those 3 are covered in this, and he destroys all 3 of them. One's being skywave, one's being refraction, and one is being diffraction. But there's a 4th one, which is a special case of diffraction called creeping wave diffraction, where it's the creeping wave across the surface of a sphere, and he's adding that. He's adding that in because we did the math on that. It's horrible. It would be like many kilometers wide, like dozens of kilometers wide. By the time it reached the target, it would be completely useless. It wouldn't even work. So, yeah, the British refused to look into it because they said it would be impossible because the curvature of the Earth would block the beams. But then Winston Churchill made them because they captured some guys from the German, like they captured a German and they had some documents in his airplane. And one of them went and told Winston Churchill, and they're like, I think that they're doing this. And he's like, look, I don't care if you guys think it's stupid. You're going to go look into it. And if anyone gives you any trouble, you tell me directly. And so then they looked for the beams and found them. But, yeah, check the press. It's pretty good.
Appreciate that, man.
Can I ask a simple hypothetical here?
You should
Can I
probably
ask some questions?
check the Prezi, and then maybe it'll answer your question.
Yeah, tried to.
It's not about your video.
If you take that Prezi and you absorb the information and you learn it, so where you can perfectly steel man the argument and it doesn't convert you, you're just cognizant out of your mind, and you'll probably never change. I think that Prezi is probably the single most convincing, real historical proof of why it can't be a ball.
Yeah, I don't usually trust other people's conclusion without doing my research first. And
it's all good.
At least from now on, I've been quite disappointed from his.
Sure, bro. Look at all the references. It's got links to the database. The database has all the papers. We have the original equipment.
Sure, yeah, I could take a couple weeks doing the research.
Yeah, we have the actual documents from the Telefunken company that built the towers. We have we have so much stuff about it, dude. We dug this for like months.
Yeah, I'm not skeptical of that. That's not. I'm not skeptical of existing information to check that.
If you even check Wikipedia, bro, you check Wikipedia and you check the books written about it, they say that the systems used were line of sight. They were line of sight radio systems. Like everyone, like
do they say the systems are incompatible with Earth's geometry?
The British literally said that, and they refused to look for it until they got forced to, and then they found it.
You said to look up Wikipedia. Does it say there? I mean,
it It says
Which
that the
documentation
systems.
says that?
It said. Okay, I just told you. Listen carefully. Wikipedia.
You said the
has
British.
one dude. Let me finish answering your question before you interrupt me when I'm giving the answer you asked for. Wikipedia, as well as books written on the subject, which you can find the links on the Obsidian database, were linked in the video, say that the systems were more or less line of sight. What they did is they took aircraft landing radar that's typically used for that at a landing strip in an airfield for the aircraft to be able to pick up the signal from the airfield and know whether if they're centered, they're off to the left of the landing strip, off to the right of the landing strip, or centered. And they reverse engineered it to shoot the beams out really far. So instead of landing with it, the airplanes would fly the opposite direction and stay in the beam towards the target. It's a line of sight system. Okay.
That's not what I asked. I didn't ask if they claim it was a line of sight system. I'm asking if they claimed their system are incompatible with Earth's
Yes,
geometry.
in the documentary video, there's a documentary made about this as well as books. It's a historical part of the war, World War II. It's famous. In the documentary, there's segments clipped into the Prezi, and the British talk about how, as well as in the book, it's in the book too, how they refused to look for it because they thought it would be blocked by the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
Can I ask some questions?
I had one before, but I got that complete change of subject in the way. Let's bring this 1.5 hour long video of a different subject.
It's an hour and 15, but most of the Prezi is
Yeah, let me ask you a simple thing. Let's say there's
the actual
a
Prezi is
star.
only like 40 minutes, I want to say, because after that's a Q&A. So
Yeah, let me ask you a simple question. There's a star setting behind the mountain. And then we're comparing two models here. One model where the Earth is flat, one model where the Earth is curved, and the mountain is dropping, right? In which model the star would set first?
You tell us, it's your hypothetical. We've not put forward a model, so you're going to have to answer that question.
He asked you the question. He asked
It's
you
a
the
simple question. It doesn't require any specific model. One, the Earth is flat.
HB, this is how it works. When I put forward a model, I expect someone to attack it. I have not put forward a model.
He asked you a question.
So, Bacon, what model are you comparing?
No particular model.
good night, guys.
Gotcha.
I'm just saying there's a mountain, a certain distance in a certain direction. Where's the star setting behind that mountain? Oh, that question was for Jesus, but he just left, so never mind.
Okay, can I ask some questions?
Just did.
Okay. Well, yeah. All right. Beyond the science stuff, I just like honestly, I'm not even. I don't even want to like debate like, oh my God, you're like, I'm not seeing like your guys' point of view, I guess. So I just want to grasp a better understanding of what made you believe, like what made you question, what made you like I just have like a bunch of like not super off topic, but like more just about like why you believe what you believe and like where it comes from. Like so like I don't like when did y'all start questioning this seems kind of phony.
I dare you not to say the word like for 5 minutes.
Are you judging the way I talk?
No, I'm just dare you to not to say the word like.
It's what's it called?
Just trying to help your communication, brother.
It's literally just a Valley Girl accent. That's just happens. Okay. Anyways, someone answer my question. Like, when did you like first start questioning? Like, is it round? Okay, thanks
I'm
for
guessing
answering my question,
YouTube
guys.
videos.
Was that directed to anyone in particular?
No, it's just it's open ended. Like anyone can answer. Like I want everyone to answer if they could.
To be fair, I mean, for me, when it was pointed out that, the geometry of the world was kind of assumed, basically, or inferred to be the case, rather than actually measured. That's when I was thinking. I thought to myself, okay, something's weird here, right? Because
do you believe
really
that it's
just on
ever actually been measured?
Well, that's what most of the time in this room is actually trying to request of people. What are the actual measurements, and how did they get them?
Okay, I understand.
And people just keep coming back with the same old bits. Oh, where Tosthenes, he measured angles to the sun and shit, and lengths of shadows, and then did some calculations assuming it's a ball in the first place. And he was 90 or 95% accurate. Those types of stuff, right? Well, accurate in relationship to what? Something more like something better? Like, where did he get that? Where did they get that from there? You know what I mean?
Surveying. GPS.
Right.
So basically, because we've inferred, I don't know, whoever the fucking professionals are that decide this or like talk about this and try to prove it, because they said that, oh well, it's round because we proved with this math, inferring that assuming that the Earth is round. So because they made the assumption that the Earth is round, you don't trust that the math is correct.
The math would be correct if the assumption is correct. The problem is the assumption. If you take an assumption, check this out. If you make an assumption, you data fit, or you form a model around that assumption, okay, and everything seems to be all hunky-dory. Okay, you can delude yourself into thinking that your model actually represents reality, unless you check all your assumptions. Right? If you don't check all the assumptions, you just move forward, you think it's accurate, whatever, and then you build on that, and things still seem to work out, apparently. Okay, so then must be true, right? You kind of it gets ingrained in you, it must be true. You haven't checked the primary cornerstone assumption of the entire scaffold, and you mean to tell me that thing is solid?
Okay. All right.
Right.
So
that type of rationale.
Right. Okay. So I do understand that. So like, yeah, I do understand that. My second question is like, how do you decide which sources of information like you can trust versus like how do you distinguish like, oh, this is kind of phony, or like, oh, this is definitely like I think this is definitely right?
I try to, especially after these types of conversations, okay, stay away from just blindly trusting something. I will attempt to dig into something as much as possible understand as much as possible, and even try and replicate it as much as possible before I try and argue it. Okay. So like, I will attempt to abstain from saying, "Oh, here's a guy. He's got a PhD. He must be correct." You know what I mean? That type of,
So you're saying that you'd have to prove it yourself, or like come to the conclusion that maybe his investigation or like your investigation aligns with his opinion.
Yeah, leaning in that direction is what I try to do. Yeah.
Okay. So another question I have is like what would it mean to you if, as a society, like not just like the people that believe that the Earth is not round, but also like everybody in collectively on Earth, we all 21st century figured out that the Earth isn't a globe, and so we have that, the Earth isn't a globe, and the math was incorrect, and it's something else. So do you think it would be proving? Well, let me just ask you this: what would it mean to you if we did prove that the Earth was in fact not a ball?
You mean, well, if it already, as far as I'm concerned, it already has been. Okay. I think your question is more akin to what would happen, or what do I think would happen if everybody discovered that, right?
It's not okay. So from your point of view, you believe that we've proven that the Earth isn't a globe. I just haven't. I clearly have not done enough research. This is why I'm like asking like these questions. But like, what would it mean to you if if society as a whole were to agree that the Earth isn't a globe because some scientist or some like mainstream someone?
Yeah. I'm not sure I understand the question, dude. What would it mean to me? Like, would I get all warm and fuzzy and shit because everyone figured it out? Like, what do you mean?
Well, that's exactly what I mean. It's like, what does it? How much
would I get all warm and fuzzy? I mean, maybe not. I don't know. Like, maybe.
I mean, that's not like my direct like. Oh, would you get warm and fuzzy? And no, it's more of like.
What does it mean to me? Like, well, it's important. I think this thing is very important. This topic is very important because
what is the importance to you though?
Because it extends just beyond the geometrical question, dude. There's philosophical implications, metaphysical implications, or worldview implications, all sorts of stuff, right? So, for example, if say for example, which I think is the case, the mainstream narrative is we live on a giant ball, we came from a big bang, we evolved from monkeys, which evolved from like pond scum and shit like that. Basically, one out of a trillion, you're insignificant, whatever, right? They people adopt that and they build a worldview on that. I don't matter. I just evolved from monkeys. I'm nothing special, right? Kind of important, deep shit, right? So if those base assumptions are shown not to be true, well, then that rips apart. Period. What that can do, I don't know. Some people might go fucking crazy, right? Some people might be extremely relieved and elated because of it. It's like, oh, I had this sense the entire time. Whatever, right? It's a very personal thing. So those are possible consequences of this getting out there.
Right.
And if everyone figured it out, well, shit. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But those are potential consequences, I would say, that are more important than just the physical stuff.
Okay. I'm trying to remember what my other question was. Yeah, I do. I do understand where you're coming from. Oh, what was I gonna? What else was I gonna ask? Hold on, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Take your time.
Oh, if the Earth is not a globe, like what do you personally believe it might be, or do you just have no idea?
In terms of shape, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't argue for it. Okay, I think it might extend further. There's a part of me, and I'm just speculating here. I don't think we're just bounded by, for example, the landmass depicted on, your standard maps and shit like that. Like, I don't think there's a giant, container limiting just those areas. I don't think that. Couldn't argue it. I could argue the container aspect, but the size of it, I couldn't. Right?
Okay.
It would be really interesting to figure that out.
Okay, so I see there's a picture in your profile picture of the moon. Do you think that the moon is a physical place?
I don't think so.
What do you think it is?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
I see a light in the sky, just like I see other lights in the sky. It happens to look like a rock when you zoom in on it, and in some pictures that I've seen, there are allegedly captions of it. I've never seen a rock this bright before, so the part of me that doesn't think it's a rock, right? And certainly not a rock.
You have seen. You definitely have seen rocks just as bright as the moon.
Okay. How? So
anytime you see a rock in daylight, the amount of light coming from a rock in daylight is pretty similar to how much light comes from the moon. The difference is when it comes from the moon, it does at night, so the contrast is much bigger, and then it looks that bright. But if you just measure the amount of luminance you get from a rock and from the moon, is essentially the same. If the rock is in daylight.
How many lumens is that?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up again.
Okay. And what's the distance?
I don't know.
Okay.
The angular size is pretty small.
Right, but at that distance, light would dissipate, right? Follows the inverse square law.
Yes, but if it's the same angular size, then it's proportionally also bigger. Like the moon is not just very far; it's also very big.
The lumen, but the light intensity, right, is what's in question here.
Sure. Yeah, but the amount of light that comes, like per area, like if you take a picture of the moon and put pick a camera, adjust.
I need some ibuprofen. Oh no, awesome.
Yeah, just the how do you call it? Exposure.
Hi, birdie.
Yeah, take a picture of the moon and a rock in daylight with the same exposure.
Mm-hmm.
They'll look just as bright.
You didn't answer my question, dude.
What's your question?
So first off, how big? First of all, okay, how big is the moon? How far is it?
I think it's 1.7 thousand kilometers in radius, so like 3 something.
Okay, so we know this for a fact. So we know it's a giant rock, right?
That's the globe model. I thought you were asking for the globe model.
Right. Well, this is the point. So this is the point. I don't know it's a giant rock, so I don't know that would follow what you just highlighted.
Oh, things don't get less bright.
For all we know, it's not even the light of the sun reflecting off this giant rock because it's not a giant rock. Right? We don't know that. Okay. This is my point. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just saying you have seen rocks as bright as the moon.
Yeah, because I don't know it's a rock.
I didn't say the moon was a rock. I said you've seen rocks as bright as the moon. Because you said you didn't. I'm saying you actually have.
Well, I'd like to see those numbers then.
All right.
That would be interesting. In that case, yeah, it would technically be as bright if your numbers actually add up. Didn't look like that to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then I could say,
we see the moon.
Then I could say, oh, I've seen a car as bright as the moon. Then I've seen a house as bright as the moon. Right? Because they're all reflecting the same light as the moon.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a non. Okay. So it's a non. It doesn't mean anything then. So never mind. My point is to Chad. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know if it's a physical space. So, do you? So that brings us to that maybe the assumption that the Earth was round to make all these calculations was because of things like the eclipse, the sun, the shape of the moon. Like, do you think that that's where they got that assumption?
Not just that. But yeah, that's part of it.
Okay.
Right. You get a solar eclipse. You see the sun, then it starts to, dims down. You see a little black thing on the side, then it covers it, and then it goes away, and the sun comes back. Right? There's an underlying assumption that that's the moon in front of it. You don't actually see the moon entering and exiting. You just see a dark spot. And then it's inferred that it might be the moon. Or excuse me, it's inferred that it is.
Conceptually, if it is them, or the reason you can't see it in a concept is because there's no light shining on that surface at that time because the moon is in front of the sun.
I know.
So you wouldn't be able to see the moon anyways.
I know that would be the explanation for it. I know. The problem is, from our vantage point, there's no real way for us to check that. We don't know it's the moon. We only know that they tell us it's the moon.
So I'm going to assume that if I ask you, what do you think the eclipse is? I want to assume that your answer might be, I don't know.
It is, I don't know.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So
you don't think it's the moon entering the getting in front of the sun?
It might be. I wouldn't. It might be. I wouldn't argue for it, right? Because I don't know the moon to be a giant rock in the first place.
It doesn't have to be a giant rock. Like it's the moon follows a certain pattern in the sky, and then right where the moon would be, you have something the exact size and shape of the moon, where the moon would be, but you're skeptical that that's the moon.
According to the model, right? Which model would that be?
No, not a model. Just follow the patterns of the moon in the sky, and just wait until that matches the sun, and then you get a solar eclipse.
Right.
And where the moon is in front of the sun, that's where you see the moon.
Okay.
Sorry, that's when you see the eclipse, and it's the same size and shape of the sun. And there are even some long exposure pictures. I mean, of course, you have to do some processing because of the high intensity of the sunlight. But you have people, amateurs, who have shown the same details on the moon we see at night during a solar eclipse. Like the same.
I've never seen that before. That'd be very interesting.
Okay,
very interesting.
I'll drop.
That could be cool.
Let me see if I can find it.
Okay, I have another question. So, when you see live streams or live streams, photos of what the alleged Earth would look like, do you what makes you believe that those are phony?
Did I say they're phony?
Well, I assumed that you think you would think that they were phony. So do you believe when you see live streams of rockets going up and astronauts in space and stuff like that, and pictures from thousands of miles above sea level. Like, do you think those are real photos?
Thousands of miles? Which ones? Like 1960s and 70s and shit?
Yeah, just any photos and videos.
Of thousands of miles? Which ones are those, dude?
Are you understanding what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you're not being specific. Because I haven't seen all the things out there. So I'd like to know.
So let me react to this question because I don't think you understand what I'm asking. So
it's a very vague question, dude.
Okay, sorry. Let's take a Starlink launch. Do you know what Starlink is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we see Starlink, the rocket, we go up, and then we see on SpaceX's live streams, like we see the pictures of space and the live stream of the rocket doing the rocket stuff. Do you believe that that's actually happening?
That the rocket's going up?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's it going? I don't know. What lens is the camera using to get the shots that it does? I don't know. It might depict a curved horizon. That could be either because the ground is curving. Well, that'd be great. I'd like to see a measurement of that to confirm that it's not just a fisheye lens, for example, or barrel distortion or whatever. Right? Like those footages are insufficient to prove that the ground is curving, for example.
So you know what I mean? The only thing that is like I want to be able to understand your side, but we have these things that happen, like rocket launches and eclipses and stuff like that. And then I ask you, okay, can you explain this? And the answer is, I don't know. And it's like, okay, so how am I supposed to believe that this isn't what's happening?
Well, see, this is the point. Ask yourself, how would you know? Right? At this point, at best, you defer to them and say, okay, I trust your imagery. Right? In that imagery, it depicts a curving surface, therefore the surface is curving. This is your stance. Or at least maybe not you personally. Right? But it would be somebody on that side's stance. Period. Unless, of course, they can provide, a way that they confirmed it all.
So
which we've been
personally
asking
for
for
me,
a long time.
Personally for me, I don't think that live streams are bullshit. I don't think, I'm not there probably is, some things that do I believe that the moon landing was fake? There's a probable chance that it fucking was, almost indefinitely. Do I believe that I think we at the time we've been to space, but or were outer days, but I don't think we actually went to the moon. But when I see the visual evidence of the rocket going up and then the Earth the ground disappearing, and then we see a little bit of curvature, or we see how, because there are pictures, there are satellites that you can see. I don't know the names of them, but there are photos, and I believe the photos, and when I see it live from a live stream, it's kind of hard not to believe.
I understand, dude. I get it. It's very compelling, and this is the point, right? HD videos from an official government agency or government source or whatnot. How could you just not believe it? So crisp.
Well, SpaceX isn't a government. A government entity.
No, I know. Well, they mean they're. Yeah, I know they're not, but they, they get subsidies and shit like that. Don't tell me they're not tied in or clued in. All right. My point being, dude. Okay, the stuff that they give you, you just have to take it at face value. There's no way for you to check.
So tell me why I don't, when I see something like this, why don't I question it?
Because you don't want to.
But I don't have a view that the.
I would think, okay, that you wouldn't want to, even if you could, because it may put into question your entire worldview. If you don't want your worldview, if you're uncomfortable with the idea of your worldview being uprooted, then of course you wouldn't. If you're willing to challenge it, right? Check your assumptions, check your missteps or whatnot, then you might be more inclined to. But it's a very difficult thing to do for a lot of people. Well, arguably for everybody. Fuck.
Okay, so I think I asked Banovator this the other night, but if we put you on a rocket and the I think, what is it, Artemis is going to go around the moon, and we put you up on a rocket and you went around the moon, and you would clearly be able to see where you came from because of or like how orbital mechanics works. If you saw that in fact it's round, would that be enough to like evidence?
Yeah. For me, I wouldn't be able to argue for it though. I would not be able to say, hey, look guys, I got some photos I took from my mobile phone from up in the rocket, and be able to argue with that.
But you personally, you would know that
I would.
The Earth is round. Okay. So
if of course all these things actually help, right? I would still want to know, like, did I actually go up there? Was I not put under like some fucking psychedelic trip or some shit? I would want to check all these things, right? I would not want to be in like one of those like Russian TV shows or some shit, right? Where you're like, you go through all this training and then they bring you into like a giant studio and simulate that you're on like one of these things, all this stuff, right?
Right.
If all those are checked out, and I was up there, and I saw what I saw, then sure.
But do you think that anyone else would believe you?
No. They would ask for validation, which they could not do, except for, photos and shit like that.
So do you think that...
And rightly so, right?
Do you think that the flat Earth community has often a lack of trust?
Sure.
So I think
the question I would ask is, why would they? Why shouldn't they? Right? People make claims all the time that they can't back up. Right?
Right. Yes, I do understand that. Like when someone says something that they can't.
What would the alternative be, or the better alternative, according to you? Just trust everything?
Give us a reason.
There are many things that I don't trust.
Right. So it's warranted, right? Just simply asking, hey, okay, here's the thing, and this other thing happened. Okay, shit, how'd you figure that out? Oh, well, I did this, that, the other thing. Oh, did you check this? No. Oh, well, then, you might not be so confident about this thing because this other thing didn't happen. Oh, thank you very much. Cool. Go double check and let me know. There's nothing wrong with that. Right?
Right.
But when they persist and say, no, fuck you, you're retarded unless you believe me that this and this happened, well, then I say eat shit. Because there's no way for me to check. If you want me to trust you, show me a way that I can replicate what you did, so I have a first-hand experience of the thing in question, and then I'll know at least what you know. Right?
Okay. Yes, I understand I understand
that process. So that process is heavily adopted in here for very good reason. Because it's an empirical question, right? We're talking about an object or alleged object, right? It's not a faith-based question. It's not a metaphysical question. not philosophical. So things like trust and belief or faith or whatever are not paramount here. Now you can if you want. If you just want to defer to somebody and just believe, their results without checking. I mean, you can do that. There's probably consequences to that, but it's not all you can do.
So
why not do things that you can?
So when I just had when I look up ways we measured that the Earth is round. So we have all these instances of math and stuff like the shadow angle measurement and horizon distance.
Yeah.
Did bro just start peeing? Okay. Anyways, all these measurements.
Bacon, you're on your hot mic and dude.
Huh?
Sorry. That was my sink. I'm not peeing, by the way.
All good.
Okay, I was like, why is bro pissing on the 24/7 live stream? Like, what? Okay, anyways. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Okay. So we have all these different instances where we can apply math. So, and these are all assuming, or some of these are assuming that the Earth is round. So because I don't know, is there math that proves that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
And is that math?
Is there?
I don't know.
So is there math you should be doing, or is there measurements you should be doing?
Well, when I'm talking about math, I mean math and measurements, in general, like geometry. So
you take some measurements and you do some basic operations, you get a result. What does that tell you? Yeah.
Okay. So
right.
with that, we're assuming that the Earth is flat.
No, this indicates that it is. This is the point, right? So in this, check this out. Check the difference. Okay. Go to Eratosthenes, for example. He's the guy with the shadow lengths and the angle measurements of the sun, different times and different places, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. He's taking angle measurements to this thing in the sky and measuring the shadow lengths, and then comparing shadow lengths to another set of shadow lengths at another place. So the measurement is angles, shadow lengths, and then comparing, these at different times. Okay? Versus another measurement where, okay, I'm at this point. Okay, I have this thing. I'm going to shoot, for example, a laser, yay that way. Okay, 90 degrees. It's 2 feet off the ground or whatever. You go 10 miles out, 20 miles out, 30 miles out, whatever, and you measure the distance between the ground and the light from the laser received at that point or those points. Okay. If they're approximately 2 feet off the ground also, that means there was no deviation between the light and the ground. Okay. 2 scenarios. A, the ground is level and the light is level, or flat and flat, parallel lines, or that they're concentric arcs. Okay?
Okay.
If they're concentric arcs, that means the ground is curving, and that the light is also curving at a rate sufficient enough to make it to keep it concentric. Okay. Follow-up questions. How do we know the ground is curving? Number 2, how do we know the light is bending perfectly concentric with the ground arc? Nobody's provided those answers.
Okay. So
couple that with basic understanding of water in general. When it lays flat. Scale that out, it's still flat. And at some point, the scale becomes so big that you don't really know, except for you extrapolate out from the small scale. But then you take on this assumption from other people that we're on a giant ball, so that the water actually must be curving at a large scale. But if it's not curving, then it's flat. So that with the other thing, you do the laser measurement over a body of water, it's flat. They're parallel lines. Shit like that. It's direct. It's a direct measurement. Okay, I'm just pointing that out to contrast between the two types of measurements here. One is kind of direct, and the other one is kind of indirect. Right? All the alleged ones of the ground being curving are indirect. Shit to do with the stars and the fucking moon and light coming down and measuring sticks and shadows and the sun doing this, that, the other thing. Not measurements of anything on the ground directly.
Okay. So, why am I not? That's not working. Whatever. So, what was I going to say? So, I want to say that we'll call it the flat Earth. I'm not saying that it's necessarily flat, but like that's what, like the flat Earth movement or whatever. So, why haven't we invested money into getting off this flat Earth or whatever it is, like to try? Because from my point of view, we have the technology, we have rockets, and we go into an orbit, and we go far enough out, and we can see like, oh, there's the globe. So why hasn't anyone from the flat earther side been like, okay, let's build a rocket and go to fucking space and see the flat Earth? Why hasn't that stuff been done yet?
Well, a couple of things. Number one, cost. 2, will. Like, why would anybody want to? And number 3, can you? So practicality. Right?
Okay. What do you mean by can you? Like, do you think
how much would it cost to send, even just one guy up in the air? Just to go up, or just round trip. Right? Height to the ISS and back, which is still considered low Earth orbit. I think.
I don't know these off the top of my head.
Right. So random Joe Blow doesn't have $500 million or $1 billion. Whatever it is, right? And insurance and licensing, assuming you even get the license, right? And that's just to do a round trip. Then you actually have to assume that you can go any further, like technically. And you have to assume
do you believe that there's a firmament?
I wouldn't use that term. I think we are contained. Yeah. But not necessarily in the same manner as depicted by your typical kind of like, glass dome type shit. I don't know that. I don't know the extent to which the ground expands. So I don't know what the ground shape is on the surface. So I couldn't tell you what the container surface would look like and where it would intersect with the ground. I can't make a shape claim. So if we are contained, right, that puts a limit to where you could go upwards anyway, right? So maybe that's why no one's bothering.
Okay.
You know what I mean? There's a lot to this. Yeah.
There are let's see. Well,
I've been talking a lot tonight, by the way. I recognize that. If anyone else wants to take over, by all means, Feel free.
I appreciate you talking.
Yeah, you're good, bro. You're good.
Okay. What's up, Brutes?
Top of the morning to you. I just wanted to comment. I noticed, I think it's Chud you're talking to, has got a lot of questions that are all based around sort of, oh, what do you think this could be? What do you think that could be? But a lot of those questions that you're asking, I don't think really solidify the point. The point is that the ground itself isn't curving, the ground itself isn't rotating. So the flat Earth position isn't a model. It's just a statement that we recognize the Earth isn't curving and rotating. Everything else is really, philosophical. If you ask what's the moon made of?
I recognize that from my point of view, when I stand on, like, say I go to, I don't know, fucking Nevada and stand in the desert, I can recognize that I cannot see a curve. I do recognize that. And I recognize that because I have an understanding of how insanely huge the planet is. And so you being on a singular point, you're not going to see a curve. It's because you're looking at a 2D plane. You're looking at a line. It's not going to curve within your viewpoint. That's just human biology.
Nobody's expecting you to see it curve within your viewpoints. But the fact of the matter remains, the claim is that the Earth is curving at a rate of 8 inch per mile squared. So is there some way, somehow, that we should be able to detect this curvature, and that the Earth is spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator? So what we're trying to highlight to you really is that all these claims, for whatever reason, whether it's relativity, scale, etc., none of these claims can be verified. The globe model is sold to you as some factual thing that everybody knows, yet there is no evidence that can be pointed to say, here's evidence, here's proof. Like 20 Cups says, all you can do is infer or use circular reasoning, where you have to pre-assume we already live on a ball and look at the stars and go, yeah, well, that makes sense. But in terms of motion, in terms of curvature, there is an 8 inch per mile squared claim that cannot be verified. There is a 1,000 mile an hour rotation at the equator that cannot be measured. So it's a belief. The globe is a belief.
Okay. So let me ask you the same questions that I asked 20 Cups, is like, because it just gives me like, I have 20 Cups point of view, and I have like, I want other people's point of view, because nobody on Earth's point of view is exactly the same. At what point did you start questioning, like, that the Earth is not a globe?
Well, me personally, I was directly challenged by a family member. So a member of my family told me the Earth was flat, and I laughed at him, and we had a bit of a falling out. And I decided, because he was a family member, I didn't just rubbish it and walk away. I said, right, I need to be able to prove to him, because he's my family member, I care about him, I need to prove to him that the Earth clearly is a ball. And that started a journey of probably about over a year, of just trying to find what I call primary source evidence. So direct evidence, direct measurements of curvature, motion, something that I could show him and say, look, there you go, there's a smoking gun. And then over that year, I started to realize that exactly why he was a flat earther. But then after a while, it just kind of hit me like, shit, now I'm a flat earther, because I understand the facts on the ground, which is there's no motion, there's no curvature, all the things I said earlier. So I treat the Earth as flat. We treat the Earth as flat as a society. So for me, it was like I fell into it, and I was disappointed. I was like, oh, for God's sake, now I'm a flat earther. But then I started to realize, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, you just need to be tough enough to stand on your own too and be confident about it.
So do you think the Earth is flat because we haven't had solid proof of it being round?
I mean, it's not even solid proof. There is no proof. There is nothing that we have that we can say this is exclusive. This evidence is exclusive to a ball. We've got plenty of evidence where if it was a ball of a certain size, yes, the sky could look like this, but also if it was flat and these bodies in the sky were X amount closer, it would, there'd be an equivalence. So there's no exclusive evidence to the ball. That's why I'm no longer a glober.
Okay. So, and then the second question I asked 20 Cups was like, how do you decide which sources of information you can trust?
It's not about trusting sources. It's about, is what you've said verifiable, repeatable, testable? If somebody told me there's no curvature over a 10-mile radius, then it's provable.
What's it called? Scientific theory? Yes, I think scientific theory. I haven't been in school in a long time.
Do I believe in what scientific theory?
No, not scientific. Scientific method.
I think the scientific method is how I came to such a confident conclusion that the Earth's not a ball. Because if you use the scientific method, you do an experiment, then that's
and you believe that people have not done any verified.
And these experiments, if you use the scientific method approach, i.e., you have an independent variable that you can manipulate to prove the cause, you'll find that there is no scientific experiment to prove that we live on a ball. In fact, anything close to an experiment will show you what nature, that nature has presented this world as flat and motionless. So any tests you do that involve a step-by-step scientific process, you're going to find out that we measure the Earth flat. We treat the Earth as non-rotating, and this can be experimented with to a certain degree.
Okay. And then, like I asked the other guy, what would it mean to you if, as a society, we figured out that the Earth is in fact flat? Would it make you feel like, oh, I'm not crazy? Do you think that people think you're crazy, or do you think that you get relief from it?
Well, you're making an assumption that I think I'm crazy, which, I don't, and other people don't think I'm crazy. A lot of my family members are flat earthers. A lot of my friends that I've told this about have come back to me and said, shit, I think there's something to this. You could be correct. So, no, that doesn't bother me in the slightest at the end of the day.
So
at the end of the day, the truth is that, but dude, socially, I don't. At the end of the day, I'm not really bothered. I have a family. I have my life together. I have my, stuff going on, and this doesn't affect that, and it's very separate. It's just a fact of the matter that we treat the Earth as flat and stationary. It is what it is, my friend.
Well, not for navigation, we don't.
Oh, we do in aviation. Yes, we do.
I said for navigation. I mean, specifically celestial navigation.
Okay.
Oh no, celestial navigation involves transforming flat data, converting it into a spherical coordinate system. But just because there's a spherical coordinate system and we've plotted the ground on a ball doesn't mean the Earth is actually a ball. And you know this, Bacon.
What flat data?
the raw data measurements that are taken are not spherical. You're not directly measuring the curve. You're transforming using math, a coordinate system. You're transferring data onto a ball.
In celestial navigation, we're doing that. Who was doing that in celestial navigation?
In order to plot your points, in order to plot your points from celestial navigation onto a ball, you need to transform the data into a spherical coordinate system.
Which data? Let me just tell Chud what this is, because I think he's lost.
Your raw flat Earth data that you're taking, if you're gonna plot that onto a ball, then obviously you're gonna transform that data from flat measurements to how it would be presented on a ball.
What data you're talking
about? What do you mean? Which data?
Yeah. You're plotting it.
You're taking in celestial navigation. You're just taking angles to stars.
Yeah.
Right. You're not measuring the ground to be curved. You're taking those angle measurements and then plotting ground positions onto a sphere.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're not measuring the Earth to be a ball.
Yeah, but you need the Earth's geometry to line up, so your line of positions are actually where you are. If you're using the wrong geometry, you're gonna get a different result.
No, this is the trick. You're treating what we see in the sky as proof that the Earth's curving, because if the Earth was a ball, and the stars were X amount distances away, then you could also get these angles. But like I said earlier, that's not exclusive to a ball. You're pre-assuming we live on a ball to begin with.
I'm saying that when we do celestial navigation, we have to do it. And you're not actually saying I'm just complaining, saying that I'm saying this is a proof of the globe.
So I have a question. So we've assumed, because based on maps and shit, we've created these off of the assumption that the Earth is a globe, right?
Well, they created the assumption the Earth was a ball because of a so-called, we don't even know if this is a real thing that happened, but
so what would happen if
the so-called Eratosthenes experiments? That's the reason why there's a pre-assumption to begin with. They said that a man in Greece 2,000 years ago measured some shadows, and that proves the Earth's a ball. Now, when we look at the sky, we're going to reconfirm it's a ball, because if the sun was X distance away, if the stars are X distances away, then we would get those angles. But that's an assumption, and they've pre-assumed that the ball is a certain size to match those observations. So there's an element of backwards engineering from perspective, what we see in reality, to help reconfirm this hoax of an experiment, which wasn't an experiment.
So we've created maps based on the assumption and all the math that the Earth is a sphere. So what would happen if we created maps based on the assumption that the Earth is flat, or that's what I assume is what people would want to believe, is that it's flat. Because when people say, "Oh, well, I just don't believe that it's not a sphere," and it's like, "Okay, what is it?" And it's like, "I don't know," and it's like, "Okay, well then I don't know how to answer your question." But if it's I believe the Earth is flat, it's like, okay, I kind of get okay. So let's make maps based off of the assumption and the math that the Earth is flat. Where would that lead us? What would that tell us?
I think you've got to understand that all maps are flat, right? So the maps are flat, and regardless of in the ancient days when they were flat earthers, the maps worked correctly. Whether you believe it's a ball or whether you believe it's the Earth is not curving, the maps are still usable. But with a globe, you need what's called a spherical coordinate system. So you can easily plot, your longitude and latitude lines to represent a flat map as a ball, but that doesn't actually help us determine whether the Earth's curving. Just because we can navigate on a flat or a global map doesn't make the Earth a global flat. Do you get what I'm trying to say here?
Yeah.
The map doesn't help us.
So what do you personally think that if it's not a globe, what is it? Like, what do you think it is?
I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, all I can do is be honest with you and tell you the known land masses are sitting upon the oceans, and the oceans are not deviating from level. We know all of the land masses are sitting on water, and we know that water's not curving to a ball. At the ends of the known world, you have if you go south if you keep going in a straight direction for long enough, you end up south, and that will take you to what we call Antarctica. What's beyond Antarctica? Who knows? It's not something I can
answer. Do you think that there's an ice wall?
No, I don't think there's an ice wall. I think there's a higher land mass covered in ice called Antarctica. And that's verifiable. You can actually see pictures of the ice cliffs of Antarctica. It's not a conspiracy. I think that term ice wall's been weaponized.
I've seen pictures of it.
Right, they weaponized this idea called an ice wall, and then you've got Game of Thrones that gives you this idea of what an ice wall is, but that's mainstream. That the Antarctica is the highest land mass on the Earth, and if it surrounds us, then it would be containing the water. That would make sense. Something's got to be containing the water. Just so happens when you go south, you see the water seems to be contained by this ice.
Okay, so I understand. So you think that the water that is on whatever we're on, I don't need what the waters on Earth is contained by something.
It has to be, because like you said, you mentioned the scientific method. Well, if we apply science. If we apply science and physics, hey AJ, what's up, bro?
I was just saying, you've already answered this question.
Jump in, mate.
The shoreline, just like we see on every other large body of water, a shoreline.
So there's a shoreline that's containing all the water on our planet.
Well, in reality, that's what we see with all large bodies of water and oceans, that there is a shoreline that contains it, yeah. Now, the ice wall, the ice wall is something that is spoken about in reality every day in National Geographic. You can look it up. It's also referred to as the ice shelves, and this is just what we see in Antarctica. Now, whether that surrounds the entire world, I don't believe so. I don't have a model that I follow. I believe Roots was just explaining that as well. However, we do know that large bodies of water require a shoreline, as Roots said.
Right, require a shoreline. So I'm just not. So if we didn't have, so let's say, I don't know. Like, here's my problem with the flat Earth theory is we have so many views and oh, there's an ice wall. Oh, I don't know what's out there, and it's okay, so we don't know. And then we have some people saying, oh, it's an ice wall. And it's oh, well, maybe not. It's so I don't know what to believe.
You may have some people speculating on what may be there. And we do see ice walls and ice shelves in reality. But to claim that is what encompasses the entire Earth would be just someone's speculation.
My dog just disappeared and I don't
able to confirm, yeah?
Oh, there you are. Yeah, so we don't have any evidence to confirm. So if the Earth is flat, then and we believe in like runoff, like obviously water runs down mountains and runs down to the ocean. Where does the ocean water go if the Earth is flat?
See, I've noticed a trend in your questions. All of your questions seems to be focused around, what's beyond what we know. And I don't see how that proves, like, how that's going to help you come to the conclusion of whether the Earth is a ball or not. That we're not making the claim that Earth is anything than the Earth. We're just telling you the orientation of the ground. It doesn't match the ball. And that's all we can honestly tell you. Everything else is philosophy. And if you don't agree with my philosophy of what's beyond, that shouldn't have any bearing really on whether you've established the Earth to be treated as utilized and measured as flat and non-rotating. That's the key question. That's the key point here, not what's beyond Antarctica. Where does the water
your
go?
Your main belief is that because you don't see the curvature, it's not a globe.
No, my question to you is, if it is a globe, where is the direct evidence? How can we prove that we're on a ball, spinning ball in a vacuum of space? And there is no evidence for the vacuum of space proof, for the curvature proof, or the motion proof. So we have to believe it. Everything that you get from mainstream textbooks is basically philosophy when it comes to the universe, what the Earth is. I'm not going to sit here and replace that philosophy with new philosophy for you.
Okay, I understand like the text, like everything we've been taught is like just like philosophy, but it's like it's when I see things like pictures of the Earth and like see like weather patterns and shit like that. It's like, and then someone's like, "Oh, well, I don't see the curvature of the Earth, and so I don't have significant proof. So the Earth must not be a globe." And it's like, I don't like. I genuinely, I'm not a fucking scientist, so I don't like. I can't just pull things out of my ass. It's just like this is what I've been told, and based on like my education and like general reasoning, like I personally come to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe.
Just isn't.
And that's your prerogative, my friend. It depends on your standard of inquiry, right?
Okay,
if you are completely but let me finish. If you are just completely innocent and not as interested in the the verification of facts, then yeah, you can go along with that story. But you still have to admit it's a story. It isn't proven. There isn't evidence. You have to believe it. And if you choose to believe it, great, that's fine. We have no issue with you believing what you want to believe. But if you're going to come here and tell us that you can prove the Earth's a ball, then you're going to get pushback because there is no direct evidence.
Do you think the things that I've been told are just like do you think when someone tells me, like when I'm in high school and like we're talking about, I don't know, fucking physics, and someone tells me that well, this is why the Earth is a ball, and then gives me reasons on why the Earth is like, do you think that's just a story and the reasoning isn't real?
No, they're going to give you inferences and and examples that don't actually reflect the Earth being a ball. So any question you ask to say, hey, what proof have we got that the Earth's a ball? Even if you ask Google, you're going to get answers that don't prove the Earth's a ball. You're going to have to pre-assume the Earth's a ball to begin with, and then we're going to look for things and say, well, that makes sense. This angle to this star and this, that could make, but you're not going to get any proof that the Earth's curving or that there's any rotation. And like I told you before, the answers that you get are not exclusive to a ball. That could also be the case on a flat Earth, the angles to the stars, etc., gravity, etc., etc. all of these examples that you get are not exclusive to a ball. So it's like if I told you at the back of every wardrobe you can get to Narnia, but you can't do it. You need a special ionizer splitter from NASA, and only, NASA know how to make these. But just trust us, at the back of your wardrobe, there is Narnia.
So one thing that's like I don't really know how to explain there was the whole conversation on when I brought up the ship and the ship going on beyond the horizon, and then it just got like way too fucking way too much into the fucking science, and I just was like but like, so we see stars or we see these lights, and so from my point of view, even if I'm assuming that the Earth isn't a globe, I'm still seeing lights, and I'm seeing the same lights every night. So I'm seeing these, for me, I'm going to call them stars. I'm seeing all these stars every single night, and I'm seeing, different times of the year, they're in different positions or something like that. So I'm in the Northern Hemisphere. I live in the state of Maine. And so I can see what do you say? Okay, anyways. I made me lose track of what I was saying. Oh,
Roland's goal is to do exactly what happened then. He's an anti-flat earther. He pops in here just to mess with people like you while you're halfway through something, just to break your concentration. But yeah, you see stars, you're in Maine. Continue.
Oh, okay. So I see the stars, and one of the stars I can see is the North Star. So I can see the North Star. I don't look at the sky often, so I don't actually know if I see it year round, but I know it's there. But one thing, so I can see the North Star, but people in Australia cannot see the North Star. So how does that work? If we're on a flat plane, how does one part of the flat plane not see what I'm seeing if we're both on the same level?
When you go to a very large shopping centre or a very large warehouse, you go right down one end and you look up and you can see the lights that are at your end. You look all the way down the other end, you can't see the lights. Then you travel down the other end and you look up and you go, oh wow, I can see them. Outside is just a massive version of that warehouse. That's all that's happening.
So if I go to a Walmart and I go to one side of the Walmart, you're stating that I can't see the other side of the Walmart's lights?
Notice how the lights appear to be converging downwards over long distances? That's perspective does that. It's a point of convergence, which is at the center of your eye line or eye level. So anything below your eye line will converge up. Anything above, down. From the left will go right, and from the right will go left. So those lights are above your eye line, so they'll be coming down. And the distance you can see, based upon your eyes, your optical limit. So whether you've got some kind of aid, whether it's a telescope or a camera, binoculars, you may be able to see further. If you just by the naked eye, you can only see so far. That's why with the stars, all that's happening is they are converging down to your horizon, the limit of your vision. Anything that's outside of that, you can't see.
Do you have a model of what you're trying to explain? Like literally a picture? Because I don't really understand what you're trying to say.
You can only see so far. You understand that bit.
So if I can only see so far,
it's why you can only see that so far. That's what you need to understand.
I mean, yes, you can only see so far, but you can still see light.
Correct. Something very interesting. Next time you're out and about driving and you see cars coming towards you from a long way away, how do you tell if their headlights are square or round?
What relevance does that have, though?
Because you can't tell. They all look round from long range. But anyways, your optical limitations is what's causing this.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard about the headlights.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like sitting here like, what the fuck?
It's to do with perspective. You can only see so far due to the limitations of your eyes. You don't have infinite vision, do you? No one does. You're not Superman. So that limitation, that is your horizon. Anything below your eye line, so I'm going to assume you're 6 foot tall, anything below your eye line will converge up. Above you will converge down. The last time I checked, stars were above you.
So what's above me converges down. I need a model. Like, I don't understand what you're saying. Like, none of that makes sense, bro.
If how high the stars are,
doesn't matter.
I'm talking about angularly, like how high above the horizon, right? If that's related
3,112 miles.
If that lowers because of perspective, then how come the angular distance between the stars are all the same all the time? Shouldn't that be shrinking too?
It's because the Earth is flat, not a ball.
They get Chud in the side chat. Train tracks, power lines.
Yeah, those power lines are getting closer together, right? The stars aren't doing that.
Stars are doing that. That's why you can't see Polaris from my house.
The angle between any two stars is the same, whether it's
the angle between two stars. We're not talking about the angle between two stars, Bacon.
I am, because that doesn't match the...
No, we're not. Thank you for inserting something non-related to the conversation.
It's completely related because that's happening.
No, it's not. That's not what Chud was talking about.
But it's happening in the example you're posting.
Yeah, that's great.
Why is it
awesome story.
There,
that's not what Chud was talking about, Bacon. I'm trying to drop a very nice hint here.
Picture?
Okay, shut the fuck up.
So this is... hold on. I have to look something up.
Oh, you can't evade it. You're attributing that to perspective. But then perspective would shrink the angular...
It is perspective. That's all it is, Bacon. Again, zip it before someone helps you. It's Chud that's working this out. So as you see on the right-hand side, the horizontal line that says eye level, that's the level of whoever's making the observation at whatever level the camera was. So if it was 5 foot up, that's the eye level. That's what dictates this. So the vanishing point, where everything disappears outside of your resolution or convergence point, is based on your eye level and your optical limitations.
Okay, so, and this is, I understand vanishing point. And there's at that vanishing point, you can't see, you cannot depict what, you can't depict what it is. But we're talking about a light producing object. And so even if it does matter.
No, it doesn't. Because it's still represented as an object. It's still represented in your field of vision as an object. So, as you move further backwards, perspective will collapse it into your vanishing point. And once it's in there, you can't see it.
So from where I am on this flat plane, I can see this star because it's within my vanishing point. But if I were to go to Australia,
you can trust me on that.
Huh?
Considering my accent, you can trust me. You won't see it.
Okay, so and then I won't see it because Australia the star is now outside of the vanishing part. Okay.
Yep.
So, how do I explain this? So do you think that's the same thing with the sun?
Yep. As the sun moves over your head. That's why it appears to come down, because you're so low to the ground, it's above your head.
So when we go to, well, I actually can't see sunsets because I'm on the eastern seaboard, but I can see sunrises. So if I were to go on the West Coast and, well, I can technically see it, but I'm talking about from the ocean. If I were to go to the West Coast and watch a sunset, and do you assume that there's a firmament?
Might help if I unmute. Do I assume there's a firmament?
Like, is that what you like? How, from a flat Earth perspective, how do you explain how day and night cycles work?
The sun moves. When it's above my house, it's daytime, and nighttime above your house. And then the sun moves to its next position along its circuit, and then when it's above your house, it's daytime there and nighttime for me.
Why isn't it then proportionally smaller?
Blah, 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 something, Bacon. Thanks, Bacon, again.
That's a valid question.
Start asking questions.
Why don't you enter it?
Okay, I'm going
to I already posted an image of the sun getting smaller and bigger. The end.
So yeah, Chad, what was your question? Sorry.
Oh, so Professor Triangle, that GIF that you posted.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out where that is. Actually, I don't know where that is. Hold on. The only thing that I do understand what you're talking about, but this is assuming that how do I'm trying to think of like I have sorry, I'm looking. Anyways, the only thing that that's assuming that the sun or whatever's producing all that light to give us daytime is within like a light bulb or something, or
no, that's assuming the sun is right where we see it.
So what shape do you think the sun is?
It looks like a circle to me. What's it look like to you?
It looks like a circle. Because you can only see like when you're looking at a sphere, you can only see a 2D plane. You can't see 3D.
Chad,
it's not possible.
I'll make it easy for you. Stop trying to mix and match the heliocentric cosmology with FE. Flat Earth is simple. You go outside, you look and go, oh wow, I don't see any curvature. It looks flat. Let's measure it and check and find out. We measure it. Oh shit, it is flat. Ta-da!
Okay, so what are you measuring? Like, I don't.
For curvature, if you were to get a ruler and place it on a ball, say a basketball, you go and get yourself a 1 foot ruler, place it on a basketball. That ruler is now a tangent to a sphere or tangent to a circle, yeah?
Yes.
Excellent. Where the ruler touches the circle or the sphere, that's the tangent point. So as you travel further away from the tangent point, along the tangent, the gap between the tangent and the ball gets larger, yes?
Yes.
Excellent. So if we go and get a high-powered laser and shoot it across a lake, let's say this lake is 20 miles across. With a 3959 radius, we should be able to predict how far the drop over distance should be. The distance between that tangent and the body of water.
I just have a question. Wasn't there a video of flat earthers doing that, like with the laser thing and like the two boards, and like they like accidentally proved that it was round?
Excellent. I'm glad you brought that up, because now you're going to go and watch that video again and have a look at what they were using at the end of it. And the conclusion at the end of it was, that's interesting. They didn't say it was flat. They didn't say it was round. It was just, that's interesting. But anyway.
Definitely. I did notice it's always flat earthers that go out and make movies and be on Netflix specials and go to Antarctica and stuff. No globers can actually do that and measure the Earth being a globe. Only flat earthers can go and prove the Earth is a ball. Can anybody explain why?
I can help you out there, Professor Triangle. It's a cool story, bro.
Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Whatever. No, that's not the website I wanted. Where'd my tab go? Okay. Okay. So, here's another question for my buddy in the southern hemisphere. So in the north, if you look at if you take a time lapse of the stars, they rotate counterclockwise, and in the south it's clockwise. Explain that.
Well, counterclockwise and clockwise aren't directions, are they? Their orientation is depending on where the observer's standing.
So by that analogy, if we stood back to back, who would be seeing counterclockwise and who would be seeing clockwise?
Why don't we do it the easy way? Tomorrow night, why don't you go outside, face north, look which way the stars are going. Turn around and face south, look which way the stars are going. You'll find they travel from the east to the west.
Yes. Proving what?
That all stars
not what you were thinking.
In the same direction.
Okay,
proves the sky's moving.
But why is the sky moving then?
There's a magical thing in the sky that makes everything move.
Is that like seriously your explanation?
Oh, it's the same as evolution. How did everything get here? There was nothing, then everything exploded, and everything cooled down and melted, and then pond scum turned into fish, and then all that. It's the same kind of story, dude.
Okay. Oh God. Hi.
So, just to expand on that a little bit further, you do realise that any of these celestial bodies that you're looking at, you're always central to the observation. They're observer-centric.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, a really good example of this is on a really dark night on a full moon. If you're standing on the beach, yeah, what you'll see is you'll have a nice big line of light on the water that comes directly to you, and each side of it is going to be pitch black. As you move along the beach, it doesn't matter how far you go, you're always going to have that line. You're always going to be central to that observation, no matter where you are.
Do you have a picture of what you're talking? Like, I can envision it, but like, I want to make sure what I'm envisioning is what you're depicting.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me try and find it. I'm on my phone, so it's not that easy. Give me a second. There you go.
I think I want a bagel.
There you go. It's observer-centric when we're looking at these, taking these observations. Now, included in that, we have an azimuthal horizontal field of view. So we have a horizontal field of view, approximately 180 degrees. So we can see objects that are directly in front of us as well as those to our left and right without turning our heads, yeah? And we have azimuthal angles. These angles range from 90 degrees directly to the left, 90 degrees directly to the right. And we also have a vertical field of view. The vertical field of view is generally 135 degrees, allowing us to see above our heads to our feet with some head movement. Right. Which gives us our full dome of vision as per your picture. I'm trying to find another document for you. Hang on a second.
Oh my God, my AirPods are dead.
I missed every bit of that.
Okay.
No, sorry, dude. Can't find it. There's no use in me going on further because I've lost it. What I was looking for. But
what one were you after?
No, doesn't matter. But I will just say that since it is observer centric, that all the stars, the moon, they travel east to west. That is the direction. And
what's the matter?
Oh man, counterclockwise and clockwise is not a direction, as we said, yeah? So if you're facing north, this is going to answer one of your questions, stars will rotate counterclockwise. If you're facing south, they're going to rotate clockwise. If you're facing east, they're going to rise in front and set behind. And if you're facing west, they're going to rise behind you and set in front. But all stars move in the same direction.
What the fuck are you on about, Mackie? I haven't posted any pictures demonstrating.
No, you just did. The picture you posted.
Post anything.
You did.
The celestial sphere, AJ posted that.
No, the one above it.
The sunset with a filter.
Yeah.
Showing the sun moving away. Open your eyes, Scott.
No, it's not the sun moving away, it's the reflection on the water.
Well, guess what? If it's a globe tide, you wouldn't have your reflection on the water.
Why wouldn't you?
Because it'd be compressed. Like going into a funhouse with mirrors.
No, it's not.
You know, the ones that make you look fat?
Yeah, but that's not
and
true.
And short? That's what we would see.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
Why?
Because it would be distorted due to the alleged curvature, Scott.
How much would it be distorted?
You'd only see about, 0.6 of a mile, then after that it'd be squashed.
Why?
Because that's where the maths works out, Scott.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, Scott.
No, share the math with me then, so we can look at it together.
I got a better idea. Go away, because we don't listen to you dribbling shit. You're a lying sack of crap. We already established that the other
day. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, that's Scott.
So I think it was AJ that was talking about it. Like the sun moving away, like gets dimmer and dimmer, and so that's why we have day and night cycles. Is because it gets so far away that you can't see it.
No, that wasn't me. That was someone else.
Oh, okay. I don't know who it was. There's like a couple people with like an accent.
But that is what happens. As it travels further away, light can't penetrate through the air. So it just gets dimmer and dimmer. And that's it.
Okay. But I'm like 90% sure that light can penetrate through the air.
For a certain distance, yeah, but the air's opaque. And even if you look at your weather app, it's going to give you a visibility and the distance you can see on that day. That changes daily.
Yeah, based on pressure and
Dust.
Yeah, pressure, dust, like environmental factors and shit like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, give me the explanation for why we have less light in the wintertime and more in the, or for me, because it's like because I'm in the northern hemisphere. Why is it that I have less light in the wintertime and more daylight in the summertime?
Sun moves.
He beat me. There you go.
But if the sun moves, say how, if the sun moves how you says it move, wouldn't it be the same amount of light every single day?
The sun's circuit seems to be of two cycles. Number one, the daily cycle, which you call day and night, and number two, a yearly cycle, where across that year the sun moves and slowly changes its circuit. At its peak, closest to you, you call that summertime, which just so happens to be the furthest distance from me, which I call winter. And you wouldn't believe it, at the complete opposite end of that, when it's closest to me, it's summertime. And when it's furthest from you, it's wintertime.
So I have a question. Where is the fucking sun? Like,
up in the fucking sky.
It's up in the sky, dude.
In the fucking sky, but like you're talking about different positions of the sun.
And it's so hard to figure out that it's up in the sky, but in your other dreamland, being a ball with a magical sun that floats in a vacuum seems to be okay.
But here's the thing. I don't understand how the sun in the sky, I don't understand how the sun in the sky moves. So are you saying that we're completely fucking stationary?
You understand how a ball of gas can form a light in a vacuum, right? You understand that, but you don't understand how a light can move.
The explanation that I have, the explanation that makes the most sense to me, is that we orbit the sun and we're on an axis, and every, I don't know what the fucking, every couple seasons, the seasons, it changes, and we that's how we have the what's it called, the winter and the summer, the solstice. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, so the sun moves. So yeah, on flat Earth the sun moves, and that's how we have the seasons. There we go. Do you see how I broke that down so simple?
No.
Okay, but how does the sun move? Are we stationary?
How does it move when you're on a globe?
Oh, gravity.
Gravity moves the sun around?
Yeah.
How? How does gravity move things?
Electromagnetism.
Electromagnetism again, huh?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is. Okay. So
he doesn't know either.
I'm asking,
he doesn't know either. That's PD. I was just looking, just talking, so I could find his name so I can mute him.
Is the physical space that I live on, that we all live on, is that stationary?
Yep.
And so the sun moves around
in the sky.
us.
Yep. I don't have to know why, because you don't have to tell me why. The Earth spins forever in your model, so I don't have to tell you why the sun moves. I don't have to tell you why. I don't have to tell you how. I don't have to tell you anything about the sun, since you can't tell me anything about the sun in your globe model.
But, okay, but it's not that I don't want to tell you. It's that I don't understand your like
the sun. You don't understand the sun, period. So you can't use it on mine, and you can't use it on yours. So we don't really need to use the sun, do we?
Okay, so but I want you to tell me. I want to convert to a flat earther. I want to be a flat earther.
Oh, yeah. The sun has nothing to do with the Earth. Yeah, you're looking in the wrong place. What's wrong with you?
I don't understand. Like, nobody's giving me like a model of like what the fucking Earth is. Like, you're all arguing like, oh, the Earth isn't a globe, and it's like, okay, what is it? I don't know. Like, do you hear how like?
Why do we need a model? Why do we need a model to measure reality directly? Let's just say right now, here's the model. I'll hand it to you. What are you going to do with it? You're going to go and compare it to another model. Here's an idea. Why don't you go and compare your globe model to reality and see if that stacks up first?
So what does reality?
You didn't listen to what I just said, did you? How about you grab your globe model and go and compare that to reality and see if it stacks up first?
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Excellent.
So
you might be somewhat rudely shocked.
So tell me what reality is.
Oh my goodness. It's scary when people. It is scary that people have to come here to ask us what reality is. It's almost like being in the Matrix.
Well, no, I just want to know what your reality is, because your reality is different than mine.
Oh, reality is Earth is flat and stationary, and we're contained. We have gas pressure. We're inside something.
Inside an atmosphere.
Well, atmosphere means atmo means gas, right? Or air, atmo. And sphere means ball. And then you just said, well, because we have an air ball. Just like that. You said it like, well, because we have an air ball. And I went, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? That's why I broke it down into English for you, what you said. You start breaking your guys' words down, they don't make any sense, do they? Gases don't form into balls. Why would you have an atmo ball?
Yeah, I think that went right over his. Try to consider this, right? You got gas pressure. You're retorted with because of the atmosphere. That's like saying gas pressure because of gas pressure, dude. The atmosphere is gas. How do you have gases containing gases? Hello?
What?
Oh my god. How do you have gases containing gases?
Electromagnetism.
Okay, so it's not the gases, it's electromagnetism now.
I forget what it's called. Hold on.
I'm just checking, right? So you're changing your answer now?
I didn't say that gas is holding gases.
You did implicitly by saying the atmosphere. Right? It was out to we got gas pressure.
We have gas pressure because we're contained in an atmosphere.
Okay. And what is the atmosphere? It's the gas itself, sir.
Okay, so then what is containing us then? What is it made out of?
That's a good question.
Well, then figure it out for me.
Well, here's the thing, right? No one's claiming to know the composition of the material. Okay, that is the container. But our first-hand experience and lots of documentation on this. Okay, to pressurize gas, you need a solid container that can withstand the force exerted by the gases. physical solid container. Period.
Okay.
That's all we know. That's all we know about gases. Well, I mean, there's a lot we know about that, but in terms of how to actually pressurize something, right?
So if required to contain a gas, it requires a solid like material, right? You said?
That's what it leads to, man.
Okay. So
And notice
if
I didn't took
a very powerful laser and just shot it up at the sky, very powerful. You can see it from Australia. Why isn't it reflecting? Why is there not a mark?
How do you know there isn't a mark? And how do you know your thing is even reaching the extent of the container? How do you even know it's reflecting? You don't know.
You can see it.
That's why I said
you can
don't
see
know.
the sunlight. I can see the laser light.
That doesn't mean it's reflective, dude. For all you know, for all you know, it's translucent, and the sun is coming from the outside, or it's on the inside, and it's just not reflective, so we don't see two suns or multiple suns. I don't know.
Even if it's not reflective, like what happens if you point a laser at the wall and you see the dot on the wall?
I wouldn't be able to. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you, dude.
Hey, Chad, how big would that dot look? How big would the dot look?
Exactly. How far?
I don't know. I'd have to buy a very powerful fucking laser.
All right, well, go ahead and do all that, and then tell us how big the dot should look, and then we'll answer the rest of the questions.
Yeah, exactly. Let us know. Because another
Professor Triangle, can I ask you some questions?
Another difficulty that you'll have, though. Okay, you don't know how far the thing is. Okay, so therefore
I wanted him to figure out on his own that he needs to know how far away it is. I wanted him to figure that out.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm just pointing out to you, Chad. Nobody in here is making any claims about this. The only thing being made is about the recognition that gas pressure requires physical containment. All the minor details, as far as I'm concerned, and I think many people in here as well, are unknown. But they are not necessary to know at this point in the discussion, because all we're talking about is the necessary consequent relationship between putting gas in a thing and sealing that thing and recognizing there's gas pressure in there as you add more shit into it or reduce shit and have less gas pressure. Period. Doesn't matter what the composition is. Anyways, continue. Sorry about that.
Okay, so we don't need to use the word atmosphere anymore because that means airball. So your whole claim is air is being contained by an airball. So that's out.
I was saying that it was contained in the atmosphere.
Contained in the airball. Right.
Okay.
What do you mean? Okay. Airball. Atmo, air, sphere, ball. Airball. Atmosphere. Are they the same thing?
Do you understand why it's called like airball?
No, I own a vacuum chamber. I do not understand why it's called an airball. Nope. Not at all. Doesn't make any sense to me. It's like an oxymoron. Do you understand why it's called an airball?
Because we have air contained in a globe.
By what?
Gravity?
No. Gravity, the gas goes in all directions.
Yes, it does, but gravity to a point will hold it in.
Goes all directions. Gravity doesn't hold gas somewhere. Never. You've never seen that in your life.
So your claim is that gravity goes in all directions?
My claim, it's fact. It's everybody's claim. Gas go in all directions. That's your claim.
But you're refusing to believe that, like,
correct.
Gravity, yeah. So it's your.
I don't believe in things, dude. For me to believe in what you believe in, I'd have to be in the same cult with you, and I'm not. I'm done with it. I used to believe that magical things held things in place and was like magic. And I don't believe in magic like that anymore. Do you?
It's not magic, it's physics.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me how that works. I'm new to physics. I'm going to start taking my first class next year.
Are you new to physics?
Yeah. Tell me how gravity does things.
Well, I don't know what you want me to explain. Like, I just know what gravity is.
I want to know how space-time keeps water in a cup on my kitchen table.
Because gravity pulls it downwards. Like I don't know how to fucking explain that to you.
So you think I can debunk you?
Do you not believe in gravity?
What's there to believe in?
The gravitational pull.
No, I don't think things are pulled magically. No way.
Okay.
You think things are magically pulled down?
That the Earth has gravity, yes. If I drop my mouse on the fucking floor,
no, I didn't say that. I said you think things are magically pulled down.
It's not it's not pulled down. It's pulled.
So you already said everything's pulled down. Now it's not being pulled. You guys are going to get confused here in a second, and then we're going to have a problem. You're going to act like you don't know what the hell's going on. You're going to act like you got hit by a bus in a second. Watch.
So gravity is the constant pull towards the center of a mass.
So now it's a pull again. So it was a pull, then it wasn't a pull, and then now it's a pull.
You disagree with down, not
space-time pulls things to the center of balls, is what you're saying. So why guys get blue balls?
It's not just balls. It's just like it's a mass. You can have a mass. Everything has gravity.
So now it's mass attracts mass. It's not space-time anymore. See what I mean? You guys got to do something here.
Here's the thing: is like I don't focus. I don't know if you know what you're talking about.
But you know what you're talking about.
Did you? How old are you? Or did you graduate high school? You didn't?
No.
Why not?
What do you mean? They didn't have school when I was young.
Professor Triangle has a PhD.
Has a PhD?
He's mad because I'm making him pick one. It's either pulling things to the center of a ball or space-time is doing something with it. And how is space-time? Which is it? Mass attracts mass, pulls on things, or space-time pulls on things? You guys have to pick one or I can't go on.
Okay. So, Professor Triangle, you have a PhD?
Yeah.
In what?
Triangles. Flat Earth.
A PhD in triangles. Okay.
Yes.
What college did you go
to? Triangle University.
Okay, let's look that up.
Can somebody quickly with AI make me a page for Triangle University so he can find it?
Yeah, I don't see nothing.
Oh, there's got to be something called Triangle University. The University of Triangles. It's got to be.
There's Triangle Credit Union.
Oh, that's good enough for me. That's where I keep all my money.
So I'm genuinely asking, did you go to college?
Why does that matter? Do you want me to make you look silly?
I want you to. Okay, go ahead. I want you to make me look silly.
All right. Let me go to my computer. This is going to be fun. It's the best part of my day. You're going to like this.
What the fuck? I was unmuted.
Oh, mute him.
That
Oh,
poor
he thought
guy.
he got out.
Yeah, well, that's pee. That he likes to drink pee. That's pee drinker. So we need to listen to him. Okay, so this will be fun. He pushes and pushes. These guys just push and push and push. Then they want to get embarrassed. You looking in the chat yet?
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Yes, I am looking at
Perfect.
the chat.
So here's a NASA IQ test question. And read it out loud and then answer it.
Which of the figures below are not triangles? B and D.
B and D?
Well, I mean, technically you could say B, but I don't know enough about, like, I just know that D.
10
I know D
seconds
is not.
left. 10 seconds. 8.
I'm just gonna say D.
D? Let's see what the answer is. I'm sorry, you're wrong. You were right at first, but you changed your mind because something tells you that triangles have curved sides. So you are mentally retarded, my friend.
Can you send me what website did you get this?
I'm not sending you what a triangle is.
No, I want you to send me this NASA IQ test.
I did. I sent you. I can't. I'm not going to send you the rest. Here, you'll fail. Here, I'm going to send you another
You
one.
fucked up the triangle. We don't want you doing the rest of that shit.
Yeah, here's another one. Here's another piece of it. Here. Do you know what straight lines are?
Which of the Which of the following are not straight lines? Are not straight lines? Well, C is not a line. It's dots. B.
And then how the test moves is we figured out that you got triangle wrong, right? So we went back down to lines. You know what lines are. And did you know that triangles need 3 straight lines?
Hypothetically.
Oh, so you didn't know. So like I said, you don't know even what a triangle is, and you're asking me if I graduated high school.
Well, I'm just asking, did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you go to college, though?
Tell me what kind of triangle this is that I just posted.
Not a triangle.
What is it?
A shark fin.
So you're the only one who's ever said shark fin.
I'm the only one that said that?
Mm-hmm.
Throw me a fucking party.
All right, so now we know. Well, you don't know what triangles are, so I don't know how I can really go on. Do you know what a triangle is yet? The interior angles add up to 180 degrees.
Ask, like, what does triangles have to do with, like, the Earth being a globe?
You're going to find out in a second, aren't you?
Okay.
Did you know the interior adds up to 180 degrees, the angles? You said hypothetically, but now everything's hypothetical. Whew. I didn't know this was that complicated.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't know where to go with you from here. You're stuck.
I'm just confused because what the fuck do triangles have to do with the Earth being a globe?
Do you know what a triangle is yet? Once I can establish that you know what a triangle is, then we can move on.
Three straight lines.
Uh-huh. That's it?
I don't know what you want me to fucking tell you, bro.
A triangle is 3 straight lines. That's it?
three straight lines that are in a close. A closed shape with three straight lines connecting at vertexes. I don't know. Like it's a fucking triangle. I can point one out.
Yeah, so 3 lines intersecting with 3 angles at interior each equals 180 degrees, correct?
Yeah.
Beautiful. So no, there's nothing else. If it has 181 degrees, is it a triangle?
If it has 180 degrees?
181 degrees, is it a triangle?
No, because then it would one of the angles would have to be open.
If it's 179 degrees, is it a triangle?
I don't think so.
The answer is no. It has to equal 180 degrees.
Yeah, so I said I don't think so because
you're very not confident about today's lesson. It's almost like you haven't studied triangles ever.
Well, it's been like fucking 4 years and no, like 5 years since I was in high school.
You studied triangles in high school? Our 2-year-old knows what a triangle is. Isn't that scary?
Yeah, let me ask.
Times have changed, I guess.
I have a question. What do you do for work?
Put people like you out of business. Make you sit home all day.
No, but genuinely, like, what do you actually do for work? I'm curious. I'll tell you what I do. I'm a certified nursing assistant.
Yuck. Ass wiper, as my wife calls it. She's an RN.
Well, lots of respect to her for going to college and getting an RN.
My daughters say the same. That's what they go to. They're both RNs. 3. Yeah, it's very boring here. We had to go through a whole phase of learning curve about 5 years ago on reality, what's reality and what's not. Now they know what reality is.
Reality about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, let's look at your model that you've been asking for. Here's our flat Earth model. Let's look in the chat. You want to know what triangles are for. So now you know how to make angles with 2 straight lines that meet. That's an angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in the image I've just posted, the angle to the sun is done how?
The angle to the sun is done by... I don't know.
They have 2 ways. One is from the ground straight out, right, up to the sun. And one is straight down from the sky, 90 degrees. That angle to the sun, that's also another angle. Because we know that straight down to the ground is perpendicular because the ground is horizontal and plumb is perpendicular to that. We know that because our buildings don't fall over and that's life. There's no way around it. So knowing that, in order to get this, which is called an elevation angle, whenever it comes up, okay. Looks like we lost part of it. To get an elevation angle, you need a flat baseline. You need a flat baseline for your bottom. You need a flat baseline to make the perpendicular from the top down. You can't make an elevation angle without a flat earth. The end. Triangle wins again.
You can't make an angle of elevation without a flat earth.
Correct. Because your Globers are going to argue, as I just posted, that that is a triangle, and you already said that is not a triangle. So you've already agreed with me. That's why I give you the test first. So you can't say, no, everything's a triangle now. So I already got you to admit what a triangle is and is not. And if you go back on it, you're going to look silly.
Yeah, I just still don't fucking understand what. Like,
I knew it would come down now. And nobody understands anything. That's how I do it, man. Another winner for me. As soon as I get done with people, they don't understand anything anymore. Nobody understands shit. That's why I'm surprised that my company keeps me around, because as soon as people talk to me, nobody understands anything. They forget they went to school. Nobody understands shit.
It's just like I come to these chats. No, I come to these VCs, and like somehow I come out more retarded. Like I don't know how to explain it.
You see what I mean? I'm proud of myself. Just by me explaining what a triangle is to you, you have now become retarded.
I wonder why.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way I explain things to people. I try to do it as simple as possible. If I talk to this way to the little kids, they would yell at me for being mean to them. Because they want me to just tell them the truth. Oh, triangle? Yeah, this is a triangle. Stop wasting my time, Pops. Stop wasting my time with the long stories like I have to give you guys. They want to know right now, what's a triangle? This is a triangle, nothing else. Oh, got it. I understand now. And then they walk away. Now they understand.
Oh, shit. So your claim was you can't have angle of elevation without a flat Earth?
My claim is you asking me where I went and didn't go to school doesn't matter, does it?
No, not really. But
Thank you. That was the whole point of your embarrassing moment.
No, but was your claim that the angle of elevation, you can't have an angle of elevation without a flat Earth?
Correct.
Okay.
Unless you think you can make an angle from the surface of a ball, then we're going to go back and look at pictures again, and you're going to explain how, and you're going to tell me how you got a triangle without 180 degrees with a curved line. Ta-da! And that's my magic trick for this hour, folks. I'm going to take a 5-minute break here, and here we are.
After halftime, I have the ladies with me.
So have you figured it out yet? Did you figure out why you are now more retarded is what I meant to say.
So I just have a question. If angles only work on flat surfaces, how do you measure an angle on a hill?
Why would you measure an angle from a hill?
Okay, let me ask the question again. If angles only work on flat surfaces,
let's look at a picture for you.
How do you
Here.
measure?
Let's look at different devices for you. This one's for the sea. This is a sextant for a boat, like this. This is a sample of how you use it. Then they have bubble levels, bubble sextants that use a bubble level instead of that. Instead of using the horizon, use a bubble level. And then these are the different ways you get your angles using that. It says bubble level, sextant level, bubble sextant level. And then this is for your other one. There you go. That's how you do it. Use a different tool. How's that? Does it suck we have an answer for everything?
Yeah, sure. Hold on, we'll let my dog out.
You've been trying this for years. Has anything changed yet?
Okay, hold on. I have to go rock a piss.
Anyone else have globe proof? I'd like to hear so I can be done and go back to being a glober.
Hey, you claimed you knew how to do celestial navigation, right? That you have done it.
What about it? I don't have any of my shit with me.
Yeah, sure. Convenient. When was that?
So why would it have? It's middle of winter time. It just had 4 inches of snow last night. What do you think we do in the winter time here?
Okay.
Get our winter shit out. Get all our stuff out so we can survive winter.
Okay, cool. What method did you use?
I looked in the sky method.
Just say you don't want to answer if you don't want to answer.
I used a method where I look in the sky, get an angle of elevation, and then that's what I figured out from there.
Yeah, it's just complete BS, right? You haven't actually done it.
Yeah, I don't use dip corrections and all that because you don't need to. I want it to be at my eye level. I don't want it to be at my foot level. So we just eliminated all your dip corrections and weird shit you guys like to bring up. Now it's just a straight line. How do you like that? How I eliminated that? We don't need it anymore. It's all gone. You don't need it anymore. I've now removed that from your vocabulary. Dip correction. All gone. Don't ever say it again. You don't need it.
What the hell are you talking about?
Just telling you how it works now. How to get elevation angles. See, it's simple now.
Not asking how to get elevation angles.
Do you get elevation angles when you do celestial navigation?
Use them.
Do you get them?
Sometimes.
Get them.
Sometimes. Oh, you just guess then?
No.
So you either measure them or you guess. Which one?
And sometimes I measure them. Sometimes I use angles other people measure.
You guess. Sometimes
guessing.
you measure them. Sometimes you guess. So that's not actually doing
That's not what I
anything.
said.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
not what I said. I think you spoke over me, so you didn't hear what I said. So I'll say it again. Some of the angles I measured, some of the angles I used that other people measured.
No, yeah, we don't do that. That's not how we do things around here. We don't go and
Method
ask
doesn't
other
care where
people.
the angles
We
came
don't go and ask other people. Yeah, I care because the guy might not know what he's doing.
That's actually not true. It does happen. In many sail races, the people who does navigation is not the same as the person who takes the measurements. So you're wrong again.
That's because they work on a team. You're not on a team with people, are you?
Doesn't matter. That doesn't
Yes,
affect
it
a
does.
bit of the
Oh, it
method.
does matter big time. It matters huge time.
Huge.
The method doesn't care if you measure the angles or if your friend did. The method doesn't
All
care.
right. So me and you are standing next to each other, and I'm like 41 degrees from Polaris, and I look up, and you're like, "Okay, what do you got?" And I say 63 degrees, and you're like, "All right." You write it down, and then we move on. Now, what happened?
That's just one angle. You can do shit with one angle. You need more than one angle.
I'm not going to give you my coordinates.
I'm not asking for your coordinates.
Okay, so I just gave you 63. So now what?
Okay.
Is that where we're at? Or is that what I told you?
That's the angle you just measured.
No, I said I am at 41, but I told you 63.
Okay, then you just continue to be a liar.
How would you know? You didn't check me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So you can't rely on other people for everything. So the next time you do your shit, go do your own measurements. And you've never taken an angle measurement. You've never taken an angle measurement to the sky. I had to do that for my photography and to track celestial objects. I had to know how to do it.
You're a strong enemy again.
What do you do it for?
Say that again?
What do you do the celestial navigation for?
To get the coordinates. Like, you can determine the coordinates of an observer based on its...
No, I'm asking Professor Triangle.
No, he's just BS. He didn't actually do this.
Sure I did.
Yeah, sure you did. He can't answer basic questions about it, but sure he did.
You want me to answer basic questions from 6 years ago?
6 years ago is pretty fresh.
Dude, I go
it's a pretty complicated
a year's worth of thinking in one day compared to you.
Remember.
I do a year's worth of thinking in one day compared to you. So think about that for a minute.
Sure. Guess celestial navigation is used to you, right, Chud? Or whatever?
Huh?
So I guess celestial navigation is new to you?
I've just never, yeah, that's a new concept to me.
Right, that's pretty cool. If you know how high celestial bodies are from a certain position, you can get the coordinates of that position just based on the angles of those bodies. That's how people used to sail for like 200 years before GPS.
So, for example, Bacon measures Polaris at 3,100 miles in the sky.
I was talking about angular height, like how high above the horizon, not the distance from the Earth.
Well, if you know where the ground position is and you know the angle and it's 45, can you figure out how high it is?
Talking about the distance from Earth?
How can you get the distance, how high Polaris is above Earth?
You just said 45. Or are you talking about the distance?
What you mentioned, you said the distance.
Yeah, you can't get the distance to a star with a sextant.
So you didn't mean distance then.
I said from the beginning that I don't mean distance. I said angular height. How high it is above the horizon, not the distance from Earth.
Beautiful. There you have it, folks. Globers cannot get the distance to any objects in the sky from a globe.
Not there's from, and I didn't say any object. I said a star. I can get it from the moon.
Okay, all right. So you can't get stars, but you can do it for moons and suns.
Not the sun, but the moon I can. The moon is
Moon you can.
close.
Sun no. Sun no. Moon yes.
Yeah, with the sextant, yeah.
So with the sextant, you now know how far away the moon is.
Yeah, at least at the time I measured it.
So I got 3,100 miles. What did you get?
Let me find it. Just a sec.
This is fun.
I got 360,848 meters.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know how you did that. We're way off. Mine's right and yours is wrong. How did you do that?
I used the sextant, my coordinates, the coordinates of the geographical position of the moon, and triangulated it.
Oh, you don't have any position of the moon. You'd have to know where the moon is to do that. So you used the distance to the moon to get the distance of the moon.
I didn't use the distance to the moon. I didn't say use
its coordinates. Use its coordinates and Earth's coordinates.
It's geographical coordinates. The ground position, not where the moon is in the sky. That's not related to the moon distance, is it?
So if I take your moon, okay, that you measured that distance, and I just put a sun in front of it, now is the sun 300,000 meters away?
If you put a sun where the moon is, then the sun will be as far as the moon is.
Oh, so during an eclipse, they're both the same distance?
No.
Why?
Because you didn't put the sun where the moon is during an eclipse.
How do you know where the sun is? You said you don't know where it's at. You can't measure anything. Do you remember telling me you don't know where the sun or any stars are? They're just in the sky. Nobody knows distances to them. Do you remember saying that?
No.
Well, you did.
Okay. How's that relevant? I'm not claiming the distance to the sun.
I'm just wondering how you can get distances to one thing but not the others.
Because the parallax of the moon is measurable. The sun's parallax is not with the sextant at least.
Parallax? What's wrong with you, dude? See, Chud, this is what you guys go through. You hear all the hoops you got to go through, Chud, just to make sure you think you live on a ball? When it's just simple as Earth is flat and stationary, the end. And then you don't have to worry about all the other bullshit. Then you can take angles from the ground. You don't have to worry about people calling you foolish. Nothing like that. But when you stand on a ball and try that, you're going to get people like me. They're going to call you out on that shit.
Is that supposed to be an argument?
There is no argument. Earth is flat and stationary. What's the argument?
You don't have one, according to you.
There's my argument. Earth is flat and stationary, and we're contained.
It's not an argument. It's a claim.
Debunk me. Yeah, go ahead. Debunk me.
Can't debunk you.
Thank you. That's why I'm the master at this.
Can you debunk me?
Every single thing I do is a globe debunk. Everything I work on is a globe debunk.
You're waiting for it?
I can't tell you everything I work on, but everything's a globe debunk. Nothing requires a globe to survive in the world at all, ever. Nothing requires a globe.
You never answered my question earlier. Like, what do you do for work?
Too complicated. You wouldn't understand.
Oh, I bet I would.
I designed industrial MES systems.
Okay.
So now that we know what I do for work, Earth is still flat and it's not a ball. Congratulations, everybody.
Manufacturing execution system? Is that what that is?
Yes.
Oh.
With a variety of backbones, SAP, Ignition, SQL. That's just to name the bottom ones. The backbone.
So, okay, I don't know what that is. I don't know anything about manufacturing. So, like, what is an MES? Like, what do you do?
You get data from equipment into a data system, into a database, basically, to make it sound simple, which it's not. But when it's all said and done, data is in a database at the end. Yep.
Okay, so you're like, so you collect the data from machines.
So we go into a place and I'll tell people how to do it because they don't know what they're doing. So I'll just say, this is the best way. This is the best way. I'm the integrator inside our own company. One of them. All the other ones work with me, so we're the integrators. Do all kinds of stuff. Mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, computer science. That's our team. That's what we do.
Do you need a degree to do that?
Yes.
I'm going to assume it's like something in engineering.
Yeah.
Oh. Cool.
Now that we know all about me, how is the Earth still a globe?
Well, the sun is rising, and it's rising above the horizon, so.
Yeah, the sun moves. We all agree that the sun is moving. That's not a globe proof.
Oh, it is to me.
So the sun moving means Earth is a ball.
The sun rising above the horizon means it's a ball.
That's what I said. The sun moving. So I see a bird moving. Earth is a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Now do you realize why you get more retarded when you come in here? Because before you would never have said that. Now you're saying, I see a bird, therefore Earth is a ball.
I don't know. I think you guys are just like, I'm so tied into this story that I can't believe anything you guys are saying, and I feel like all my information spews out and I just become retarded.
So you don't know what levels are. You don't know what water is. This is all the stuff that you are confused about, right? These things. Reality is what confuses you.
I don't know what water is.
Correct. So that's why you're so confused. It'll work too. I'm sure you know what pizza rolls are too.
Exactly. Oh, pizza rolls.
You got batteries in your bathroom scale?
No, it broke.
That's what they all say. That's what happened. Oh, it broke, and I don't know what happened. Then 600 pounds later, I couldn't walk to the bathroom. I have to pee on the floor.
Oh.
Got any better globe proof than all your dumb shits you've come up with, you guys?
Because of the horizon and the shit.
Okay, so Earth is a globe because we look out and we see horizontal. Perfect.
Yeah.
You know, you can't have horizontals on the surface of a ball, right?
Visually, you can, unless you can see in.
You cannot.
Three-dimensional. Yeah, you can.
Can't have a triangle on the surface of a ball. We went over this and you fainted and you had to take a break. Remember that part?
No, I think you can.
So we're going to go with you can't do what you just said on the surface of a ball. Can't have flat horizons and you can't have triangles on the surface of a ball. Do you agree?
No, you can have triangles on the surface of a ball.
No, you can't.
You can.
Since when do you have curved triangles?
Since forever.
What's the interior equal?
A lot.
There you go. Not a triangle.
A lot and a little. Right in between. Right where it needs to be, actually.
This is my favorite part when you guys are at the point where you got nothing left and you just start babbling dumb shit.
Well, that's how you guys were when I was trying to explain.
Well, you don't have anything to explain. You're just making up stuff.
Well, because you don't believe anything that I fucking said.
Okay, if you want me to believe in it, what do I need to do to believe in it?
Go to space.
Do you went to space?
I didn't, but I believe astronauts that have gone to space.
I don't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, why do you believe people like that? What makes you believe in them?
Let's talk about the ones that are on the International Space Station. They're just scientists. They're just studying something.
So not astronauts?
Huh?
They're not astronauts then?
No, they're astronauts, but they're also scientists. Astronauts just a label for anyone who's been outside of the atmosphere.
Oh, I thought it was somebody who flew the planes up there. I guess those are automatic now.
You can fly. Well, you don't really fly. What is it called? Like navigate them? I don't know. But yes, most of them are automated.
Do you use the stars when you navigate a spaceship?
I believe so.
Wow. So how do you know when you're horizontal?
There's no horizontal or vertical in space. You just are.
No, Earth does not have horizontal or vertical. I get it now.
Well, it does.
So some things do and some things don't. That's very interesting.
That is very interesting.
Some things in space are horizontal and vertical. Some things in space, you can't tell where they're at. So that's how you know space is real.
Well, it is. So I can see it.
You see a light, therefore spaceman.
I look up and I see black in the nighttime when the sun's not shining, and I see that that's just in infinite space.
Hey, how about
you
this?
See forever?
Sorry.
You see forever, dude?
Yep.
Radwin, 1 second. Sorry to interject. Chud, would you mind miking the fuck up when you're chewing? Go finish eating and come back. after or something, dude. It's fucking disgusting.
I'm not eating.
I hear every fucking sentence. If you're not chewing on something, then you're like salivating over your own fucking like pompousness or some shit. Whatever it is, it's fucking gross.
I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm not eating.
Hey, well, then fucking like put a filter on or something, dude. Come on. Fuck.
Voice isolation. Well, I have voice isolation on, so I don't know what you guys are fucking hearing, but it's not like I'm not eating.
I dare you to go listen back on the last 5 minutes of YouTube when you have a chance. Dare you. Anyway, as you were.
Okay. You can always deafen me.
That's silly, because when you do that in a live stream, then the other person doesn't know when the person you have deafened is talking, so you guys are talking over each other. But you wouldn't know how that works, because you're probably not technologically, advanced in anything.
Oh, okay. I'm not, no. Well, it's a very interesting conversation I had with you guys.
Does it bother you when flat earthers are super duper smart and you guys just make up stories and say you have to believe in things in order for the globe to work?
A little bit.
Well, stop believing in things and then you'll be all right. Then you'll be like me and you'll be like the other guys in here, just like me.
Yeah,
but I kind of like... Yeah, we're all the same. We all slap you in the face a little bit different. I just do it straight off, tell you space is fake, the end, go cry about it. The other ones in here take it real slow. They don't want you to run away. All that shit. I don't really care. I like when I make people cry, personally.
Yeah, I don't know. But, I don't know. I'm just still not convinced.
Oh, nobody's here to convince you of anything. You didn't hear me one time try to convince you of anything.
Well, that's what the politics channel is. No. Or the...
No, nothing on any of our channels say we're here to convince people the earth is flat. Nothing anywhere anybody's ever said that either.
Okay.
Well, go find a clip of it, and I'll quit Discord. I'll uninstall everything. Go find a clip of one of our guys saying we're here to convince people of things.
I'm sure you are.
I think you should. I think you should go back and review all of our recordings from the very beginning, listen to them completely all the way through, all of them, and then come back after you can tell us what you learned on all of the recordings. What do we got? About 3,000 now, I think. Those are all like 12 hours, so that's how many hours you can listen now if you want.
I'm sure I can just make AI do it.
No, I want you to do it. That way you know what you're listening to. You don't want AI to make mistakes and skip stuff.
Well, that's too bad.
So I'm designing something, and the device is a T-Watch, and I gave AI a bunch of stuff, and it came back with a name for me because I was trying to put a paper together.
What's a T-Watch?
And it came back with a Twatch.
Oh, it's a smartwatch.
It told me I should call it a Twatch, and I didn't think it was appropriate.
Twatch. I'd call it a Twatch.
Of course you would, because you're a Glober.
Twatch.
Yes, exactly. Things like that are good for Globers. That's part of your religion. Believing in things, you got to believe in air balls. Remember, you don't believe in air balls, so how are you going to do anything? Remember the air ball belief that you have?
Oh, yeah, the atmosphere.
Airball. Just call it airball. It makes more sense to the listeners.
No, I like to say the listener. Okay, I just like to say airball, or no, atmosphere.
Yeah, see, I knew you would. I knew you would agree with me.
Oh, you're getting in my head.
Somebody's going to clip that. Don't worry.
You're getting in my head. I love it.
Does it bother you? My dad worked at NASA.
Was he a janitor?
And those janitors make good money too, by the way. Some of the janitors there make more than the engineers.
Oh. But anyways, what did he do?
I'm not going to tell you any of that information.
Oh, okay. Well, then I don't believe you.
That's fine. You don't need to.
No.
He worked on Hubble.
Oh. Space telescope?
Space telescope.
Space telescope. Fantastic engineering.
I bet it's painful to hear that one of his tasks was building the gigantic rig that holds it into the place, the gimbal, so that they can stabilize that thing when it's flying. So they got perfectly still pictures, or almost as perfect as you can get. That's what he worked on, was that part of the project that holds the telescope in the airplane. Do you know why they need that?
Holds it? What do you mean holds it in the airplane?
Do you know why they needed a gimbal mount in an airplane to hold that telescope? I was there. I looked at it myself. Do you know why they need it?
No.
So that when they're flying with the telescope, taking pictures, it doesn't shake around and they can track better. They actually can track like as if the plane's not moving. They can dial all that into the motors, make it so you wouldn't even know you're moving. As long as you got, not a lot of turbulence, you're good. That's why they do that, so the pictures come out clear. Any other questions about Hubble telescope? It's not a satellite. If you think it's floating around in outer space, that's not what they made. Yeah, they lied to you. Did you know NASA got what they call it, reclassified into an intelligence agency a couple months ago, maybe 3 months back now, by Trump? It's now an intelligence agency, like the CIA, NSA, all those guys.
What was it before?
Space agency.
Oh.
It's not that anymore. Now it's a propaganda agency, a legal one. Now, if they release stuff about the moon landing, say we really didn't go there, you can't say shit to them because they're going to say, well, the whole time we were actually a propaganda agency, and that's why we made SpaceX. So then you guys can't argue with them at all, and you'll have to accept it. And there's nothing you can do about it now. Isn't that neat how things go?
Sure.
Why do you think they reclassified them into an intelligence agency? So when they make things like the Hubble Space Telescope that actually sits on an airplane and they fly around and take pictures of the sky with it, and people find out, they can say, well, that we did that to make the Russians think we got telescopes up in space. So now they're on an airplane. No, so what? Who cares?
You can wear crop tops like I can.
Painful, I know. Your stomach hurts and all that. I can tell.
No, I was just looking at something different. I wasn't listening to your garbage.
Oh, you were. You listen to everything. You're trying to trip me up on anything right now. What'd you learn today, Chud?
That I'm dumb.
Okay. Not the smartest in the room anymore, right?
No.
Professor Triangle, we don't give a shit where he works or where he went to school, do we?
No, I just asked that because I was curious. I like it's not. It wasn't for any like any gain or anything. I was just curious.
Why?
What? I can't be curious.
What did it satisfy?
I just like to learn about the people that I'm talking to.
I drive a dog poop pickup truck where I go around and pick up dog poop in people's yards. Now, what do you think?
And you pick up dog poop?
Yeah. Make sure
well,
their
you
yards.
called me an ass wiper earlier, so I guess I can.
That's right. Yeah, I'm a dog poop picker upper. Yeah, you are an ass wiper. That's what my wife calls you. I don't call you that. She came up with the name, and I said, "You don't actually say that to people, do you?" She's like, "Yeah, that's what we call them, behind their backs." And I was like, "Wow, you guys are fucking mean." Yeah, we are mean. And I said, "Okay, yeah, I don't want to be in the medical field either."
I have a question because this does your wife work at a hospital or like a nursing home?
All. She's done it all. Emergency room, hospital, nursing homes. Now she's at a rehab center because she's older and it's easier to deal with the people since she's older. She doesn't have to lift people anymore. She's a boss.
She's a boss now. Oh, that's good. But anyways, nurses would not fucking make it without CNAs. I'm just gonna tell you that.
I didn't say anything about it. I just think when first time she told me that, I was like, wow, if we said that to the operators on the shop floor about them behind their backs and somebody heard it, you'd get fired. It's like, no, that's how it is. I said, okay. But she calls herself one too. That's just what RMs are also. So don't feel so bad. She said, you all are, really.
She must be one of those tough nurses.
What's a tough nurse?
I met a lot of tough nurses.
What's a tough nurse? One that doesn't take any shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't really take any shit. She worked in spinal injury for 10 years with paralyzed people who wanted to rip her face off every day. So she got down to reality real quick with people.
The nurse I worked with previously, she wonderful woman. I knew how to. She was. I loved her. She was so fun to work with. She was previously she was a nurse at a jail, and so she was constantly like dealing with like jail fights and shit. She's fucking badass. I'll tell you that.
So let's see. I already know people that came from a jail. Okay, yeah, one. Yeah, so my wife never did that, but one of her friends was a jailer. That's you got to be. That's a little scary, I would think, for them. Depends on the situation, I guess.
Listen, I used to work with Alzheimer's people. I think I'm on a break right now, but I think I might go back to it. I worked with people with Alzheimer's, and a lot of the men are so fucking strong. I've gotten punched in the fucking face before when they're like out of it and like they're like crazy, and we haven't sedated them yet. It's awful.
Yeah, that's how it is. I just make machines work by themselves. So to get even more technical on what I do is we replace people with robots, automate industry. I just gave you the simple part of data collection, how it all starts. Now that we've collected data, we can see where our weak points are. Now we're automating those. See what happens when you people come by and say, we just want to get some information off your machine, like I did for the past 5 years. Just need a little information from your machine. I got a pretty sweet invention coming out, sitting right in front of me. I can't talk about it yet. Hopefully, I will be able to talk about it soon. I don't know. We'll see how the NDA works. What?
What do you mean you can't talk about it? Like you can't like.
I can't talk about it yet. I'm under an NDA for work. I should be able to. I should be able to talk about it. Some things I can, some things I can't. Depends on what it is.
Can you say what it does?
No.
Oh. You got me interested.
Yeah, it's an edge device for industrial network.
An edge device?
Yes. Works on the edge of an industrial network. What that means is it's a device that actually does things on the edge of a network and sends information to a server or receives it from or both. And does stuff with it, either place. It's a node on the end of a network. But nobody has this. Nobody anywhere has what I've come up with. Again, like the fourth thing for this company. Nobody's ever thought of or came up with another invention. This one I want to tell, but it's going to suck if I can't. Well, I'll figure out how I can. Just get it out there sooner, and then I'll be able to brag then.
What are the companies manufacturing?
I didn't invent something for our company that manufactures things. I made something that works behind the company scenes that other companies are going to want for behind their scenes.
Oh. But like the companies that you work for, what do they manufacture?
No, I work for one company. And then I don't work for the company like the other people do. There is a team of us that are integrators inside our own company. And we're computer science, mechanical engineers, and electrical engineers. I just happen to do all three. Most people do all three where we work. Most people have 2 degrees. Some have 1. We don't care. Doesn't matter because you're going to end up doing all the jobs anyway in order to be in that field. So as long as you have some kind of background, you're going to learn what we teach you anyway because you're only going to do it the way we do it. You can't change our scalability. It's done a certain way so that we're looking for the next 50 years to make sure nothing changes, and we're already scaled out for 10 and everything will be fine.
Is it? Do you make the physical hardware or like the software?
Let's see. Who for me? Me? Do I? I do both.
Okay, so
I can design the physical hardware that the software runs on. I can do that part of it.
And you can create the software as well.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's the fun part. Boring part is the dumb shit.
Like the busy work.
Yeah, the fun part is programming. Everything else sucks. That's why we blew up from 2 people to 60 in 4 years.
Meanwhile, NASA is stuck with all the rejects from your job.
Absolutely. And yeah, we don't. I've never heard. There's not one person that says, "Oh, by the way, I'm from NASA." That doesn't work in our place. You go from our place to, "Oh, by the way, I'm from blah blah blah." When you're at NASA, and they go, "Whoa."
So you work for the MES? Like it's a company, and then do you do like contracts with like other companies?
Yes, but we write the standards, so they're actually working for us. They don't come in and tell us how they want to do things. We tell them how it's going to be done, and then we allow them to bid on it and do it our way.
Like you go in and say like, okay, here's what I think would be most efficient for you.
Oh yeah, you have to follow what we say. If we're going into change, you want us there for something, you're going to follow how we do it, not how you think things should be done, because we're the ones that have actually been doing it.
And so that's what I was asking. Like the companies that you do contracts with, like, is it just like, is it similar products or is it like different?
No, all the companies are our companies, and no, they're all different products.
Oh, okay.
So I have to know all their processes too, not only one way of doing their process. We know them all. It's something when you're in that layer of working, you need a lot of people at that point. And now we just blew up even more. Now, shit. I knew it was going to happen. I tried to warn them that we needed more people sooner than later, but oh well.
I want to learn programming.
And now that we own Venezuela as a what is we going to call that, a vacation island with oil, my companies that I work for, our company, because it's privately owned by us, so my company, we are going to explode in how much material people are going to be requesting, since we're going to be fixing oil refineries. We won't be. We will be helping them. I think it's just in time. We increased our efficiency by 30% last year in one building, and now we're doing this to like 3 buildings this year. We're right on time with increasing our output when we don't need to hire more.
So you said your company is a private company?
Yeah, it's private.
Do you guys have investors?
No.
No? Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, us. We're the investors.
Yeah.
Our competitor there was, I can't even tell you who that is because that'll give away who we are. But our competitor just requested a tour last year. We gave it to them, I think, in November, and they were absolutely blown away. They're actually asked if we can give them more information on how we did this and that and the other. And we're like, of course we can help you. Why wouldn't we help you? See how nice we are?
Because then you can advertise that you helped your competitor get up to their level of standard while you exceed theirs.
Well, that we will all be meeting the same standards, and then hey, guess what? Now people like us because, well, we are the industry standard. So you have to kind of keep up with what we're doing. So when you see those standards being written, a lot of them there's committees that we're part of that create those.
I'm hungry.
I know I'm going to screw up. That's why I got to stop talking about this shit. So try to talk to Yoda about where he works and see if he can slip up.
Do y'all know each other?
from here.
Oh, I was gonna because your usernames are kind of like similar, like Professor Triangle and Doctor of Flat Earth.
Hey, by the way, sorry to interject. Hey, Yoder, if you have a minute, can we jump in the chill chat a bit later or whatever?
Yeah, a bit later. I'm kind of busy right now, but sure. Just DM me.
No rush. As you were, gentlemen.
As you were, gentlemen.
See how polite I am. I rudely
And all this technology.
That's why we got doctors.
Yeah, all this technology and shit I work on and all the financial shit Dr. Flat Earth works on can only happen because we live on a flat earth who would not be able to work on a ball.
Way to hint at his cards there.
Well, you can't mount a machine on a ball. That you'd have to grind a flat surface to mount a machine on it, wouldn't you?
It's a very big machine.
Yeah, there's going to be one 100 miles long in the desert. How are they going to do that on a ball?
Oh, are you talking about the line?
Yeah. One big mirrored building. How are you going to connect that thing without the windows breaking? Who's cutting the glass to make sure the top is bigger than the bottom every time and you're putting it in the right way?
Jesus.
That's what I thought. All of a sudden, nobody thinks about this shit until reality sets in.
I can't believe they're going through with that. That's so crazy.
I'm not going to. That dude's insane. Somebody will take him out before they get too far and he spends all the family money.
How much is that going to cost? Like a lot of money. Oh, that's not much of a cost.
I don't know, but where are you going to put all the poop?
88 trillion. 1.5 to 88 trillion. Put all the poop. I don't know. Give it to like the Indians.
It's going to smell like a gym in that place. Yep.
Oh, my stomach. Oh, you know what? This would be a really good time to invest in oil companies.
Yeah, invest in research companies. Also, invest in. Let's see who will be working on these projects. BlackRock, Halliburton. Let's see. I don't want to give you all of them. I'm trying to think of who we deal with. Well, BP, obviously.
BP.
Whatever they're called now.
I think it's
yeah, well, so the names that you guys see like on TV are not the same kind of names that are on the back end when we work with these people. If I'm saying that right, different kind of holding company. Anyway, like who we work with might work with 4 of those companies, etc., stuff like that. So, but yeah, so we're gonna go in there and make that place like brand new. I want to get a property on the ocean. Can we move those people out now that it's ours?
Probably.
Sweet. That's what I'm planning on doing. I don't want to go to Florida. I'm going to go there and just make America bigger again.
BP and research company? Like what research company? Like what are they researching? I don't understand.
Drilling companies.
Drilling research companies?
Yes. the drilling companies who go around because they gotta find it, tap it, and set the platforms and get it all plumbed in. That's where the money's at.
Oh, like the people that find the oil. Okay.
And tap it and get it plumbed in and ready for people to use it to actually build onto that platform and do stuff with the shit in the ground. There's a couple of, parts to it. Once you tap it, then you got to cap it off. So now you got a pipeline going down. Then somebody else can come in and start pumping that shit out or do whatever they want to do with it.
Baker Hughes. Scientific Drilling International, Weatherford International, National Oil Well, Varco.
I'll bet you. Well, damn. Yeah, I'm going to fuck up. So that's what's going to happen. And I don't want to do that. But all those companies you're naming, I'll bet you I can type them into our system and it'll just give me their address and who our contact is.
Well, yeah, probably. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry, I'm gonna go eat a bagel. British Petrol, who we are. Business is booming. Okay, I'm gonna go make a bagel.